This story happened back in 2021 when I was only 12. My aunt and my cousins were staying with us at the time because they had just moved to our state for a fresh start. My mom and dad were both in Florida, and my brother was at my other aunt's house 2 hours away. So it was just me, my twin sister, my aunt, and my cousins at the house. One day, my sister and I were playing outside by our house. The side of our house has a big yard, big enough that, if you wanted to, you could build a small house there. There's also a large tree at the end of the yard, near where the street ends. Due to the placement of my house, you can see 4 different streets from there. If you look to the right, you can see a long street with the police station, fire station, and courthouse. If you look to the left, you can see a closed-down corner store and another stop sign. So, as I said, one day my sister and I were playing outside when a car came speeding down the street in front of our house. As soon as the driver spotted us, the car slowed down. It was an old, beat-up family van. The way it slowed down right in front of us was already suspicious, but we just brushed it off. Then, when we saw the van drive by a second time, we decided to move a little closer to the house and continued playing. When the same car drove by a third time, it stopped at the stop sign, which gave the driver a clear view of our house. This time, we decided to go get our aunt. Once we explained what was happening, she came outside with us. Now, my aunt is very short, the same height as me and my sister at the time. It was clear the guy was watching us from his car because my aunt started waving him down, trying to get his attention, and he responded even before she put her hand down. She started cursing him out, asking why he kept driving by and staring at us. He mumbled some lame excuse, then quickly drove off. After that, my aunt went back inside, but my sister and I didn't want to go in yet, so we just stayed on the porch. Not even 2 minutes later, he drove by again. My sister and I ran inside to tell our aunt, and we all drove to the police station. They said he hadn't really done anything to us, so they couldn't take any action. However, we were able to get his license plate number and gave it to them. A week later, a girl went missing. Some people think she ran away, but I can't help but feel that it might have something to do with that creepy man. I want to share my ghost experience from 2 years ago. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Diana, and my girlfriend's name is Tabitha. This is a true story about an experience we had together. One day, I decided to take Tabitha to a motel near Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. We enjoyed chatting, ate snacks, and watched TV. When it was time to sleep, I turned off the light. We were lying down, slowly drifting off. Suddenly, I felt someone touch my right foot. I woke up, freaking out since I knew Tabitha hadn't moved at all. I grabbed my iPhone and turned on the flashlight, aiming it toward the nearest TV desk. I was searching for whatever had touched my foot. I looked under the bed, nothing. I checked the bathroom, no one was there. That's when I realized it must have been a ghost that touched my foot. The thought made my face go pale. I decided to leave the light on for the rest of the night. I told Tabitha, "It's obviously a ghost." She replied, "I accidentally touched your foot." I said, "I know you're trying to calm me down, but you didn't move at all while I was awake. I felt nothing until someone touched my foot." Then I asked her to lie down and try using her foot or hand to touch my right foot. She realized I was right because she couldn't even reach my foot while lying down. Tabitha got very quiet. She hid her face, looking scared, and started breathing heavily. I told her, "Let's just try to sleep." A few hours later, Tabitha woke up from a bad dream, visibly scared. She stared at the lamp and didn't stop looking at it. She described her dream to me. A Latino man looked grumpy and angry. He was standing near the lamp, watching me sleep. He stood to the left side of the bed while I lay there, terrified. He was a Latino man with a thick mustache, brown skin, and old-fashioned clothes. He suddenly ran toward me, leaned over me on my left side, and stared angrily into my face. I was so scared that I covered myself with the sheet. I woke up immediately and couldn't stop thinking about him. Tabitha's story woke me up. Her face was full of panic. I told her, "Hold my hand and let's try to sleep." Half asleep, we held hands and closed our eyes. Later, I woke up from a bad dream. My heart was racing. I looked over at Tabitha, who was sleeping peacefully. In my dream, I saw the same man, angry and making plans to kill Tabitha. He was wearing a red flannel long-sleeve shirt. I woke Tabitha up and asked, "In your dream, what was the Latino man wearing?" She replied, "An old, red, long-sleeve flannel shirt." I was beyond shocked. I told her, "We need to get out of this motel room now." We quickly packed, got into my car, and drove away. It was my school break, and my mother suggested I stay with my grandma for a week or more during the holidays. I couldn't resist, since my grandmother cooked the best meals ever. So, I packed my bag, grabbed all my necessities, and my mother drove me to her apartment. We sat down at the table and chatted while we ate lunch. After a while, my mother said goodbye and left. It was just my grandma and me in the house now, and we had a blast. We watched reality TV shows together and shared a lovely dinner. Midway through the evening, my grandma asked me to grab the mattress from the closet and bring it to her room so I could sleep on the floor. I refused and told her, "I'm a big girl now. I can sleep on the pull-out couch in the office." She agreed and said, "That's fine. Just set up the bed yourself." So I did. It was time to go to bed when my grandmother came to my room and said, "It's time for bed now. Put down your screen so you can get a good night's sleep." I laughed and said, "I will. Just let me finish this last part of my show on my tablet." She said, "Okay, that's fine," gave me a hug, and shut the door behind her. After she left, I continued to watch my show. About 30 minutes later, I dozed off. When I woke up, I looked around the room and saw that my tablet was still playing the show at a low volume. I turned it off and glanced at the door, noticing it was a couple of inches open. I remembered that my grandmother had definitely shut the door, but I didn't think much of it, as she used to check on me after I went to sleep, just to make sure I was okay from time to time. So I shut my eyes and tried to relax. After a few minutes, I felt the strange urge to open my eyes, as if something was in the room with me. I looked at the door and saw a dark figure standing outside, visible through the small crack. I instantly froze. At first, I thought it might be my grandmother, but when I glanced at the clock, I saw it was 3:25 a.m. Then I realized it couldn't be her. Who checks on their grandchild at this hour? I was terrified, but I shut my eyes again and tried to convince myself it was just a shadow, that the figure would go away soon. After a minute, I opened my eyes again, only to see that the door was now wide open. My heart began to race, and I broke out into a cold sweat. The fear coursed through me as I felt certain the figure had to be in my room by now. I glanced at the mirror next to my bed and saw a figure crawling on all fours beneath my bed, moving like some kind of otherworldly creature. I was having an intense panic attack, unsure of what to do. Just as I was debating whether to run, the figure came up the side of my bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, on the verge of tears, when I felt a hot breath against my neck and heard a deep, terrifying voice whisper, "It will be done soon." In that time, I bolted out of bed and ran to my grandmother's room. I jumped under the covers next to her, panting and quietly crying. For the next 3 hours, I kept my eyes wide open, constantly looking around the room. I didn't dare take the covers off, even though I was sweating like crazy. I told myself I wouldn't sleep until it was light outside. Looking back on it, it still terrifies me to this day, but when I tell people, they don't believe me, and it hurts not to be believed. I know what happened, and sometimes I wonder what I would have seen if I looked behind me before I ran out of the room.
This is a story that happened at my uncle's house. Among his neighbors was an old woman, about 85 or 90 years old. She had a disease which was curable, but she was poor and didn't have money for the treatment. So, she chose black magic to cure her disease. Every day, some people would see her going out of her house at night, around 1 to 2 a.m., and coming back around 3 to 4 a.m. One day, my uncle asked her, out of curiosity, where she went every night. She told him, "I go to the burial site. I have a guru there. I go to him every night for some rituals. But from now on, If you ever see me at night coming back from there, do not call me or scream my name, because when I come back, I'm not alone. They also come with me." What she meant is that when she would come back from the burial site, some spirits came with her, too. Now, this is the story of the lady. As I mentioned, she had a guru or something at the burial site. He was the one who taught her black magic. He told her that to cure her disease, she had to kill 3 people: 1 teenage boy, 1 newborn baby, and a newly married woman. So, what happened was, a teenage boy named Ramesh died of viral fever. It was very sudden. Just after his death, a newborn baby died too, from fever. Like, everything was happening very suddenly. And after the 2 deaths, one day, that lady visited my uncle's house. She came to my aunt and was trying to talk to her. She was touching her back, her hair and all, and was asking her, "Are you noticing the smell of cooking rice?" My aunt said yes, even though she was not cooking rice. It was like the old lady had hypnotized her. She used to come and ask for random stuff. After that, many incidents started happening with my aunt. First, one day my aunt was in the kitchen, and she was sure that she had turned off the stove. But when my grandmother went into the kitchen, she saw that the stove was still on. An explosion could have happened if she hadn't seen that. Second, she used to see figures and shadows that others couldn't see. The scariest part about it was that she used to see Ramesh's spirit everywhere. Whenever she was alone, she would see Ramesh's spirit. Third, she used to hear crying at night every day. One night, she even saw that Ramesh was standing on a terrace of someone's house, looking at her and crying loudly. After all these incidents, my aunt became suicidal. She was frustrated. So, one day, my grandfather called a priest. The moment the priest stepped into our house, he sensed negative energy. He told them that she had become a victim of black magic. The things she used to see were not actually there. They were just illusions that someone was making her see. Someone had done black magic on her, making her see things that was ultimately trying to kill her. That's why she thought that she turned off the stove when it was actually still on. The priest gave a holy charm to my aunt and told her to wear it all the time. Since then, she has been okay and doesn't see those things anymore. On August 25th, 2004, in a village in Gapyeong City, South Korea, a man working on road maintenance discovered the body of a woman. The woman was wearing a light blue one-piece dress and no underwear. He immediately called the police, and the autopsy revealed that her cause of death was asphyxiation. The victim was identified as 23-year-old Park Yoon-mi, who had dreamed of becoming a schoolteacher. CCTV footage showed her getting off a bus around 8:30 p.m. that day, but her whereabouts afterward remain unconfirmed. She was scheduled to visit the Office of Education that day, but never arrived. About 3 hours after she got off the bus, her credit card was used at a gas station approximately 20 minutes away from where her body was found. According to the gas station attendant, the person in the car had rolled the window down only slightly to hand over the card. However, the employee could not recall the exact type of car, only that the fuel tank was positioned slightly higher than usual. Since the gas station had no CCTV at the time, further details about the vehicle could not be determined. The investigation confirmed that Park Yoon-mi got into a van after getting off the bus. However, why she entered an unfamiliar van remains unknown, and the identity of the driver has not been established. Some speculated that she may have been hitchhiking, but her friend stated that she was very introverted and unlikely to do so. A profiler speculated that at some point during the ride, she might have sensed something was wrong and asked to get out of the van. Since her body showed no signs of physical violence, it was theorized that the perpetrator likely verbally threatened her, instilling fear and preventing her from calling for help. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was highly experienced in subduing women and had likely committed similar crimes before. The police later identified Kang Ho-soon, a notorious serial killer in South Korea, as a possible suspect in the case. Kang murdered 8 women over a 2-year period starting in 2006. His strategy involved driving his victims in his car for long periods before killing them. It was also discovered that Kang had served in the military near the area where Park Yoon-mi's murder occurred, and his wife's family lived nearby. Kang is currently in prison. When arrested, he confessed to luring women into his car under the pretense of offering them rides, intending to sexually assault them. He admitted to tying his victims' wrists with stockings, strangling them, and abandoning their bodies in remote areas. In some of the cases, he even burned the cars he used to erase evidence of his crimes. A profiler noted striking similarities between Park Yoon-mi's case and Kang Ho-soon's other murders, including the victim's phone being dead and the cause of death being asphyxiation. A man who spent time in prison with Kang Ho-soon shared this chilling observation. Whenever he had time, Kang Ho-soon would draw on A4 paper, and he would always draw women's faces, pinning them to the wall like some kind of exhibit. I once asked him, "Who are you drawing like that?" He replied, "I just draw them from magazines." But to me, the drawings didn't look like celebrities. They looked like ordinary people. And among the drawings, there was one of a woman wearing glasses. According to the police, one of the 8 women that Kang Ho-soon murdered was a woman who wore glasses. And people wondered if the face of the woman wearing glasses that he drew might be Park Yoon-mi's. However, this connection remains unresolved, and the mystery surrounding her case lingers to this day.
I've been your most devoted fan for as long as I can remember. Today I'm excited to share a special story with you. Have you ever had something unexpected happen that changed your life in ways you couldn't have imagined? My name is Hadra, and a few years ago, I experienced something that left me forever scarred. It happened on August 13th, 2021, at 2:45 a.m. It was a scorching summer night. The only lights in the room were the glow of my laptop and the moonlight streaming through the window. My sister and I were pulling an all-nighter, while our younger sister was dead asleep on the bed. Our room had a queen mattress and a bunk bed. My sister was sleeping on the bottom bunk, while my twin sister and I were lying on the queen mattress, eating Cheetos and watching a movie. Suddenly, my stomach dropped, and I got this awful, sinking feeling. I felt nauseous, like something was out of place. Naturally, I turned to my twin and said, "Hey, I'm getting this weird feeling, like something is wrong." She stared at me, dumbfounded, before replying, "It's almost 3 a.m. Go to bed. You're probably just paranoid." But I couldn't shake the feeling. "You know what? I'm going to check," I said. There was a moment of silence between us. The only sounds were the soft hum of the fan and our little sister's gentle snores. Then my twin sister burst into laughter. Passive-aggressively, I hit back, saying, "If I die, my blood is on your hands." I slowly tiptoed down the stairs, careful not to turn on any lights so I wouldn't wake my parents. My anxiety was rising and adrenaline was coursing through my veins as I began checking the living room. Everything seemed fine, so I made my way to the kitchen. I felt like the main character in a horror movie, convinced there was a secret camera recording my every move. Still, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Then, I got this sudden, unshakable urge to check the backyard. Arming myself with a water gun, I decided that if I encounter an intruder, I'd act like it was a real gun, complete with sound effects. In my mind, this was the best idea ever. As I reached for the door handle, exhaustion began to set in. I told myself, "Hajra, it's 3 a.m. Maybe you're just being paranoid. Go back to sleep." I hesitated for a moment, thinking I should trust my instincts, but ultimately shrugged off the feeling and cautiously made my way back to my room. Once back, I wrote everything down in my diary, while my sister teased me mercilessly. The next day at lunch, my family and I were eating together when my mom said something that made my blood run cold. Shivers went down my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Our house has cameras at the front and back doors, and she told me that on the footage from the previous night, there was a man, probably in his 30s, who had walked up to the back door and tried to open it. I asked her what time it happened, and she said it was around 2:45 a.m., which is right when I had gone downstairs. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if I had opened that door. How would things have ended? What I learned from this experience is to always trust your gut feeling and never, ever open the door at 3 a.m.
This happened a few years ago. My parents were out of town to attend a wedding, and I was home alone. I decided to invite a friend over. Her name is Myuu, and she lived on a street behind mine. I called her and asked if she could come over to my house, and she agreed. I got up and started preparing snacks and tea for us. About 20 minutes later, I heard the doorbell ring. It rang over and over, as if the person was in a rush. As I reached the door, I asked, "Who is there?" It was Myuu. When I opened the door, she rushed inside. She looked terrified. I could see she was shaking and out of breath. I took her inside and gave her a glass of water. Then I asked her what was wrong. She told me that while she was walking to my house, she said she saw a man staring at her and smiling. She felt uneasy, ignored him, and continued walking. After a few steps, she looked back to see if the man was still there, and he was following her. She rushed to my house, hoping to get away from the man. When she reached my front door and looked around, the man was gone. I comforted her, saying that she was safe now that she was inside my house. We had our tea, ate our snacks, and talked about school, movies, and other stuff. After a while, we got hungry and ordered a pizza. Then we watched Netflix. About half an hour later, my doorbell rang. I assumed it was the pizza delivery guy, so I went to the door and asked, "Who is there?" The voice on the other side responded, "Pizza delivery, ma'am." I was about to open the door, but my friend shouted from upstairs like a maniac. She rushed downstairs, screaming at me to not open the door. I froze. She grabbed my hand and pulled me upstairs into my room, locking the door behind us. I asked her what was going on, and she told me she had been looking out the window. It was the same man who had been following her earlier, standing at the door. I was shaken. I immediately called the police. While we waited, we heard someone banging on the door and screaming for us to open it. All we could do was sit and cry. A few moments later, we heard police sirens. When we went outside, the man had been caught. Later that day, the police informed us they had found the body of a pizza delivery man who had been stabbed to death. The man at the door had planned to murder us too. Till this day, I think about what could have happened if my friend hadn't seen the man outside. It's possible I wouldn't be alive to tell you this story.
This happened to me when I was about 10 years old. My family and I were on vacation, and we traveled to our destination by train. My relatives live in a different state, and we decided to take the train to go there since we were middle class and didn't want to spend a lot of money on plane tickets. Once we reached the station, we grabbed our stuff and got off the train. As we were walking down the platform, out of nowhere, this weird guy came up to us with a large smile on his face. He was one of those people who help you carry your luggage from the station to your cab and charge a fee. He stood in front of us and asked if we wanted help with our luggage. My dad politely told him no. My dad and my older sister were busy trying to book a cab to take us from the station to my relative's house. The man didn't give up. He kept standing there and watching us. I figured it was a tactic to keep standing there to make you uncomfortable so you'll just accept his help and pay him. But something was very weird about this guy. He didn't seem like he was just hoping to convince us. He kept staring at me, and all of a sudden, he started touching my hair with his muddy hand, the whole time with that wide smile. At first, I just smiled and hid behind my mom. Often, people would warmly touch my hair because I was considered a very attractive boy for a 10-year-old. At least that's what my family thought. I assumed he did it to make us agree to take his help, but boy oh boy was I wrong. After touching me once, he immediately touched my hair again, and my mother calmly told him to back off. He didn't move an inch and just stood there. My dad and sister didn't notice what was happening because they were still busy on the phone booking the cab. My mom and I moved closer to them, but the creepy guy, still smiling, came closer again and started touching my hair and petting me. This time, my dad saw what was happening and how uncomfortable I was and screamed at him to cut it out. The weird guy looked skinny, and my dad could have easily taken him down, but my dad isn't the kind of person to even harm a mosquito. Even after my dad screamed at him with rage, the guy only moved back a few steps, still smiling, and then again started petting me. I tried to push his hand away, but I wasn't very strong, and his grip was firm. I couldn't believe that someone so skinny could have such a strong grip. My dad saw me struggling against him and decided we needed to get away from the man, so he pushed him, and we all started speed walking toward the station exit. I looked back to check if the creepy guy was following us, and to my relief, he stayed where he was, but he was smiling even bigger than before, even after being pushed and falling down. The station was very busy, but nobody even seemed to notice him. That part scared the heck out of me in particular, but my entire family was creeped out by the experience. Now I'm 18, and I barely remember this incident actually happening. Since my parents have told me about it a few times, I remember it more as a story, but even though I don't fully, I think this experience has made me feel subconsciously nervous about speaking to strangers, especially people who do physical labor and certain shopkeepers. But I'm working on myself to overcome this. We should have reported him to the police, but my family felt that we were saved by God's grace. They didn't want to have any further contact with him or even see his creepy face again. I still don't know what his intentions were with me, but I'm grateful that my family is so protective and always has my back. I was in the 7th grade when this incident took place. I was playing with my friends during PE when, all of a sudden, our coach told us to run to the locker room because it was a code red, which meant a real lockdown. My classmates and I ran to the locker room, and I'd like to mention that around the middle of 7th grade, my leg was sprained, so I couldn't run properly. When we were running to the locker room, it was pretty difficult for me. When we were all in the locker room, some of us were curious if it was a real lockdown or not. I personally thought it was a prank, since it was April 1st that day. Some of my classmates were acting like idiots, talking about how they were going to beat up the shooters. After what felt like half an hour, the school said through the intercom that the code red was now a code yellow, which meant that students and teachers had to stay in their rooms and not leave. For some reason, our coach thought that since the school was under a code yellow, it was all right to take all of us back outside. I was appalled that our coach was actually okay with taking us outside while technically still under lockdown. I don't know what my coach was thinking, possibly putting all of us 7th graders in danger. When there's a code yellow, it means there's activity happening outside the school, so it's still not right to go outside. Looking back, I realized that our 7th grade coach was pretty lazy. He didn't talk to us much and seemed more like a simple replacement teacher than anything. Anyways, all of my classmates followed my coach outside, but I had a bad feeling inside, so I decided to stay in the locker room. My friend questioned why I would stay, but I didn't really listen, so I just stayed behind all by myself. I felt a little nervous being alone in the locker room, but thankfully I had my phone to keep me company. After an hour, my class returned, and nobody noticed that I stayed inside. After heading to my next class, I found out everything that happened during the lockdown. It turned out that somebody got stabbed and possibly killed in the Wawa gas station right next to our school. During the code yellow, while everyone went back outside, the perpetrator went to the school and almost jumped the fence. When everyone saw him, they all took off running inside the building, but thankfully, he didn't make it inside the school. I couldn't believe that this was happening, especially because it was April Fool's Day. This was 2 years ago, and now I'm a freshman in high school, but I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I followed my class outside. If the perpetrator had managed to jump the fence, he could have easily caught me first, since my leg was hurting at the time. I only have myself to thank for being smart and staying inside the locker room where it was safe. 18-year-old woman who lives in the UK. My neighborhood is fairly safe, but there are some break-ins here and there. Also, I am a Muslim, which is important to the story. This story takes place as I'm writing this on the 8th of November, 2023. It was around 5 p.m., so it was dark. I was watching Ladybug and Cat Noir. My family were all at work, so I had no choice but to stay home. Anyway, we have a light outside of our house, which turns on whenever someone is at the door, so you will know. I was sitting on the sofa, waiting for my family to get back, but then the light turned on. Carefully, I got up and looked outside, but none of my family's cars were there. I saw the light was on, so I looked through the window, but there was nothing. I started to freak out at this point, so I put my scarf on and sat back down again. Then the light turned on. I peeked again, and my heart dropped. There someone was, jumping over the neighbor's fence. I tapped on the window by accident, and he faced towards me. His face was pale white, and he had a white shirt with blood dripping from his nose. His eyes locked onto mine. His eyes were dark brown, but they turned bloodshot red as soon as he saw me. I couldn't look away as I was in so much fear. I sprinted upstairs so fast and tried to text my parents. All of my siblings were at work, so I was worried they wouldn't text back. Then I heard huge footsteps coming up the driveway. A laugh so cunning. It was him. After there were no sounds, I stood in the hallway upstairs, which is right near the bathroom. I stood near the toilet door and sneezed. Then, as I was about to say something, I heard, "Bless you," in a dark, demonic voice. My heart was beating faster and faster. At this point, I was terrified. I locked and closed all the windows and doors and crept down the stairs. Suddenly, there was a light knock at the door. Then, as I watched from the stairs, he screamed through the flap, "Murderer!" As a hijabi, I'm used to people commenting on my appearance or pointing, so I wasn't surprised. He whispered, "Take it off." His bloody lips were all over the door flap. I recited my prayers louder and louder. Then I heard a car door slam. My dad and brother were home. I was so relieved. The man removed his eyes from the flap and ran. I'm still in shock. After what happened, I told my family, and they promised never to leave me home alone again. The man was apparently a criminal. He would spy on houses for days and then rob them. Please stay safe. It's a cruel world out there. But I always wondered what would have happened if I had taken my scarf off as a hijabi, or if I had opened the door. It's the summer of 2022. My girlfriend and I were planning a camping trip to the woods somewhere in Canada. We were advised not to go there, but being the young, stupid adults we were, we didn't listen. A choice I will always regret to this day. I was setting up our tent, shirtless. If you're wondering why, I'm a pretty well-built man. Not like a bodybuilder, but I have muscles and a six-pack. I guess that's something. So, as I was setting up the tent, my girlfriend came over with the rest of the parts to finish it, since it was a very difficult tent to put up. It took us 3 hours to finish, and we arrived at the campsite around 5 p.m. So by the time we were done, it was getting late. Being a phone-obsessed adult, I was scrolling on TikTok until my girlfriend decided to put her phone down and ask me to go for a swim. Now at this point, I was hesitating a bit because it was getting dark and we weren't experienced with being in the water at night. While I was deep in my thoughts, my girlfriend had already changed into her swimsuit. I noticed her and decided I didn't want to ruin the mood, so I changed into mine too. We were walking hand in hand to the shore when we heard a sound nearby. "What was that?" I thought, but the sound didn't continue, so we kept walking. I felt a cold gust of wind against my skin as we continued towards the water. Near the river, my girlfriend had already laid a towel down on the ground. Without wasting any time, she jumped in, and I followed. Laughing and splashing water, we were both having the time of our lives. I swam under the water and surfaced underneath her, lifting her body up, causing her to giggle, and we made out in the water. Then she looked at me and signaled me to stop by tapping my chest. What I saw still creeps me out to this day. I saw a tall man standing at the shore, looking at us. He was also dancing in a weird way, but what creeped me out the most was when I looked back at my girlfriend and then back again. The man was now swimming towards us. Being the young and athletic adults we were, we swam to the other side of the river. Thank God we took swimming lessons that summer. As we reached the shore, we realized we had left our phones on the towel. But screw it. I figured it's better if we can at least survive and worry about getting help later. We ran and ran, scratching ourselves against branches, getting wounded, but it didn't matter. When I looked behind me, the tall man was running after us. The way he was running creeped me out so much that I thought I was in a horror anime. He was running while looking at the sky, and his arms were moving like a rag doll. This is the moment when I realized miracles exist. As he wasn't looking, he collided with a branch, right at his head height. He was about 6'5" or so. The hit knocked him out cold, as we heard the thud when he hit the ground, and no signs of him getting back up. I didn't have time to look at his face because we were running so fast, and we eventually reached the end of the woods and found ourselves an empty street. We started walking along the road, and luckily, we eventually saw a car approaching. I hugged my girlfriend tightly as we embraced the moment of possibly getting to safety, and the car stopped next to us. The driver asked us what had happened. We explained everything, and she told us to get in. She brought us to the hospital, where my girlfriend and I were treated for the cuts and scrapes we got while running. We were then asked by the police what had happened. We told them everything, and they said they would look for the person. To this day, they have not been found. Hello, my name is Callie. This happened just last month in July. I was in San Diego for a softball tournament and had rented a trailer to stay in with some of my friends. We would ride our scooters back and forth to each other's trailers. Keep that in mind for some context. On the second day of the tournament, I went back to my trailer to shower after my game. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud bang on the right side of the wall, which faced the outside of the trailer. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my brother playing around. As I got out of the shower, I got a text from one of my friends asking me to ride my scooter over to their trailer and bring a wiffle ball bat so we could play. I grabbed everything and started riding over. While I was riding, I heard a cough, almost like a smoker's cough, coming from the bushes. Startled, I stopped and stared at the bush. A dirty, middle-aged man arose from the bush, smirking at me in a really unsettling, creepy way. Without hesitating, I sped away on my scooter and didn't look back. I finally made it to my friend's trailer and we started playing wiffle ball. At one point, I was up to bat and hit a foul ball into the bushes. We searched for the ball for about an hour, but couldn't find it and eventually gave up. Just as we were turning to leave, the ball rolled right up to my ankle. I turned around and saw the same man I had seen earlier. We all screamed, ran inside the trailer, and told the adults. Unfortunately, they didn't believe us and thought we were playing a prank. Later, my family and I went back to our trailer, but I couldn't stop thinking about the man. Exhausted, I eventually fell asleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke up for no apparent reason and tried to get back to sleep. Before I continue, I need to explain that near the head of my bed, there's a tiny window with small curtains. I noticed a little light outside and moved to the curtains to look out. What I saw next horrified me. The man from the bushes was standing outside, shining a flashlight near my window. I'm pretty sure he saw me, because the moment I looked, he sprinted to the window, pressed his face against the glass, and started pounding on it. He was making weird noises and chanting. One thing he said still gives me chills to this day. He looked me in the eyes and started yelling.
"He will get you. He knows where you are, and you can't hide from him."
Over and over again. I screamed as loudly as I could, waking my parents and alerting the park rangers. My parents rushed into the room, and the park rangers tackled the man outside. We called the police, who arrested him. It turned out he was a child predator who had been stalking me the entire time we were staying in the trailer park. To this day, I still wonder what might have happened if I hadn't woken up in time. My name is Bianca, and I live in Kenya. I'm 15 years old, but this story happened 2 years ago. It's something I'll never forget. My family decided to take a trip to the coast in Mombasa. I was with some of my cousins and siblings, and after about a week, we decided to visit the beach. We stayed until sunset, and then our parents told my oldest cousin to drive us home at 9 p.m. while they went to a club nearby. Everyone was doing their own thing at the beach. I was with my cousin, let's call her Jane. Jane was my favorite cousin, and we got along like best friends. As we walked along the sand, I noticed something on the ground. It was 1,000 shillings, a lot of money in Kenya. Excited, I picked it up. Jane and I decided to keep the money a secret, not telling our siblings because we knew they'd borrow it. We couldn't stop talking about what we'd spend it on. At 9 p.m., my cousin drove us home. The place we were staying in had 6 bedrooms, and I shared one with Jane and some other female cousins. Jane and I shared a bed. That night, we stayed up watching YouTube videos before falling asleep. I woke up suddenly at 4 a.m. I thought I heard someone talking, so I assumed my cousins were still awake. I tried to get up to go to the kitchen for water, but I couldn't move. My legs and arms felt paralyzed. I tried calling out to Jane, but no words would come out. Panic set in. My eyes darted around the room, and that's when I saw it. Near the door stood a dark figure of a man. He was tall, about 6'5", and wore a long coat. My heart raced because I knew no one in my family owned such a coat. The figure started floating, and I broke out in a cold sweat. Then it spoke in a low, chilling voice.
"Return me to where you found me."
I was frozen with fear, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly, I felt a pair of hands shaking me, and I woke up gasping. It was Jane. She said I was breathing heavily and sweating. When she asked me what was wrong, I told her it was just a bad dream. I stayed awake watching TikToks until sunrise, trying to shake the feeling. The next day, we went to a museum. I managed to forget about the dream for a while. Jane and I spent the money we found, and everything seemed normal. But that night, it happened again. I woke up to Jane shaking me, asking if I was okay. This time I told her about the dream. She hugged me and tried to comfort me, but I couldn't sleep. The cycle repeated for several nights. Jane grew worried and told my parents about the reoccurring nightmare. My parents decided to take me to a priest for prayers. Afterward, I started sleeping better, and the trip eventually ended. Back home, I was sad to be away from Jane. That night, I went to bed thinking everything would be fine now, but the dream came back, only this time, it was worse. The man was closer to me. I could feel his presence looming over me. Trembling, I asked him why he was tormenting me. His reply made my blood run cold.
"Return me to where you found me."
Finally, I understood. He was talking about the money. My heart sank. I'd already spent it. Panicked, I told him the truth. The man began to mumble strange words, and before I could react, he entered my body. A searing pain ripped through me, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. My mother sat beside me, looking terrified. She told me she'd heard screaming and rushed to my room, only to find me banging my head against the wall repeatedly until I collapsed, bleeding. I told her everything, the dreams, the man, the money. She took me to therapy, and over time, I started to recover. Since then, I haven't had the dream again, but I've never forgotten the man's words or the lesson he taught me. Some things are better left where you find them.
My name is Sanjana, and this is a true story that happened to me. This incident occurred when I was around 8 years old. We were having a lunch party at my house, and my friends and I were playing in the front yard. One of my friends' dads was supervising us. After a few minutes, a police car pulled up to our house, and an officer asked if we had seen a tall man dressed in all black walking around the neighborhood. We were confused and a little scared. My friend's dad responded, "No, we haven't seen anyone," and the police continued their search. Feeling frightened, we decided to go inside. My house had a street in the backyard, so everyone else left through the back to go home. My family and I stayed inside and looked out the window to see if we could spot the man. After a while, we saw him. He was creeping out from behind the bushes of the house across from us. My dad started taking pictures through the window and sent them to our friends who lived 5 blocks down, where the police were investigating. They showed the police the pictures, and the officers began searching near the area across the street. Meanwhile, I, being a naive 8-year-old, decided to open the door to get a better look at the man. He was covering his face with a hat, so I assumed he couldn't see me if I couldn't see him. My heart raced, and I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he began sprinting. As he ran, I saw him reaching into his pocket as if to pull something out. I thought it might be a weapon, and I stood there, frozen in fear. Just as he was about to reach the steps in front of my house, my parents noticed me standing at the door. They pulled me inside right in the nick of time. The police found him shortly after and arrested him. To this day, I'm still traumatized by that event. I often wonder what might have happened to me if my parents hadn't acted so quickly and pulled me inside.
Hi, my name is Anna. I've been watching your videos and I really enjoy them. I want to share a story of my own, something that happened a long time ago. This incident is what sparked my interest in ghosts and the supernatural. It was years ago, back when I was in elementary school. My older sister, my mom, and I went to visit my grandparents' house. Many of my uncles, aunts, and cousins were already there, so we had to sleep upstairs. This story takes place in what we called the Blue Room, where my mom and I slept. We called it the Blue Room because literally everything in the room was blue. The curtains, the walls, the bed sheets, you name it. One night, for some reason, I woke up at 5 in the morning. The room felt freezing cold, like there was some kind of presence nearby. I looked over at my mom, who was sleeping beside me on my left. What I saw still confuses me to this day. There was this little light floating above her head, just inches away from her face. It was a small, white light. At first, I thought it was just flickering, but I quickly realized it wasn't. It was actually spinning in circles around her head, moving so fast it almost looked like it was flickering. Being a little kid, I was curious, and I wanted to reach out and touch it, but something inside me stopped me. It was like a voice in my head was telling me, "Stay where you are." That's when my mom let out a little groan and finally opened her eyes. As soon as she did, the light stopped moving. It froze just inches from her face. My mom looked scared and confused, and we just lay there, staring at this still, glowing light until it suddenly vanished. She turned to me, her face filled with panic, and asked, "Did you see the light just now?" I replied, "You mean the one in front of your face just now?" My mom jumped out of bed, panicked, and ran to turn the bathroom light on. We ended up sitting there with the lights on until morning. We couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. At first, we thought it might have been a firefly, but the light didn't look or move like a firefly at all. When we told the rest of the family what happened, they were not surprised. They told us there had always been strange things happening in the Blue Room. Doors shutting on their own, lights turning on and off by themselves, all kinds of weird stuff. That's when they mentioned something that gave us chills. Apparently, there was a family who used to live in the house before my grandparents moved in. They had a little boy who sadly died of a fever in the house. Years later, my mom told me her side of the story. She said that while she was sleeping, she thought it was already morning because of how bright the light was through her eyelids. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the little light floating just inches from her face. At first, she thought she was dreaming, but then she turned and saw me staring at her. That's when she realized it was real. I'm 18 years old now, but I still wonder what would have happened if I had reached out and touched that light. One thing is for sure, we never slept in the blue room again. I don't know where to start. This incident is still ongoing. I think it was about 3 years ago when I started having this horrible dream. The dream was always similar. I was on a swing at a playground with a man, even though we are both adults. The man spoke a strange language. It didn't seem like an earthly language, but strangely enough, in my dream, I understood what he was trying to say. He said his name was H. Then the sunset quickly faded and night fell. Then he ran away in fear. When night fell, it became so dark that I couldn't see anything. The dream is so vivid, and when I look up at the sky, I can't see any stars or the moon. There was only darkness. You probably don't know what this kind of complete darkness is. I experienced it for the first time in this dream. It was truly a deep darkness. Then a disgusting smell started to come out, and I started hearing the growling sounds of unknown beings in the distance. The beings come towards me, emitting a red light, and then I hear the voice of that man named H shouting at me from afar. "Wake up!" The voice was so desperate and creepy. And then I woke up from the dream, and when I look at the time, it's 4 or 5 in the morning. The dream always had the same pattern. I was so confused and couldn't figure out what the hell this dream was. No matter how much I searched on Google or asked people, I couldn't figure out anything. Then one day, I had that dream again. I was on a swing at the playground with H, but this time he was frowning, and he said to me,
"Do you know where this is? Please don't come here."
When I asked why, he said,
"This is where the soul predators exist."
I asked him what that meant, but he just looked up at the sky and ran away without saying a word. And then night came again, and I heard the cries of the strange creatures and the creepy footsteps approaching. The footsteps sounded like thousands of feet walking. Out of curiosity, this time I decided to wait without waking up from the dream. And then I heard them whispering, getting closer, but their language was still strange, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. At that moment, I was gripped by a terrible fear, and I thought I had to wake up from the dream. Then I saw the strange creatures and heard what they were saying clearly, and I opened my eyes and woke up on the bed in my room. I immediately recorded the words the strange creatures said in my dream right on my phone. It sounded like this. "Sobri rock, sobri rock, sobri rock, sobri rock." But I couldn't understand what it meant, and it didn't seem like an earth language. I was gripped by fear, and I couldn't fall asleep again. After a while, I had a dream again, and that day, I had a really fun conversation with H in my dream. I don't remember the content of the conversation, but it was a really happy moment. And then, at some point, night came, and when the monsters approached, H screamed and tried to run away, but it was too late. The giant monsters were already in front of us, and they looked like giant centipedes. The giant centipedes ate H. The sound of H's entire body being torn apart, the sound of the centipedes chewing him up, and the vivid red color of his blood. All of that was more real than reality. I screamed like crazy, but my voice didn't come out because it was a dream. I felt pain as if my head was going to burst because I was trying so hard to scream. After a while, After the giant centipedes ate H, one of them came to me and bit my arm. It was so painful. And then I was trying to wake up from the dream. Fortunately, I opened my eyes in my bed, but what was horrible was I felt a pain in my arm. I went to the hospital, and the doctor said that my arm was very inflamed and that if I had been a little late, it would have rotted away. Thankfully, I received treatment and recovered. But what's scarier is I keep having that dream, even now. Now, in that dream, I'm riding the swing by myself, without H, but I feel an inexplicable happiness in the playground, and ironically, that happiness makes me not want to wake up from the dream. Thankfully, I've learned how to wake up from the dream now, so I wake up before those giant centipedes appear. But I still don't know what that dream means or why I'm always in that playground, and what would happen to me if I were to be eaten by those centipedes.
To tell you a little about the setting of my story, my family lives across from a police station in a small village. Everything is very close to us. Just 3 doors down from our house is a shop. Friday, July 14th, 2023. I was sitting in the living room. My mom was watching TV, my granny was on the phone, and I was on my iPad when my mom suddenly sprung up from her seat and looked out the front window because she heard a noise. I shrugged it off, not thinking much about it. She said there were 2 men, one who looked to be in his 40s and the other in his 30s, running up the street screaming and shouting while drunk. The man in his 40s was wearing all black, and the man in his 30s was in a light gray tracksuit. Maybe 5 seconds after my mom sat down again, we heard a thud. My mom went out to the hall and saw the man in his 30s throwing himself against our front door. My mom, my granny, and I screamed and ran to the door. My granny and I held the door down while my mom called the police. I was shaking as I heard the man yelling, "Get out of the damn house!" while he tried to kick the door down. My mom got through to the police and told them what was happening. We could hear the man in his 40s trying to calm the younger man down. Eventually, they walked off. My mom ran upstairs to look out the small bathroom window and locate the 2 men. I ran upstairs as well and looked out my bedroom window. I saw the man who had been kicking our door come out of the house, along with the older man who had been trying to calm him down. They were both holding vodka bottles as they got into a black BMW. The car drove off, made a U-turn, and parked right outside our house. I ran downstairs and held the front door shut again. I saw the man in all black run into the shop next to our house, grab something, and then get back into the car. The police never came. What makes it scarier is that my mom has a brain tumor. If they had broken in and pushed her, she could have died. My granny had just had knee surgery. She could have been seriously injured or worse. I'm just relieved that earlier that morning I had fallen and skinned up my knees, so I didn't go out to the shop. If I had been walking back from the shop, I might have run straight into the man trying to kick down our door. It still terrifies me to imagine what might have happened if the front door had been left open. I'm glad we were inside when it happened, and I'm grateful I had credit on my phone so my mom could call the police.
The person who experienced this incident is my uncle. One day, while chatting with a friend, they realized something shocking. They had both experienced a similar, unsettling event years earlier. When my uncle was young, he worked as a shepherd, grazing sheep in the mountains near his village. His work required him to stay with the sheep from noon until morning, often spending nights out in the mountains. On one evening, my uncle fell asleep while herding the sheep. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, he woke up and saw a creature unlike anything he had ever seen before. It had the head of a goat, but the body of a human. The creature was unclothed, with hooves for feet. At first, my uncle thought he was hallucinating, but the creature didn't disappear. It walked upright like a human and stared directly at him. Alarmed, my uncle grabbed his shotgun and fired several shots at the goat-headed figure. After that, the creature walked away. Years later, when my uncle told this story to his friend was shocked. To my uncle's surprise, His friend revealed that he had also encountered the same kind of creature years ago. The friend recounted how, one morning close to sunrise, he too had fallen asleep while herding sheep in the same mountains. When he woke up, he saw a creature with a goat's head and a human body standing right beside him. However, unlike my uncle's encounter, this creature didn't come towards him. Instead, it spoke in a strange, inhuman language before walking away. Both my uncle and his friend agreed that what they had seen was real. They described the creature in identical detail, from its unsettling goat-like eyes that moved naturally to its eerie tongue and mouth. Both were certain it wasn't a hallucination or imagination. They had both witnessed the same disturbing figure. This happened 17 years ago, when I was 10 years old, living in the Philippines. My grandmother, Yolina, owned a farm and had a bunch of animals. I had 4 cousins at the time: Pablo, Teresita, Alejandro, and Josephine. Each of us had different chores on the farm. I took care of the chickens and cows in the barn, while they looked after the sheep, cows, and dogs. My grandmother harvested fruits and vegetables. The first strange event happened when Alejandro was 9 years old. One night, grandmother asked him to fetch some beets, so he went out around 9 p.m. and didn't return until an hour and a half later. When he came back empty-handed, grandmother asked him where the beets were, but Alejandro just looked at her, confused. "I don't know what you mean," he said. He told her he had only gone to the outdoor bathroom and returned. He never heard grandmother ask for beets. After using the bathroom, he stayed outside playing with our 2 dogs, Lovely and Jean. So, who was it that went out after hearing grandmother's request? The next incident happened to Teresita. It was around 7 p.m. when she went outside to feed the dogs. She came back 30 minutes later, but something was off. She didn't have the empty food container with her like she usually did. Grandmother noticed laughter coming from Teresita's room. She went to check and asked, "Why did you just come inside?" But Teresita looked confused.
"Grandmother, I haven't left my room since 6 p.m.
Grandmother thought she was lying and scolded her. So who had grandmother seen outside? Then it happened to Pablo. One day, he stayed in his room all day and never came out. Grandmother left food outside his door, and each time she checked, the plate was empty. She assumed he was inside and didn't worry. But at around 5 p.m., Pablo walked through the front door. "Hello, I just got back from the field," he said, holding a bundle of wheat, carrots, and potatoes. "It took me a while to gather these." We all stared at him in shock. Grandmother rushed to his room, flung the door open. No one was there. So who had been eating all the food that day? After all this, grandmother finally said, "We're moving." Soon after, we sold the house and left. Before we moved, we asked the neighbors if they knew anything about the house's history. They said,
Many people hanged themselves from the large tree that stood there before the house was built, and previous owners have reported seeing doppelgangers.
And that's when we realized what we had seen were not our real family members. They were doppelgangers. Hi, my name is Zoe. This story happened in the early 80s when I was about 5 years old. I had 4 friends who were, on average, 2 years older than me. I was always known as a risk taker and was open to challenges, no matter how dangerous, even as a kid. One day, I was playing with my friends and we decided to go to a nearby birch forest, just across the road from my house. It was said to be haunted, but we went there anyway. It was just before evening. The sky was gray, and as we reached the birch forest, the atmosphere felt heavier, almost suffocating. This place was known for having dead trees, and people usually avoided it. By the time all 5 of us stepped inside, the uneasy feeling grew stronger, but we kept going until we came across an abandoned truck among the trees. Right next to it, we found some old planks, sat down, and started telling each other scary stories. One of my friends, let's call her Anna, started talking about a mysterious lady in red. rumored to be a witch who lived just a few blocks away. The thing was, the witch was still alive, and no one really wanted to mess with her. At one point, while we were swapping ghost stories, a sudden gust of wind swept through, making everything feel even more creepy. Then, as I turned around, I saw a red shawl or dress floating in the air near one of the birch trees, and it was moving toward us. That's when we ran, all of us. Being the youngest, I struggled to keep up. My friends could be a little mean sometimes, always making me prove how tough I was. They had already taken off, leaving me behind, while I ran as fast as I could, heart pounding and short of breath. I looked back, there it was, a red dress, strangely clean and bright for a place like that, still coming toward me. I pushed myself, harder, lungs burning, and finally made it home, still convinced that the lady in red was following me. I never told my parents about what happened, but what could it have been? A floating red dress? A ghost? Something worse? I might have the answer. I haven't mentioned this yet, but there were always terrifying screams coming from a mansion near one of my friends' houses. Except it wasn't just a mansion, it was supposedly a mental asylum, surrounded by electric fences. It looked abandoned. Locals said the woman who screamed was Greek and a so-called mental patient, but I have my doubts. That mental asylum was weirdly close to regular houses, yet no one ever came or went. No cars, no visitors, every window was shut. Who knows, maybe that poor woman was being tortured by some psycho, and somehow that led us to seeing the lady in red. People whispered about black magic, drug-related murders, and maniacs hiding in the neighborhood. I just hope, whatever it was, that it wasn't real. And worst of all, I hope it never follows me again. Hi, my name is Chae, and this happened to me when I was roughly 7 years old. I was out walking with my mother and her friend as the sun was beginning to set. We had been walking for a while when we decided to start heading back home. The sun had completely vanished and it was dark. As we were walking on the sidewalk, I decided to go ahead of my mother and her friend. I don't really know why I did this. Maybe it was to feel a bit more independent. Soon after I walked away from them, I heard a door from one of the houses behind me swinging open and slamming into the side of the house. A man walked out and began walking down the sidewalk that I was on. I didn't think much of it, but after a while of him following me, my young mind began to create scenarios. Fear began to get the best of me, and I turned around to see the man still behind me. He had curly hair and a mustache, and wore a strange-looking sweater with old glasses. He saw me notice him, but continued to walk closer. I decided to turn left and cross the street to the other sidewalk. My heart sank when he did the same. When he got to the sidewalk I was on, he frantically looked around, as if he were checking to see if someone was watching him. Then he continued after me. As he got closer and closer, I saw my mother walking on the sidewalk across the street, and I took my chance to run. I have never forgotten what happened after I ran to her. I turned to see the man staring at me from over his shoulder. His eyes were crazed, glaring at me with anger. Then he ran away, and I heard the same door slam shut. We went home, and I told my mom. I thought she didn't believe me, but later I found out that she did believe me and was trying not to scare me. Many years after that event, I went back to the house where the man had come from. I knocked on the door to be greeted by an old couple. I played it off as an accident and walked away. My friends and I have also reported seeing the man in an old, rusty purple car. One day, after walking home from school, we went up to the car and looked through the window. The back seats had been ripped out. There were saws, hammers, and other tools lying in the back of the car. I don't think the intentions of that man were good. To this day, I occasionally wonder what would have happened if I hadn't run back to my mother, or if I hadn't kept walking. I would like to stay anonymous, but I would like people to know that I am a 15-year-old girl, and this took place in a medium-sized town in Northeast Maryland. One day, I was driving home from my friend's house. My dad and I were on the road, late at night, and the only lights illuminating our path were our car's headlights and the street lights. I remember this night. It was a quiet one. We live in the suburbs, but not many people were out. So when we saw this thing, my dad and I were the only ones to witness it. As we approached a roundabout, we both saw something in the distance that we first presumed to be a bird, but at the same time, it was huge and had a human-like body, unlike anything my dad or I had ever seen before. As we got closer, it suddenly extended its wings and flew away. As we exited the roundabout and got closer to home, I turned to my dad and said, "Did you see that? Or am I just hallucinating?" He had fear in his eyes, completely shocked as we drove the rest of the way home. When we arrived, my dad and I told my brother what had happened, but he just laughed and shrugged it off. I had a hard time sleeping that night. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. About a year later, we discovered a YouTube channel featuring videos about supernatural creatures and theories. One video in particular got our attention, and as we watched, we realized something. We think we know exactly what we saw that night. The Mothman. There have been sightings all over the world, but none here. Why is it in our town? Why did it want us to see it? I'm still terrified thinking about it to this day, knowing that it may still be out there, lurking. From when I was about 8 years old, I can remember one night so clearly. My parents were leaving town for a wedding, and it was about 7 p.m. And mind you, I was going to be home all by myself. Before they left, they told me to lock the door and don't open it for anyone. And they said they would be back by 11 or 12. They told me to be asleep when they returned. I said bye to them, locked the door, and went back to playing with my toys in my room. Everything was going fine until I got this uneasy feeling like someone was watching me. I shrugged it off, thinking it was nothing. Then 2 hours passed, and I wanted to cook something to entertain myself. I went to the kitchen and started grabbing things out of the refrigerator. Onions, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. Then that feeling came back, but I shrugged it off again and didn't think about it. Mind you, I was a very brave kid, so that's why my parents left me by myself. I was starting to cut things and cook things, edible or not. Half an hour passed, and while I was cutting, I felt like I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look, and then I saw a gray-looking creature with dark eyes, bald, tall, and creepy-looking. It did not look anything like a human at all. It saw me looking at it, and then it vanished. I was frozen completely. I didn't even move or shake. I was just blank. After a few minutes, I cleaned up and started looking around the house. I was 8, so I wasn't thinking too much about it or what it could be. I checked the time, and it was past 10. I put on my PJs, brushed my teeth, and prepared for bed. I fell asleep quickly. Then, a few hours passed, and I felt like someone was watching me. I opened my eyes and stood up. Then my shoulder felt like it weighed down, like something was pushing it down. I thought it was a reflex, but why would a reflex happen at this time? Then, as I looked at my doorway, I saw that creature again. We both looked at each other for a long 3 minutes. I was frozen again. Then I screamed as loud as I could, and I started to cry. By that time, my parents had already come home. My dad ran into my room and asked me what was wrong. I pointed at that thing, but he couldn't see it. And then it was gone, just like before. After that, it never appeared again. I hope it never comes back. I'm just so glad my parents were there to help me. But what if my parents had never come home? what would have happened to me? My name is Katerina, and I have a story that happened to me 9 years ago. My grandmother told me that when a person dies, they may give you a sign before their passing. I didn't believe her because I thought it was just an old superstition with no scientific evidence. I have a sister. Her name is Clementina. She was the perfect sister for me, kind, sweet, and someone that I always got along with, my best friend. On April 18th, 2015, I was home alone. Clementina was on a trip with her friends while my parents were attending my cousin's birthday party. It was just a typical Saturday night. I made some noodles and watched my favorite movie. While watching, I felt sleepy since it was already late. I immediately went to bed and fell asleep. I was suddenly awakened by someone gently caressing my hair and singing my favorite lullaby. Even in the darkness of my room, I immediately recognized who it was. It was Clementina. I called her name and asked her what time she had come home, but she didn't respond. I told her to go back to sleep, but she didn't listen. She just kept singing my favorite lullaby while caressing my hair. It was strange because she never really sang, and she continued, and her voice started to sound cold and eerie. Suddenly, the temperature dropped in my room. My body became stiff. I couldn't even move a single finger. I was frozen. I hoped this was just a nightmare, but it was real, and I didn't know what to do. Paralyzed with fear, I couldn't push her away or run. A few moments later, she finally stopped and said these words.
"I'll miss you in heaven, Katerina."
Her voice was chilling. After saying those words, she stood up and left my bed. I sighed in relief. Was she drunk? Sleepwalking? I didn't know why she acted this way. When I woke up in the morning, I found my parents crying in the living room. Confused, I asked them what was wrong. What my mother said gave me goosebumps.
Your sister passed away last night in a car accident.
My mother sobbed. I stood there, frozen. I couldn't believe what she was saying. A wave of shock and grief washed over me. Then I remembered what had happened the night before. I thought about the superstition my grandmother had told me. I also remembered what Clementina had said before leaving. I'll miss you in heaven. Had my sister given me a sign about her death? How did I not realize it? My mind filled with questions, but the one thing I couldn't accept was that she was truly gone. 10 years have passed since that night. While writing this, I still can't help but feel sad about my sister. I still struggle to accept that she said goodbye to us at such a young age. But one question still lingers in my mind. Was she giving me a sign? Why did she seem so eerie? Why did she sound so creepy? Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Or maybe it wasn't. Hello, Wansee. I always watch your videos and I'm shocked by all the stories, but I never thought I would experience one myself or that my girlfriend would. This happened to my girlfriend and her friends. We live in the state of Rodney, Brazil. It was a Sunday morning and I was at church. My girlfriend had spent the night at her friend's house and they were on their way to meet me. For the first time, they decided to take a different route, but what they saw on the way is something they will never forget. They witnessed 3 men dragging a homeless man. He was covered in blood, head to toe, and they were forcing him toward a pickup truck. My girlfriend, who was in the front seat, rolled down her window and shouted for them to stop. The men all turned around and looked at her, and tried to explain that the homeless man had stolen from a woman. But there was no woman around, and nothing was scattered on the ground. There was no sign that he had stolen anything at all. As they were about to leave, another man arrived, holding a machete, and then he started to walk towards the homeless man and slowly began stabbing him over and over again. Her friend, who was driving, panicked and sped away. They immediately called the police, who asked for the exact location. Since they weren't sure, they decided to go back to find the place and get the pickup truck's license plate number. When they got closer, they only saw the truck speeding away. and the homeless man still lying on the ground, but alive. They were about to approach him when a man on a motorcycle pulled up next to their car and once again tried to explain that the homeless man had stolen from someone. Feeling helpless, they gave up and joined me at church. Later on, some other people from the church went to the scene and saw that same homeless man sitting there with a few people around him helping. When my girlfriend told me what happened, I couldn't stop thinking, what if they hadn't taken that route? What if they hadn't shouted for the men to stop? Where would that homeless man be now? I believe they were used by God to save his life. When I was in college, I used to wake up really early, around 3 a.m., to study because I thought it helped me understand better and it was nice and quiet. On this particular day, we had an exam at school, so I was tired and hungry when I got home around 9 p.m. My plan was to sleep early and wake up later to study for another exam the next day. I felt upset because there was very little food left for me that night in the fridge. Instead of having a meal, I spent time scrolling through my phone. The battery was running low and I didn't notice how much time had passed. Suddenly, it was 11 p.m., and I had to decide whether to charge my phone or use it as an alarm. I didn't have an alarm clock by my bed, and the charging outlet was in the living room. If I charged it in there, I was afraid I wouldn't hear the alarm. So I decided to set it for 2 a.m. to make sure the battery wouldn't die and the alarm would still work. When the alarm went off at 2 a.m., I noticed that my bedroom door was wide open. At first, I thought my mom had checked on me while I slept, as she often did, and had forgotten to close the door. But that felt strange. She had never forgotten before. If she had, it would have annoyed me a little bit and I would have noticed. I laid there for a minute, staring at the dark corner of my room. The mosquito net above my bed made everything even darker, and I couldn't see the room clearly. After a minute or two, I decided to get up and pull back the net. To my shock, someone or something emerged from behind the open door. This person had been crouching there the whole time, waiting for me to make a move. Frozen in fear, I screamed as I tried to run out of the room. To my horror, we both lunged for the door at the exact same time, and I found myself face to face with a man I didn't recognize at all. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for me to be quiet. Then he ran out of my room, into the kitchen, and out the front door of my house. I pounded on my mom's bedroom door, yelling and screaming. When she opened it, I was terrified, and I told her there was a man in my room. I cried and begged her not to go outside because I was afraid he might still be in the area. We screamed for help from inside, hoping our neighbors would hear us. Fortunately, one of our neighbors happened to be coming home and rushed over. He woke up the others and asked for assistance. When we checked the house later, we thought it might have been a robbery because my school bag was on the kitchen table, its contents scattered everywhere. But I couldn't stop thinking about the terrifying possibilities because I distinctly remember placing my school bag in my bedroom. Why did he go back to my room? I'm just thankful I set my alarm earlier than 3 a.m. and decided not to charge my phone. Because if I had set it for 3 a.m., what could have happened in that extra hour? And if I had charged it, I wouldn't have woken up to the alarm, and who knows what might have happened. I guess I was just lucky that day. We tried to find the person, but he was never caught. After I graduated, my family and I moved to a bigger city. Be careful out there. You never know who's looking. Hi, my name is Ovi, and this story happened when I was around 12 years old. My family lived far away from my extended relatives, my grandparents, uncle, aunt, and cousins, so we only visited them twice a year. My grandfather owned a large house at the end of a very long road lined with homes on either side. A few houses away from ours, right next to a park, stood a massive, abandoned mansion. It was infamous in the neighborhood. People spoke about it in hushed tones. Strange things always seemed to happen there, with no explanation. Dead birds were often found inside. and once a neighbor's cat was discovered lifeless within its walls. But the creepiest part? The entire ground floor and front gate were covered in old, faded cartoon stickers. They were meant to look playful, but over time, they'd become eerie, like the cartoon faces were crying. One night, my cousins and I, being typical adrenaline-filled kids, decided we had to check it out. We planned carefully. My 2 older cousins, who were the same age, would sneak in first. Once they confirmed it was safe, they'd radio us on the walkie-talkie, and then us younger ones would follow. After dinner, the older cousins left first. About 10 minutes later, we heard their voices crackle through the walkie-talkie.
Come on, it's fine. No danger. Just get here fast.
Excited yet uneasy, we grabbed our torches, sneaked out while the adults were distracted, and ran to the house. Standing outside, looking at those unsettling stickers, we hesitated for a moment. But then, from upstairs, we heard our cousins calling down to us.
We're up here. Come on.
Something felt off. Their voices sounded normal, but something deep in my gut told me not to go inside. My younger cousins must have felt it too, because we all hesitated.
Nope, we're not coming up. We're leaving.
We shouted back.
You should leave too.
Then, without waiting for a response, we bolted back home. But the moment we stepped inside, our stomachs dropped. Sitting on the couch, happily eating ice cream, were our older cousins. We froze.
How did you guys get home before us?
We asked, with our voices shaking. They looked confused.
What are you talking about? We never went to the mansion.
One of them said. Our blood ran cold. They explained that their mom had overheard our plan and warned them not to go. Instead, she sent them out to buy ice cream to distract us. They hadn't even brought their walkie-talkies with them. So then, who had called us on the walkie-talkie? Who had we heard inside that mansion? Terrified, we told our mothers everything. Their faces went pale. That's when they finally told us the mansion's dark history. Years ago, a family of 4 had lived there. A man, his wife, and his elderly parents. The wife used to run a small daycare, which is why the house was decorated with cartoon stickers to amuse the children. One day, the family decided to move to a bigger city after the man got a better job offer. But on the way there, they were in a brutal accident and no one survived. After that, the mansion was abandoned. The remaining relatives were still fighting over its ownership, which left it in a state of decay. By now, we were trembling, and over the next week, strange things started happening to us. My bicycle, one I had for years, suddenly lost its brakes while I was riding downhill. I crashed hard, injuring my arm, leaving scars that I still have to this day. My cousins had minor accidents too. Cuts, bruises, strange falls. Even my grandmother felt uneasy. Fearing something had attached itself to us, she took us to a priest. He gave us protective threads to tie around our wrists and recited prayers over us. Thankfully, after that, nothing else happened. The mansion is currently being renovated, but even now, whenever I pass it, I can't shake the thought, what would have happened if we listened to that voice and gone upstairs?
My name is Ali, and I live in Sudan. I've been wanting to share this story for a long time. I'm the second oldest of my siblings after my sister, who is 18. I'm 17 years old. My story happened when I was 11 years old. We were a normal family. My mom was pregnant at that time. After 9 months of pregnancy, my mom gave birth to my new sister, and I rushed to the hospital to see her. She was really cute. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't see her in person, but I did a video call. He was working in another country. My dad cried with joy when he saw her. After my mom got treatment, the neighbors were waiting for her to congratulate her, and my mom's brother, my uncle, was staying with us. During the celebration party, this old lady suddenly approached my mom and congratulated her. My mom was surprised at first, but said thank you without really thinking very much. Later, all the family members ate dinner at night and went to bed after about 10 p.m., but I woke up suddenly at 3 a.m. because I wanted to use the bathroom. As I was walking to the bathroom, I saw a silhouette of someone in my mom's room. I didn't think much of it because, well, I thought maybe my uncle was checking on us. Then, as I was leaving the bathroom, I saw something shocking. My uncle was throwing someone on the floor, punching them. He was yelling at me to go to my room and not come out. A few minutes later, I heard police sirens, and I could hear them and my uncle talking, but I couldn't hear them very clearly. After the police left, my uncle told us to go back to sleep. The next morning, I asked my uncle what had happened yesterday. He said something shocking. He said that when he went to the kitchen to get some water, he saw a man kidnapping my newborn baby sister. My uncle got angry and quickly ran to the man, hitting him, grabbing my sister. The man ran to my uncle and they fought. That's when I came out of the bathroom and saw everything. A few hours later, the police knocked on my door. My uncle opened the door, looked confused when he saw the policeman. When the officer said something, my uncle froze. The officer told him that the man who had broken into our house had actually been paid to kidnap my sister. My uncle was shocked, asked who had paid them. Then the officer told him it was that old lady who had come to congratulate my mother yesterday. Moreover, it was revealed that she had kidnapped and sold 4 other newborns to anonymous people before my sister was born. The old lady was fortunately arrested, and she and the man were sentenced to life in prison. But what would have happened if my uncle hadn't come out to drink water that night? I thank God every day for protecting my newborn sister. I'm now 17, and my sister is 6 now. We never told my father about what had happened that night.
One night, my mother was coming home from school on the bus. The bus wasn't full, but it had plenty of people already on it. One woman in particular got my mother's attention right away because she started staring at my mother's belly. My mother was pregnant at the time, but this woman would not look away, and she began getting closer and closer until it became extremely obvious that this woman was up to something. Sensing something was off, the girl sitting next to my mother also felt uneasy and asked if she wanted to switch seats. As time went by, the woman continued to stare at my mother's belly. That triggered my mom to remember a superstition. If someone has no philtrum, there is a high chance that they are not human. A philtrum is a vertical indentation in the middle area of the upper lip. In our country, there is a creature called a whack-whack. It is said to be a human during the day, but a monster at night, capable of transforming into a bird. These creatures often appear during festivals and offer people food, but legend says you should never eat what they offer you. My mom heard this story from her grandmother when she was very young, and it was widely believed in the area where they lived. Until my mother got off the bus, the woman continued staring at her, and after finally getting off, the woman followed her. My mom deliberately went the other way, but the woman followed close behind. My mother walked as fast as she could toward a crowded area and then quickly darted out to try to find a ride. Luckily, a taxi was there and a man provided her a ride to get out of the area. She finally got home and ran inside. My grandfather was waiting for her, and as soon as he saw her, he quickly wrapped his arms around her and picked her up. When my mom asked why, my grandfather said he had seen a big bird and knew that the creature was in the area. Nothing dangerous happened in the end, but after that, my mom often heard knocking on the window at random parts throughout the day. One day, my mom's friend, who lived in the neighborhood, came for a visit. She said she had seen a woman outside her window, someone who looked strange and lacked a philtrum. My mom realized that the woman she saw was exactly the same as the one that her friend had encountered.
I was 13 years old when this scary incident happened, and I lived on the 7th floor of an apartment building. I was coming home from school with my older brother, who was a year older than me. And when we got to the building, we tried to take the elevator, but it didn't work. So my brother told me to take the stairs. So I agreed, and he went up to the 7th floor faster than me. When I got to the 4th floor, I heard the sound of someone walking in high heels below me. I thought it was my neighbor who lived on the 4th floor, and I wanted to say hello, so I waited for her to come, but all I could hear was the sound of high heels getting closer, so I just went back upstairs. That night, I went to sleep because I had to go to school the next day. Then, I woke up in the middle of the night, sweating all over my body. I wondered why, but I thought it was just because it was hot, so I opened the window. I fell asleep again, but woke up again in the middle of the night. My whole body was drenched in sweat again. I was confused. I thought it was nothing, tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't move. I was scared. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I saw something standing in the corner of the room. Then suddenly, the shadow started jumping at me. I screamed and tried to move, and I realized that I was literally in sleep paralysis. I'd seen on YouTube that moving your feet could help you get out of sleep paralysis, so I tried moving my feet, and luckily, it worked. I was so scared that I ran to my parents' room and woke my mom up. I cried, told her what had happened, and she started praying for me. And when I woke up the next day, I heard shocking news. My neighbor on the 4th floor had died for unknown reasons. She was wearing red high heels and a red dress. It was like she was going to a party, and her cat was found dead in the bathroom. I was shocked. That night, I woke up again in the middle of the night and couldn't move, and I saw something shocking right before my eyes. It was a woman in a red dress with a cat. I realized she was my neighbor on the 4th floor who had died the day before, but her face was very pale, and her cat was covered in blood. I closed my eyes, and I started praying. When I woke up the next morning, luckily, there was nothing in my room. I didn't tell my parents. I thought I was just hallucinating. But I really have so many questions. Why did this happen to me? And why did she come to my room?
Hey, I'm a really big fan of your channel, and I wanted to share a story my dad told me when I was younger. When my dad was around 16 years old, he was working on a ranch in Idaho. His job was to wrangle the horses that always ran off deep into the mountains. He would always use his own horse, Angel, to go and catch them. My dad said Angel was a funny horse because she always acted like a dog, very playful and full of energy. Every so often, when the horses ran off even deeper than normal, my dad would pass by an old, abandoned shack that looked like it had been falling apart for years. Every time he passed it, the hair on the back of his neck would stand up, and he'd get an eerie feeling. But it wasn't just him. Angel, his normally playful horse, would start bucking and snorting at the sight of the house. That really freaked my dad out. One day, while he was in town, he ran into another ranch worker who had been there for a few years. They started chatting over lunch, and since the guy knew the area so well, my dad asked, "What's the deal with that creepy rundown house?" As soon as he said that, the man's friendly smile changed into something else, a strange, unsettling grin. "You really want to know, kid?" the man asked. My dad said yes, and so the man told him this story. Back in the mid-1900s, a man named Frederick Beale lived in that house. Everyone just called him Beale. He didn't want to live near civilization, so he built the house in the mountains with his own 2 hands and lived there for many years. Each summer, Beale would come down into town, where the locals always expected him. He'd stock up on supplies before heading back into the mountains. He wasn't a mean old man. Actually, he was quite friendly, so the townspeople always looked forward to his visits. During the summer, he lived off the food he bought in town. In the winter, when heavy snow made the trip impossible, he hunted animals to survive. But then one year, the townspeople noticed something strange. Beale never came down for his usual summer visit. Days passed, and then weeks, and finally months, and people started to worry. After a while, the sheriff and a few deputies rode out on horseback to go and check on him. As they neared the house, they immediately knew something was wrong. The forest was too quiet, unnaturally quiet. When they arrived, they saw that everything was boarded up, and a foul stench hung in the air. After forcing the door open, They stepped into the living room, and what they found made their stomachs drop to the floor. Beale's rotting corpse lay on the ground, a single bullet hole in his head, a gun still held in his hand. It was obvious he had taken his own life, but why? The officers searched the house for clues and eventually found a crumpled up note in his coat pocket. The handwriting was messy and uneven, but they were able to read it after looking closer. The note read, "Help me, God! I've gone blind!" The town was shocked. The old man had lost his eyesight. With no way to make it back to town and no way to hunt, he must have realized there was no hope, or he didn't have any. Rather than starving to death, he made a choice. After hearing that story, my dad swore that every time he passed by that house, it felt like someone was watching him.
This is not my story, but my grandfather's. This incident happened in Tijuana, Mexico, in the late 70s, when my grandfather was in his late teens. One evening, he decided to go to the movies alone. He arrived at the theater, bought his ticket, and sat down in the theater. While he was watching the movie, for some reason, he decided to look around. That's when he noticed this woman sitting nearby. They looked at each other for a moment, and the woman walked over and sat down next to my grandfather. They started holding hands, and then, drawn by the strange atmosphere, they started kissing. Meanwhile, he noticed that she was unnaturally cold. He gave her his jacket as a friendly gesture, and soon the movie was over. They were planning to walk across the street to a bar, but she said that she needed to use the bathroom. She told him, just wait outside the bathroom. She gave him his jacket back and gave him a ring, saying that she was actually homeless. My grandfather was a little taken aback, but he didn't think much of it and decided to wait outside the bathroom as she had said. But 5 minutes passed, and she still hadn't come out of the bathroom. My grandfather watched all the other women come out of the bathroom except for that woman, and after 10 minutes, she still hadn't come out. He went to the manager, asked if he had seen anyone like that woman in the bathroom. The manager told my grandfather that he had never seen anyone like that. My grandfather insisted that the manager go and check. When the manager checked, the woman was not in the bathroom. My grandfather was about to give up looking for her, but then he remembered that during a conversation with the woman earlier, she'd mentioned that she worked at the bar that they were going to go to. So my grandfather decided to leave the theater, walked to the bar, smoked a cigarette, and looked around. He met the bartender, asked him about the woman, and the bartender said that he didn't know any women like that working there, and that he would ask the owner. After a few minutes, the owner approaches my grandfather, asks again, who was he looking for? My grandfather described the woman again, and suddenly, the owner's face changed. His expression became solemn, and he looked at my grandfather as if he were crazy. Then my grandfather showed him the ring that she had given him in the theater, and the owner looked shocked. He told my grandfather that it couldn't be true. My grandfather asked what he meant by that, and the owner told him the woman had been murdered about a year ago. My grandfather was shocked, left the bar, and went home. This incident stuck in his memory. He still thinks about it sometimes. Sometimes he doubts the situation, tells himself that the owner just thought of the wrong woman, but then he remembers the ring he showed the owner couldn't be another woman. He doesn't know if it was a spirit of some kind, a doppelganger, but all he knows is that the girl he met that night was not a normal human being. Also, the fact that she was unusually cold still makes him uneasy. He still thinks about what happened that night.
Hi, I'm Diana, and I live in the United States. This happened in Massachusetts, and is one of the reasons I became a horror junkie, because the paranormal seemed to follow me throughout my childhood. Everything I'm about to say is the truth, exactly as I remember it. Most of my childhood is a blur, but this memory has never faded. I think we all struggle to recall much of when we were babies. It feels like an extended period of nothingness. But for me, there's one thing I remember with absolute clarity. When I was a baby, up until I was 2, my family lived in the basement of a stranger's house. We had almost nothing. just a mattress on the floor, 2 cabinets, and a few pieces of sparse furniture in a small, dusty room. My parents were immigrants, and we were just getting by. The details of that space are hazy now, but what happened at night is something I'll never forget. Every evening, my loving, protective parents would tuck my sister and I onto the mattress while they took the floor. The lights would go out, and one by one we would fall asleep. But in the middle of the night, I would wake up, and every time I saw them, big, white hands, like those of a mime reaching out from beneath the cabinet. The hands moved with deliberate motions, drawing shapes in the air, waving, beckoning. I remember staring, transfixed. Sometimes I would reach out, trying to touch them, but before I could, my mother would stir, pull me back, and lull me to sleep. This happened over and over. I remember those hands so vividly. They looked normal, but they weren't. And what disturbed me the most was that I never saw who or what they were attached to. When I was 2, we moved into a real home, leaving that basement for good. And somehow, the memories of the hands faded, buried under the warmth of a new life, until I turned 14 years old. That day, my older sister and I were reminiscing about our childhood, laughing about our old home, until she asked me,
Did you ever see those hands?
I froze. My stomach dropped.
What hands?
I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She hesitated before continuing.
The hands that came from under the cabinet at night. The white ones, they would reach for us.
My heart pounded. I felt like I couldn't breathe. How did she see them too? I had spent years convincing myself they weren't real, that they were just the overactive imagination of a child. But she saw them as well. We sat there, shaken, trading details. How they moved, how they looked, how we never saw a body attached to them. Was that basement haunted? Were those hands trying to take us? Later, I did some research and I found something chilling. Many people have reported seeing similar hands during childhood, but not white ones. Theirs were green or black.
This is a scary incident that happened to me when I was a college student. I remember it was the day after Halloween when I was a freshman. You'll soon find out why I remember this. I remember waking up late in the morning, having to get up quickly to get to campus for my chemistry lab. My roommate was probably disturbed as I kept making noise and rushing to head out. Since no buses would come at this time, I had no choice but to walk all the way to campus, which is like a 10 to 15 minute walk from my dorm. As I was walking on the street, it was quiet. There weren't that many students around, especially after a Halloween weekend. I'm not surprised. As I made my way uphill, I suddenly saw a large, tall man wearing what looked to be a Scream Ghostface costume, staring at an old homeless man that seemed to be curled up with his blanket on a bench. I was taken aback, since Halloween was over now, and now that classes have resumed, it's a bit odd seeing this man dressed up at such early time in the morning. At first, I didn't know what to make of it, knowing I had to hurry to my lab to be allowed inside, so I didn't pay much attention. However, something felt off as I passed by. This guy with this Scream Ghostface costume kept staring at me as I made my way closer to campus. I kept looking back, and he kept standing next to the homeless man, staring at me. That time felt very long. I felt uneasy that if I kept looking at him, he would come towards me, so I thought I should hurry to the lab. However, after walking a little, I suddenly felt this chill down my spine, and when I turned around, the homeless man and the Ghostface man were gone. I was shocked. Could two people just disappear in such a short amount of time? Panicking, I ran towards campus, headed inside, afraid of this incident. What was even weirder is that after a couple of days later, the homeless man that's always sleeping on this bench never returned. A couple of students that I've talked to apparently said he was taken by the police for disturbing the peace, but I know that can't be true. Even so, My excitement towards Halloween has always been disturbed by this incident, even to this day. Hey Wansee, I'm so glad that I finally get to write to you. I've been wanting my story to be told on your channel for a while, but here's my story. My name's Lynn, and I've been dealing with some weird stuff lately, and I think I'm being haunted by something. It started last year when my friend came over for a sleepover, and she'd gotten these ghost hunting apps on her phone, and of course I didn't believe them, but I went along with it because it was something fun to do. After a while of messing with the apps, we got a lot of stereotypical responses that were most likely programmed into the apps. We eventually got bored and went to do something else. After a while, it was time to go to bed, and we slept in the living room. After being asleep for a bit, I woke up to my friend getting up and heading to the restroom, thinking nothing of it. I sat there, trying to go back to sleep. When she came back, we talked for a bit. Here's where it gets weird. But 5 minutes later, I heard the bathroom faucet turn on full blast. Keep in mind that I live in a small house with thin walls, so everything echoes and it can be clearly heard. So I got up, thinking I was imagining it. But when I got to the bathroom, I was indeed correct on what I had heard. Weirded out, I came back to my friend and asked if she had left the faucet on. She responded no, and said that she for sure remembered turning it off. Confused, I knew it wasn't my sister or my parents because, for one, my parents have their own bathroom connected to their room and only use that one. And second of all, I knew it wasn't my sister because I would have heard the creaking of the floorboards and the distinct walking. After a while, my friend and I just shrugged it off, thinking we could think about it more in the morning. Morning came, and my friend had woken me up. We talked about the faucet, and after a while, she told me with a nervous look on her face,
Last night, I woke up around 4 a.m. to weird feeling, like someone else besides you had entered the room. And when I looked around, I saw a shadowy figure looking at you, standing right in front of you. I was too scared to wake you up, so I hid under my blankets. And when I checked again, it was gone. And I've been awake since then.
Terrified, I tried to debunk it any way I could, but she was adamant on what she saw. When my parents woke up, we told them what we saw, but of course they didn't believe us. Ever since then, I've heard weird things, like my sister whispering, calling my name at night, and when I check, no one's there. And I've seen orbs and figures of white or black dash around my room and into the walls. And finally, I felt my bed compress while I'm laying down on my side, like someone sat down right beside me on the edge of my bed. I want to tell my family, but I know they won't believe me, and I'm really not sure what to do. I'm scared that it will all escalate to be more violent. To be honest, I think we angered a spirit or something that night. My name is Celeste, and this happened when I was 11. To make things easier, I'm mixed. I look a little younger than I was, and I have coily black hair. At the time, I was homeschooled, and I loved biking to the beach. It was around 9:30 in the morning, and I was sitting in my living room. My mom called me on my cell phone. Hello? Hey, baby, could you sweep up the living room and dining room? Also, I need to talk to you when I get home. Okay, Mommy. I swept up the rooms and waited in the living room for my mom to come home and tell me what it was. She came in the house, told me to sit down. She had then begun to tell me my cat had escaped our house last night and had gotten hit by a car. To clarify, my cat was orange with a bit of a tuxedo pattern. And of course, I started crying. I mean, who wouldn't? My companion just got hit by a car. My mom told me his body was in the backyard, and I had asked to look, but my mom said,
No, you won't be able to get the image out of your head.
I decided to look anyways. It was gory. One of his eyes was out of its socket, his tongue sticking out. A couple of hours later, when my brother got home, I decided to bike to the beach to get my mind off the things. My bike is a real coral color, a beach cruiser. So I'm biking to the beach, and a homeless man walks by me. Got any change? He said. I responded, Sorry, my mom told me not to talk to strangers. Which she did tell me. He seemed a little pissed off at my answer. I didn't care. I just wanted to swim my thoughts away. So I spent around 2 to 3 hours at the beach, just swimming and making friends. I decided to bike back home as it was getting dark and I was starting to get hungry. As I'm biking home, I get the feeling someone was watching me, but I ignored it because I was already shaken up by the recent events and I did not need that for myself right now. So I bike home, get changed, take a shower, eat dinner, and I go to bed. I wake up in the middle of the night to get a drink of water. I get pretty thirsty at night, so I'm walking to the kitchen and I look through the window. I see someone, a human, rushing through my backyard, rummaging through some things. My 11-year-old mind thought that maybe it was just an animal, so I get my water and I head back to sleep. The next morning, we were going to bury my cat. So I go outside to make sure that the shovel is in the backyard, and I go to check on my cat's body, and it's gone. I am freaked out, panicked. Where is my cat? How did it disappear? I go into my dad's office and tell him, "Dad, did you guys bury Jon Snow yet?"
No, why?
Jon Snow isn't in the box anymore.
You looked?
Well, yeah, I was just looking for the shovel. My dad looked into the backyard and saw that the body wasn't there anymore either. He said,
Maybe a hawk came and took the body for food.
So now this has me thinking, was it an animal? Or did someone really eat roadkill? Hello, my name is Alex, and this happened to me when I was 12 years old. I live in Latvia, in a very populated area. It's full of people. I called my friend. We decided to meet up at a local park. It was very late, like 1 a.m. We get to the park. We walked all around this park, and nobody was in this park. It's not usual since I live right in the center of the city. It's very populated, but I didn't think anything of it since it was 1 a.m. We were just walking around, and my friend brought a speaker. And, well, we were bored. Since we were kids, we wanted to mess around, and he played this funny sound effect in the park. We laughed, had a good time, and we walked for a few meters. Suddenly, we saw this group of people standing in a weird position. I told my friend, looks like a group of drunk homeless men. We didn't see anything from them because it was so dark, so we went a bit closer out of curiosity. We see these people. They're bald, bomber jacket, big black boots. They reminded me of skinheads. Skinheads are usually racists, and I was super scared because, well, I'm black. I told my friend, "Bro, let's get out of here." He said, "Why?" I kept saying, "No time to explain, we have to go now." He kept saying, "Why?" But while I was saying to get out, I heard this deep voice shouting, "Hey kid, come over here!" I was shocked. I froze. I didn't say anything. And they shouted again, "I said come over here now!" I was scared. I didn't say anything. I looked at my friend and he was terrified. When I looked back at them, they were running in our direction. I screamed at my friend, "Run!" And we were terrified, running away as fast as we could. We sprinted out of the park. We didn't see anyone in the streets, but we saw a cafe. It was a public place, so I thought there will be people there, so we ran there. Before we ran into the cafe, I look behind me and I see that they're still chasing us with this evil smile cracked across their face. So we run into this cafe and nobody is there. We were bewildered. We wanted to find a bathroom where we could just lock ourselves in, call the police while we were locked in there. But we couldn't find the bathroom. We didn't know what to do. We looked behind us and I saw that they entered the cafe. We were at the corner of the wall and we had no other way to escape. We stood there. They ran up to us. One of them grabbed me and another one grabbed my friend. We're screaming for help, but nobody was in the cafe. The one who grabbed me had bloody hands full of scars and screams in my ear, "Shut up! You will come with us!" He kept screaming this in my ear. They take us out from the cafe and they're pulling us back to the park. I was scared out of my mind. I closed my eyes and just started praying. I heard my friend crying, then suddenly I hear police sirens. These skinheads luckily just let us go and started sprinting away. We were terrified. We ran back home with fear, went to sleep, and the next day my parents returned from their work trip and we told my parents everything that had happened. My mom had the most terrified, estranged look on her face when I described what they looked like. After about 4 hours or something, someone knocked on our door. We opened the door, and it's the police. They said that we were super lucky to escape them because they had chased many other kids in the past. The police said they attack people, kidnap them, torture them. I was shocked, shaking out of fear at the thought of what could have happened. Have you ever seen the Angel of Death? I believe I did, back when I was 4 years old. I'm 30 years old from the Philippines and not the kind of person who gets scared easily, but I'd like to share a story that bothers me to this day. Honestly, what I saw may have been an illusion, but the people who shared this experience with me are dead. Sadly, that includes my mom and 2 aunts. I'll start the story the way I remembered it. Quezon City, 1997, with strong rain outside. Every weekend, my mom and my aunts, along with their kids, gather together just to spend time with each other. It was like a family tradition they made, because most of my elders are all women. You know how they can be very sociable. If you're from Southeast Asia, you know how families sleep during sleepovers. We sleep together on sleeping mats with our cousins when all the beds in the house that we're visiting are already occupied. Sleeping together crowded inside a room makes the room temperature high. At that time, I didn't think of the cause of the heat yet because, well, I was just a kid, but I woke up in the middle of the night thinking that it was hot. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. Apparently, the government turned off all the power in our city because of the heavy rain. I'm not sure if there was a typhoon at the time, but all I remember is hearing the sound of the rain hitting the roof and the strong wind outside. I cannot see anything, so I tried to feel my mom, but her side of the sleeping mat is empty. It means she's awake. When my eyes were able to adjust to the darkness, I saw my mom, my 2 aunts, and my aunt's husband hiding behind a wall near the stairway. We were at the 3rd floor of my aunt's house, and the stairs is only a meter away from the door of the room where I slept, so from where I was lying, you could see anyone who's going to go up the stairwell. I called my mother, "Ma?" and walked towards my scared aunts. They all looked at me and whispered to stay quiet. If you're a kid and you saw your mom and aunts hiding from something, you would be curious, right? I tried to peek from the wall to see what's scaring them, but my mom pulled me back. She said it was the Angel of Death. That piqued my curiosity even more. What does it look like? So while they're whispering and discussing what to do, I tried to peek again. This time, my mom was not able to pull me, and I was horrified by what I saw. The staircase of this house, by the way, is U-shaped, and it's in front of this huge glass window. Outside that glass window was a woman, dressed in a black robe with a hoodie. The hood of her robe is down, and I can see her pale, white face, her neck-length hair. She was peeping inside the house from the window, like she's trying to find someone. I know she's floating because there's no way she can look into the 2nd floor window with half of her body showing without any problems, holding a huge scythe on her right hand. My aunt's husband pulled me in again, but it was too late. I already saw the lady they were hiding from. The Angel of Death is a woman, and it's a good thing she didn't see me. I can no longer remember how that night ended, but I overheard my aunt and my mom talk about it the next morning. They thought I wouldn't understand, but I did. Even though I was only 4 years old. I became so afraid of that stairwell ever since. My aunt and her husband, who was with me at that time, died 9 years after that. When I opened up to my mom and asked her about that event back in 2021, she brushed me off angrily. She died a couple of weeks after due to a heart attack. My other aunt visited me after she learned about my mom's passing, and during our conversation I tried to confirm with her if my childhood story was true, or if it was just my dream. She brushed me off too. She died from diabetes 30 days after my mother. I told my sisters about the story a year after my mom passed, back in 2021, and my eldest sister told me that she made some research about people who had an encounter with the Angel of Death way before I told her my story. And most of the people who saw her told her the same story. It's a woman with neck-length hair, wearing a black robe with a hoodie, carrying a huge scythe. Up to this day, I never got the confirmation from my mom or anyone that it was a dream, because no one would like to confirm. And everyone that I encountered that Angel of Death with that night already passed away. This is what happened to me when I was learning magic in college. I found a person on an app who said he could teach me magic. Went to his house. He looked like he hadn't washed for days, but he was dressed up like a magician. As soon as I entered, he showed me a card trick with an excited expression and spread out 7 cards and told me to choose one. I chose one without thinking. He showed me the card. However, it was a card that I had never seen before, and it had pictures on it instead of numbers. When I looked closely, I saw a fist shape drawn on it. Then he suddenly hit my chest hard with his fist. There were metal knuckles in his hands. I groaned in excruciating pain, shouted at him, asking what he was doing. Then he said with a shameless expression,
You chose the fist card, so ta-da! That's why you got a fist. Now choose another card.
From that moment, a terrible fear began to envelop my body. I shouted at him to stop. Then he spread out the cards in front of me and said,
Card magic. You have to pick one to finish.
I finally picked a card and he showed it to me with a smile. The card had a bone drawn on it. He smiled and said,
Oh, you picked a good one.
I was dumbfounded. Then he went back and suddenly came with a sledgehammer. He swung this hammer at me. I quickly moved my body to avoid it and saw the hammer hit the wall with a bang. There was a huge noise. Dust rose. It felt like the house was shaking. He said,
You picked the bone card. I'm going to break your bones.
I trembled with terrible fear. This man was a psychopath. This was not magic. I tried to run away, but he kept chasing me, swinging this hammer, and I screamed at him to stop. Then he says,
Do you want another trick? Then would you like to choose another card?
Then he handed me the card again. I screamed like crazy. He yelled at me to shut up. I kept screaming, hoping somebody would hear me, but no one came. Eventually, my legs gave out and I collapsed on the floor, and he came up to me and said,
Why? It's just magic. Okay, I'll teach you magic after this card trick. Oh, and I'll show you something fun. Wait a minute.
He picked up his phone and shows me this video. I couldn't breathe. In the video, there was a man bleeding, terrible pain. This crazy magician was tying up the man's body and pulling his legs like crazy, shouting that he was going to show him a magic trick that would double his height. The man was screaming like mad. Then the magician picked up the hammer and hit the man's knee. I couldn't watch the video anymore. It was so horrible. Then the magician started laughing, having fun.
What do you think? The guy's legs really doubled up in the end. Do you want to see the result? Hurry up, watch this video.
He kept shoving his phone at me, telling me to watch the video. I ran away. Then I heard a police car siren in the distance. The magician's face turned pale as he quickly went outside and got in his car and ran away. The police arrived a little while later and chased after the magician and arrested him. He confessed to having killed 3 people, assaulted dozens of others. I haven't been able to leave my house for a while since that incident. One summer, I don't remember exactly when, I remember playing at my cousin's house, which was in the same subdivision as mine. It was just the 4 of us, me, my cousin, and her 2 friends. I was the youngest. The house had 2 floors, so we liked to play hide and seek. Then we'd switch to watching cartoons until we got hungry, and then went downstairs to check if there was food. Well, there was no food available in the house, so we decided to buy Halo Halo, a famous dessert here in the Philippines, outside the subdivision instead. My cousin's house was a bit far away from the store, so we took a lot of time walking there. We bought one each, and then we decided to go home. Then my cousin thought that we should do something stupid. There was this big house with a big blue gate and a doorbell near the store. She said that we should do a ding-dong ditch, and the rest of us thought that it was funny, so we did. The side of the house had a small passage, so I went in there to hide while the 3 older kids did the ding-dong ditching. They rang the doorbell twice, and no one answered. On their 3rd try, a big, fat, bald guy appeared. He was shirtless with glasses and black shorts. He had a big tummy and white skin. Most importantly, he was holding a gun. The man looked like a foreigner, but he shouted,
Why do you keep pressing it without stopping?
Then he raised his hand and started firing. My cousin and her friends ran, but I was still there, so shocked I couldn't move. After a few seconds, I realized that I had to run too, or else I was going to very likely die there. I ran and I ran, but the other 3 were already very far away from me. I tried running even faster, even though I was scared and crying, could barely see. I wiped my tears, looked back for a second, and saw that he was pointing his gun at me. He fired. Fortunately, I tripped at that moment, and the bullet missed me. Then I stood up and ran even faster. When I reached the front of my house, I sat down and cried my eyes out. That's when my cousin found me, grabbed my hand, and we started running again. The bald guy still chased us all the way up until about the time we reached my cousin's house. When we arrived, her friends were already there. We locked the doors, closed the curtains, and hid. We saw the bald guy looking for us through gaps in the curtains. When he didn't see us, fortunately, he went away. I don't know if my cousin and the other two still remember this, but I still remember it, and I told my mom once. I often think about just how close I came to dying that day. I don't remember much about the incident, but I will try to explain it the best way I can. My name is Christopher. I was in middle school, and if I remember correctly, it was 2022, 2 months before summer break. My middle school had 2 stories and 1 elevator. Even though it was for staff only, some students got permission to use it. Most of my classmates in the school just like to cause trouble, starting fights, vandalizing the restrooms for social media clout, picking on the other students. I wasn't one of those students. I was caring, kind, still am to this day, but that's not why I'm writing this. The day of the incident, I was sitting in my second period math class. It was one of those average days, just listening to boring math info and solving equations. I didn't care much about it. Suddenly, the intercom speaker came on. I figured it was some kind of administrative announcement, but that's not what it was. The woman from the office using the speaker sounded nervous. She said a teenage boy had entered the building with a gun. I was shocked, terrified to hear that. Looking around, I could see that my classmates felt the same way. The teacher told us to get in the corner while she locked the doors, shut the blinds, and turned off the lights. We were already quiet when she sat down next to us to wait out the lockdown. At this point, I knew it wasn't a drill. A few minutes passed and there was still no noise. However, it wasn't for long. This part had me shivering. I still feel it to this day. The silence was broken by the sounds of gunshots. I couldn't tell how many there were, probably 3 or 4 shots. They sounded far from our classroom, but soon we heard footsteps coming from the hallway. Some of the students started to cry, prayed for the shooter to just go away. The footsteps were getting closer, closer. Whoever was out there, they were almost at our classroom, but the footsteps stopped. For a moment, the other students were silent again. Then we heard, "Where are you?" I was so terrified at this point I thought I might pass out. The others were scared and crying as well, but then something unexpected happened. The shooter ran from the hallway, back to where he came from. Another few minutes passed and we heard the intercoms come on again. The office lady that was on before said the boy ran out of the school because he saw police cars coming. Needless to say, we were all immensely relieved. Later that day, we learned that the shooter was a male high school student. He was apparently very, very upset about something, but I don't remember what. When he came to the school with the gun, he went up to the second floor to the learning commons. He shot 4 times up into the air to get everyone out. The police said that they found and arrested him. He was ultimately sentenced, so we have the solace of knowing that at least he's off the streets. Hi, I'm Paru. I'm Indian, and this story happened to me when I was 14. Now I'm 24. I'm writing this from Kerala, South India. I've told this story to my family and friends, but no one believed me, so I'm sharing it with you. I never believed in paranormal activities and all of that stuff, well, until this happened. After my 8th grade final exams, I decided to go to my aunt's house for a vacation. It was a farmhouse. My uncle is a farmer, raised a ton of goats, cows, chickens, dogs, and cats. My aunt lives in this big house. It had 4 bedrooms. I chose the big old room that belonged to my uncle's father. He'd passed away about 4 years ago. It was one of the best rooms and had an attached room. One night while I was sleeping, I just wanted to go to the bathroom to pee. And there was a bathroom window. When I looked out that window, I saw what looked like a goat's head. I thought I saw something wrong, just ignored it and went back to bed. But I felt anxious, couldn't sleep well. I don't know why. I just looked at that bathroom for no reason. Then there was a shadow. I thought it was just my imagination and I tried to go to sleep. Fortunately, I did. And the next day, when I tried to sleep, I felt even more scared. Then when I went to sleep, I couldn't move because of sleep paralysis. And in that sleep paralysis, I saw a figure. Couldn't tell who it was, but I could tell that its eyes were red. The figure watched me for a few minutes, touched my nose. And when it touched it, it hurt so much. I cried, tried to wake up from my sleep paralysis. And when I finally did, the figure disappeared. I don't remember what happened next. When I woke up the next morning, I thought it was a nightmare. Didn't pay much attention to it. When I went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth and looked in the mirror, I freaked out because I saw a wound on my nose. I remembered that figure had touched my nose the night before. When I touched the wound, it hurt so bad I ran to my aunt. I told her and she laughed at me, made fun of me. Well, that night I slept in my aunt's room. And the next day I called my mom and she took me home. I told my mom about the incident, and of course she didn't believe me. I told my dad, my brother, my classmates. They all think I'm lying. Well, was it really my imagination? And why do I have this scar on my nose? I really don't know. But what I do know is I'm sure I'm not lying. Hi, my name's Luke, and this is a story about what happened to me and my friends on a camping trip 3 years ago when we were all between about 14 and 15. Since it was the beginning of summer vacation, my friend Lucy had this idea to go camping with her other friends, Katie and Maurice. As I was quite the risk taker, I added to the idea, saying that we should start our trip in the woods at 1 a.m., just for a bit of fun. I told Lucy, what's the worst that could happen? Now I look back and think how bad it could have been. But Maurice and Katie organized the supplies, 2 small tents, some snacks, and other camping equipment from my garage, while Lucy and I went out into the forest early to try to find a spot to set up. We'd been walking for a while when I suddenly heard this rustle in the bushes. I looked over at Lucy with a confused glare. "What was that?" Lucy asked me. I obviously had no clue, but being the cool guy that I thought I was, I peeked over the bush slowly. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. I immediately shouted in horror, trying to cover my mouth while staring at what looked like a middle-aged man eating a dead deer. Now, I know what you might be thinking, but this man was no hunter. This deer corpse was basically rotting, as you could see its ribs sticking out, and he was gnawing at it like a dog. It was a gruesome sight. Suddenly, this man turns around, saw me and Lucy, and immediately ran away on all 4s, leaving this deer carcass on the ground. Lucy immediately grabs me. We both run right back to meet Katie and Maurice, who were about halfway down our street with the camping supplies. Katie asked why we looked so shocked, but it took us a few minutes to be able to actually get the words out. The sight had been so blood-curdling. For some reason, Katie and Maurice didn't believe us. They still wanted to go camping, so, stupidly, we returned to the woods. We went at least to a different spot. Maurice and I began to set up this camp in this big, flat area with a lot of trees surrounding it. It seemed cool, isolated, as the trees blocked all the sunlight. Being teenagers, we thought it'd be fun. Everything was going well, actually. We each drank a couple of beers, even though we weren't allowed. Maurice had stolen them from his dad, so we were all absolutely wasted. After a while, we decided to head into our tents. Of course, I slept in the tent with my friend Maurice, and the 2 girls slept in the tent across from us. At around 3:15 a.m., I think, I awoke to this strange noise. I was about to awake Maurice when I suddenly remembered that creepy man from earlier. I felt this chill shoot down my spine as I slowly unzipped the tent just enough to look through, but not enough for whoever was out there to notice. To my horror, I see this deer-eating man standing right outside my tent. To make matters worse, he was holding this small pocket knife. I unzipped the flap all the way, shouted loudly, and immediately punched him as hard as I could. Unfortunately, I was still wasted, and he managed to get a hold of me. He made this shallow cut right across my arm with that knife, but before he could do any more, fortunately, Maurice appeared and kicked him right in the crotch. The strange man let go of me, and I punched him multiple times until I knocked him out. Katie and Lucy tried to call the police, but there was no signal out where we were, of course. We grabbed our bags, leaving the tents and everything else behind, and just sprinted back to town. That night's mostly a blur at this point, but those are all the main points. Let's just say that if it wasn't for Maurice waking up right at that moment, me deciding to scream, you wouldn't be hearing this story right now.
This happened in 2012 when I was 10 years old. My family of 7 had just moved into a new house in a sketchy neighborhood. There had already been several arrests on our block, and some houses had even been destroyed by fire. The house itself was old, very old. The basement looked like something out of the Italian catacombs. It was completely unfinished, with nothing but dirt for a floor. When we moved in, we noticed the basement door had been locked with a chain from the inside. That should have been our first warning. There was also a lot of windows throughout the house. To get from my room to the bathroom, I had to walk past the kitchen and the back door. Anyone who grew up in a rough area knows how unsettling it is to walk past uncovered windows at night. That detail will matter later. I shared a room with my older brother Nick. I was always a pretty paranoid kid and had trouble falling asleep, which is embarrassing to admit, but I used a nightlight until I was 12. One night, around 3 a.m., I woke up with a full bladder. I tried to ignore it, but the urge became unbearable. I hesitated, gathering my courage, before finally making my way to the bathroom. I walked slowly, cautiously checking every window as I passed. Everything seemed normal. I took a few more steps and turned into the living room, and my heart sank. A homeless-looking man stood at our back door, his hands cupped around his eyes as he peered inside. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Then, moving as silently as I could, I ducked behind the couch. My mind raced. Did he see me? I needed to wake up Nick. He was 3 years older than me and had a cell phone. I didn't. I began crawling toward our room when I heard something that made my stomach drop. The back door lock turned. This man, this stranger, had a key to our house. For the first time in my life, I whispered, "Shit." I pressed myself tighter against the couch, barely daring to breathe. The door creaked open. The man stepped inside, moving carefully, quietly, as if he had done this before. He was tall, around 6'2", with a long, graying beard that reached his chest. A hat and a hoodie concealed most of his face. He walked into the kitchen and opened our pantry, casually pulling out a bag of chips. Then, without hesitation, he unbolted the basement door and disappeared down the stairs, leaving it unlocked. For a moment, I just sat there, paralyzed. Then, panic set in. I realized something terrifying. He would hear my footsteps if I tried to move. My mind raced for a solution. I spotted my little sister's blanket draped over the couch. Carefully, I pulled it toward me and slid my feet onto it, using it to muffle my steps as I made my way toward the kitchen. The basement door was only a few feet away. I swallowed hard and whispered to myself, "Screw it." Then I sprinted. I reached the door and slammed the bolt shut, just as I heard heavy footsteps pounding up the basement stairs. A loud thud rattled the door. I turned and bolted up the stairs leading to my parents' bedroom, grabbing a knife from the kitchen counter as I ran. I shook my dad awake, my whole body trembling. There's a man in the basement," I managed to stammer. My dad shot up instantly, grabbing the knife from my hand. He was a military veteran, a big guy who worked out every day. If anyone could handle this, it was him. My mom, meanwhile, called the police. They said they were 5 minutes away. She didn't want to leave my little sister downstairs, so she took my hand, and together we made our way back to the kitchen. Just as we stepped onto the floor, the basement door exploded open. The man tackled my dad, sending them both crashing to the ground. They struggled, fists flying, my dad trying to pin him down. I didn't think, I just reacted. I sprinted to the kitchen, grabbed another knife, and rushed toward them. My hands shook, but I raised the blade, ready to stab the man.
"Give it to me!"
my mom shouted. I hesitated but handed her the knife. Without missing a beat, she stabbed the man in the back. He let out a strangled cry, giving my dad the chance to overpower him. My dad flipped him over, pinning him face down with his arms locked behind his back. I stood there, panting, my heart hammering in my chest. Then the sirens. The police stormed inside. My siblings, now awake, ran into the room, screaming at the sight of the blood-streaked floor. My older sisters pulled me into a hug, wiping away my tears as I shook uncontrollably. The man survived the stabbing and was taken to the hospital before being arrested. But the scariest part, we never figured out how he had a key to our house. That night still haunts me. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know how long he had been coming and going. And I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't locked that basement door in time. But I do know one thing. My mom didn't let me stab him because she didn't want me to carry that weight for the rest of my life. And for that, I'll always be grateful.
Hello, my name is Hayden. This happened to me about a year ago when I was 17. It was the middle of the day, and I was at a rehearsal for a sketch comedy group. It was lunchtime, and my friend, let's call him Ron, asked if I wanted to go with him to get something to eat. I agreed, got in the passenger seat of his car, and we started looking for a fast food place. Ron spotted a Wendy's nearby and asked if I wanted to eat there. I said, sure. When we got inside, there was a short line. One person in the line stood out to me. It was a man who looked to be in his mid-20s, African American with a hoodie, gray sweatpants, and sandals. He looked normal, nothing out of the ordinary, but I had a gut feeling that there was something wrong here. Something about it just felt off. When it was our turn to order, the man left through a side door that was on the opposite side of the building from the entrance that we had used. We ordered our food, and Ron chose a table that was right next to the door the man had just left through. We sat down across from each other. I looked out the window, and I noticed that there was a red bike parked right outside, but I didn't think anything of it. I reached into my bag to grab my food. When I looked back up at Ron, I froze. The man was outside the window, staring at Ron from behind. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, creeped me out, to say the least. Ron hadn't noticed him, but then I saw something that scared me. On his back was a holster, and in that holster was a machete. I looked back at Ron, lowered my voice. Ron, don't look behind you. There's a man staring at you from outside, and he has a machete. Ron's expression changed, but he didn't panic. He simply sat there and said, okay. We sat there quietly, not knowing what to do other than wait for the man to leave. We looked at each other and started to smile and giggle uncomfortably to lighten the mood. The man finally moved after about a minute or two, and I watched him to see where he would go. He moved around to the back of the restaurant, pressed his face up against another window. Again, he stared at us with these wide, bloodshot eyes, and I could see the handle of the machete clearly. I tried to think of what I should do next, so I got up and went up to an employee, told him what was happening, and asked him to call the police. He gave me this lazy look and said that, I will. I went back to my seat and got an idea. I wanted to take a picture of the man, to show the police, but I didn't want the man to know it. So I took out my phone and aimed it at Ron while very subtly angling it to get that creepy man in the background. Smile, I said to Ron. He seemed to understand what I was implying, and he faked a pose. After taking the pictures, I noticed that the few other people in the restaurant still somehow hadn't noticed this man, so I got up and told them. And when they saw him, I could tell that they were frightened. They started to talk amongst themselves about what should they do. Well, I thought about trying to leave, but with the man outside, I did not want to take that risk, knowing who knows what he would do if we tried to leave. The man could also easily come inside and do God knows what, and I realized that we were pretty much trapped. The man still had his face pressed up against the glass, standing perfectly still, staring at us with these wide, bloodshot eyes. I soon realized that the worker had never actually called the police, because if he had, they would have been there by that time. So I got annoyed and decided to take things into my own hands. I took out my phone again and I dialed 911. As soon as I did, the man moved. My heart dropped. The man started to circle his way back around to the side door next to our table. I thought that he was going to come inside. Instead, luckily, he got on that bike that was parked right outside our window, and he rode away. I watched as he rode behind another building, and I breathed this sigh of relief. Ron got the restaurant manager while I described what the man looked like to the police. He told me that they would look for him, but they probably wouldn't be able to charge him with anything since he technically hadn't really committed any crimes. All they could do was ban him from the location. The police told us to stay put until they called back, so Ron and I sat down back at our table to finish our meal. And while we were eating, I was obviously afraid that the man would come back, but luckily he never did. We saw police in their cars outside searching for him. When the police finally called back, they told me that they couldn't find anyone who fit the description I gave them, but they were sure it was safe to leave. So I thanked them and hung up. When we finished our food, we carefully stepped outside and looked around to make sure that the man was truly gone. And then we dashed for the car, drove back to theater practice. I had to call our director and explain why we were 30 minutes late. When we got back, Ron and I had a good laugh about it with our friends about the experience, but I'm 18 now and the man has still never been caught. Ron and I still like to talk about the story from time to time. We think that he was definitely some sort of mentally ill, and I'm pretty sure that he was on some sort of drugs since his eyes were so bloodshot. I try to think of logical reasons for why he could possibly have a machete, like maybe he was a gardener or something, but that really still wouldn't explain his weird behavior. I'm sure he didn't have any good intentions, and I'm glad the series of events ended up playing out the way that it did, because things could have ended up much worse.
I grew up in the Philippines, and as a kid, I was always climbing tall trees, getting into mischief, and running around the countryside. That wild, curious energy pretty much defined my childhood. I was about 10 years old, just lounging in my room, bored and restless. Then something outside caught my eye. There was a rambutan tree, its bright red fruit ripe and ready to be picked. The tree stood next to an old set of ruins near my house, a place we were always told to stay away from, but never really listened. I climbed up the rambutan tree, completely focused on my prize. I sat on one of the branches and started eating, with sweet juice dripping down my chin. That's when I saw something move. In the shadowy window of the ruins, something flickered, just for a second, then vanished. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was seeing things. That place had been abandoned for years. No one lived there. No one could live there. As I was finishing my first piece of fruit, it happened again. Only this time, it didn't vanish. It stopped, and it stared back at me. Two figures were standing in the broken window. They were humanoid, but not quite. Their skin was leathery, their bodies round and bulky, and their backs were covered in something that looked like a turtle shell. Their eyes glowed red, and their mouths, if you could call them that, were jagged like a snapping turtle's jaw. A chill raced down my spine, and my whole body locked up in fear. I lost my grip and fell. I hit the ground hard, scraped up and bruised. I scrambled to my feet and ran barefoot all the way home. I didn't care about the pain. I didn't feel it. I didn't care that I'd left my slippers behind. I just knew I had to get away. I never told my family what happened. I figured they wouldn't believe me, or worse, they wouldn't care. Years passed, and I almost convinced myself it had just been my imagination. Then, one day, I was talking to my grandmother, and she started reminiscing about an old house nearby, one that had been abandoned for decades. I asked her why no one ever bought the place. Her answer stopped me cold. "Well," she said, "I can't blame them. 2 people hung themselves in that house." I didn't say a word, but in my head, all I could see were those 2 turtle-like creatures standing in that ruined window, watching me. After she told me that, I remember going home and drawing pictures of what I saw. The house, the figures, the glowing red eyes. A constant reminder that it wasn't just my imagination, and that it was reality.
This is a story my grandmother told us that took place when I was 7 years old. To give you all a brief background, my grandma, during the late years of her career, worked for a prestigious family. She was in charge of the checks that every heir of that family must receive in a specific time frame, and everything that has to do with these wealthy heirs. So my granny was well acquainted with everyone there. She worked in one of the many abodes of that family. We're talking about old money suites with all the old-fashioned furnace and expensive porcelain porches with a circular entrance around an old fountain, Corinthian walls and gargoyles. It's what we call, today, a Gothic mansion, a typical haunted house. The interior is dusty, since the family doesn't really visit there anymore. It's only being kept clean by the maids and the house caretaker. My grandmother's office is located right at the entrance. Large wall windows from ceiling to floor covered by thick velvet curtains. The view from the windows expands the whole gate entrance and the fountain, as well as the second entrance through the garden. Granny really has a 90-degree view of the whole place. Keep in mind that both of the only entrances to the mansion are guarded by security, and my granny can see the people that are entering even before they knock on the door, since she keeps the curtains open always. After school, me and my cousin, 5 at the time, come to this place instead of going straight home, since the caretaker of the mansion was kind and let us play by the garden and the driveway. But this particular day, we stayed inside the mansion and were just playing by the fireplace, just across from my grandma's desk. I remember I saw my grandma look through the windows and stand abruptly, telling us that someone's coming and we must behave. She exited the large doors and proceeded to greet the 2 women that had already passed the gate, which is weird because the guards should have alerted her about them already, and she would have heard the old squeaky gates being opened to let them into the premise. But she brushed it off, offered a smile to these 2 people, thinking they must be the new heirs that her boss told her to expect that week. But as they were gradually approaching, my grandmother noticed that one of the women was glaring at her with a scowl that sent shivers through her spine, while the other was smiling so sweetly at her. Nonetheless, she greets them. Hello, but they didn't return the greeting, just stood there, halfway through the steps. It was only then that she saw what they were wearing. Now, this story took place on the years 2008, 2010-ish, but the women were wearing long, black dresses with laces and high necks. My grandmother thought it was weird, but just told them to come inside so they can process the insurance of the checks in her office. She turned her back on them, pushed the heavy door inside again, leaving it open to let them through, and just briskly walked to her desk, past me and my cousin. She was expecting them to follow her in, but several minutes passed, and not one shadow of the guests entered the mansion. Grandma sighs, glanced out the windows, expecting to see the guests still standing outside, but to her shock, she saw no one there. I don't remember much from back then, but my grandma said that me and my cousin were staring through the open doors as if we were seeing somebody, and I pointed toward the door, saying, "Aren't you gonna come inside?" My grandmother whipped her head to the window again, praying that maybe she just missed it the first time. But still, there were no women dressed in these weird clothes outside. She could see the gates from where she was standing, and to her horror, they were locked in deadbolt. These locks can only be opened with keys that the guards, the caretakers, and my grandmother had. My grandmother shakily walked toward the front door, where me and my cousin kept staring, still. But when she turns around, there was no one there as well. She looked at us confusedly, but me and my cousin are both in our own worlds again. My grandma frantically ran outside to check that she wasn't going crazy, that what she saw couldn't be what she thought it was. When she reached the front gates, the guard stationed there asked her what was wrong. She immediately accused him. Why didn't he notify her when 2 guests arrived? The guard looked at her in confusion and told her no one had come the whole afternoon. The gate had been locked since the morning when she arrived. She paled, told him about the encounter, reasoning that maybe they entered through the second entrance around the garden. But the guard insisted that that's impossible since the gate hasn't been used forever. It's been sealed shut. My grandmother, now lightheaded, called her other office mate to come to the office immediately because she felt sick to her stomach. She doesn't want to admit it yet. And when her office mate comes unbothered, carrying 2 large boxes and sees how pale my grandmother was, She asks worriedly if she needs someone to drop us off at home because my grandma did not look good. But my grandma told me she's fine, asked what was in the boxes. The office mate told her that it was some old albums that their boss gave them to dispose of in the old mansion, and some trinkets that are deemed useless to this wealthy family. They browsed the old albums together, me and my cousin included. It was full of these black and white pictures dated early 1900s. But when we opened one of the albums, my grandmother shook violently, started muttering curses and prayers. When her coworker asked her, "What is wrong?" she told her the incident a while ago and said, "That's them." In one of the old pictures dated 1912, two women arm in arm, one smiling, one frowning, dressed in exactly those long black dresses. But what made my grandma absolutely lose it was when my cousin giggled beside me and pointed to the girls, saying, "They have feet here! They were missing them a while ago."
This story happened to me back in 2014 when I was in 4th grade. Back in the day, all of my classmates and I used to talk about this fictional horror character called Slender Man. You might be familiar. He appeared in some of the horror movies that were made at the time, so everyone at school knew about him. Anyway, one night I was sleeping alone in my room when I had this nightmare about Slender Man. In the dream, I was at the local aquatic center getting ready for my swimming lessons. Then I saw Slender Man standing in the middle of the hallway between the locker rooms, just looking at me. He started chasing me. I ran as fast as I could in the dream and woke up just before he could touch me. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end there. I ran to my parents' bedroom with my heart beating like crazy. I told them about this bad dream and asked if I could sleep near them. My parents agreed and let me sleep in the middle of their room. I think it was about 30 minutes before I woke up to this loud noise. My dad woke up too and figured out that the house's fire alarm had been going off for about a minute. My parents checked around the house, searching for any signs of fire, but there was nothing wrong. So at this point, I was really scared. But my parents went back to sleep, and eventually, so did I. My parents told me that the fire alarm was faulty, and that's why it went off randomly in the middle of the night. But this had never happened before in our entire life staying in this house. Since then, the small part of me has always wondered if there was a connection between my nightmare and that seemingly random malfunction.
This happened back in 2015. I live way out in the country, miles from town, with no real neighbors nearby. So seeing a random person walking around our property, that would already be strange, and that's exactly what happened. My dad was outside when a man came out of nowhere and offered him a Pepsi. Just like that, no introduction, no explanation, just,
"Want a Pepsi?"
My dad said no, smartly, because who knows what could have been in that drink. After he declined, the man left. Later that day, we were heading into town. My mother, father, my two sisters and I, all piled into the truck, ready to make a quick Walmart run. Now, to give you a little background, we're surrounded by orchards out here. Almonds, pistachios, grapes, endless rows of trees in every direction. So, to get to town, we have to take this long dirt trail winding through all that farmland. As we were driving, we passed something that made all of us go quiet. A black van. It had curtains drawn across the windows, like someone was hiding something. And the smell, I can't even explain it. Rotten, chemical, and sharp, all at once. It made your eyes water. The man behind the wheel was dressed all in black, wearing dark sunglasses, even though the sun was setting. And when he looked at us, he smiled. Not a friendly smile, a smile that made your skin crawl. I knew right then something wasn't right. We made it to Walmart, did our shopping, and came home. But as we pulled up to our driveway, something felt off. There were fresh tire marks in the dirt, footprints too, but we brushed it off. People work the orchards around here all the time, probably just workers passing through, or so we thought. That evening, my older sister pointed something out, flashes of red and blue in the sky. We all ran outside and saw a helicopter flying overhead. Now that was strange. Helicopters are rare in our small town. We had no idea what it was doing here, and we all just stood there, watching it pass in silence. But the next morning, everything made sense. It became horribly, horribly clear. We woke up to the news. A body had been found in a canal not far from us. Severed, fingers missing, eyes gouged. And when they released his photo, it was the man who had offered my dad that Pepsi. That man, the one just wandering around our property. He was the victim, and the killer, the man in the black van, the one with the smile, the one we passed on that trail just hours earlier. We watched in silence, stunned. Every red flag we had ignored the day before now burned into our memory. We had looked into the eyes of a murderer, but we just kept driving. This is a true story from when I was about 4 years old. According to my mother, I suffered from sleep disorders that led to some weird behavior when I was a kid. My father was always working and doesn't remember much about it, but my mother and brother do. According to them, whenever I walked past an empty house, I would ring the doorbell and say,
"Peekaboo will open the door."
They also said that sometimes I would stare down a hallway and whisper,
"There's Peekaboo over there."
The figure I claimed to see was called Peekaboo, a boy with messy, disheveled hair and tattered clothing. Like a worn-out doll stitched back together, he would shout,
"Peekaboo!"
in a high-pitched voice, and just hearing it would send chills down my spine. The scariest moments happened when I would wake up screaming, as if my lungs were about to burst. My mother would rush to me, and I'd cry,
"Peekaboo, he's coming for me."
This is what I remember. I was sleeping in the master bedroom, a square room with a walk-in bathroom. Peekaboo would stand silently in the bathroom doorway, staring at me, and then suddenly bolt toward me, screaming, "Peekaboo!" That's when I would wake up. This continued for 2 years. Then, just like that, it stopped. Around the same time, my parents were going through a divorce, and my mother eventually left our home. Afterward, I split time between my mom's house and my dad's house. When I was about 10 years old, I asked my mom if she remembered anything about that strange house. She looked at me with a serious expression and said, "Emmett, that house was built on a spiritual foundation. When I would wake up at night, I could hear something moaning and growling under my bed and beneath the master bedroom." I felt like I was going to throw up when I heard that. Who was the boy I saw? Who was Peekaboo? Was it the devil, or was it something else? I guess I'll never really know. It's been 4 years since this happened, but I remember it as vividly as if it happened last night. Sometimes, when that woman's grotesque face appears in my dreams, I wake up screaming. Even now, as I type this out, goosebumps crawl across my skin and a cold sweat trickles down my back. It was mid-June on a rainy evening. You know those days when the sky never really brightens and the rain just keeps falling, like the world's holding its breath? Yeah, it was one of those days. I was on the veranda, rushing to bring in the laundry before the storm got worse. That's when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head. There was a woman standing at the end of the driveway, just in front of my house. At first glance, it looked like she had no head. A short, involuntary scream escaped me. Not loud, just a startled, breathless noise. But when I focused, I realized the truth was somehow even worse. Her head wasn't missing, it was just tilted all the way back. So far back, it looked unnatural, like her head was broken. And her mouth was wide open. She didn't move, she didn't speak. She just stood there, facing the sky. The only sound was the rain. I stood frozen for a full minute, watching her. She never looked at me, never shifted, not even a twitch. I felt cold fear drip down my spine. Something in me knew, don't provoke her. So I quietly continued gathering the laundry, moving as softly as I could. I started walking toward the front door. That's when she snapped her head toward me. My heart stopped. Her face was lit up with this unbelievably joyful expression, but it wasn't normal. It looked stuck, almost like a mask. People smile, and then their face returns to neutral, but hers didn't. She just kept smiling, wide, unblinking, unmoving. It was a smile I can't even begin to describe, the most joyful, most horrifying expression I've ever seen on a human face. Something inside me said, she's not right, she's not safe. But I didn't say a word, I didn't make a sound. I ran. I bolted for the front door, yanked it open, dashed inside, and slammed it shut behind me. Click, I locked it. 3 seconds later, there was a massive bang against the door. I screamed and dropped everything. The laundry scattered everywhere. I collapsed to the floor.
What are you doing?
I screamed. My voice sounded like a terrified child's, but there was no answer, just silence. I remember thinking, how did she get here so fast? I had just shut the door, just seconds ago, and somehow she had reached it and slammed into it with terrifying force. It sounded like a body slam, not just a knock.
I'm calling the police!
I shouted. Still silence. I crept to the window and peeked outside. She was back in the driveway, standing exactly where she had been before. Head still tilted back, face still grinning at the sky. Every now and then, she would twist her body like she was celebrating some private joy. I called the police. They arrived not long after, and they arrested her. I remember one of the officers asking me if I was okay, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. Her face, it was bleeding. Blood was dripping from her nose and forehead. That's when I realized she had slammed her face into my front door. But even with the blood, she was still smiling. I never heard what happened to her. The police never followed up with me. They just took her away. Maybe she was mentally ill. Maybe she was high. I don't know. But I still don't understand why she ran at me like that. And I can't stop thinking, if I hadn't shut that door in time, she would have slammed right into me. I think about that moment every time it rains. I'm currently a 16-year-old living in Nepal. Even though this happened years ago, I still remember it clearly, and it's affected me ever since. This story goes back to when I was around 6 years old, and my mom was pregnant with my younger brother. Even though I preferred sleeping next to her, I was often made to sleep with my aunt instead. One night, I threw a tantrum, begging to stay with my mom. She said no. Frustrated and angry, I stormed through the house, turning off every light. But the second the darkness took over, fear kicked in. I panicked and rushed to turn them all back on. Still upset, I quietly walked to my aunt's room and laid down to sleep. I always slept at the edge of the bed, facing the wall, to avoid falling. The bed was covered with a mosquito net. As I curled up, the room was dim, not pitch black, because light from the corridor leaked in through the open door. That's how I saw her, a woman who looked exactly like my mother, standing, unmoving, against the wall. She wasn't doing anything, just standing, as if she were frozen. Her eyes were wide, her pupils fixed directly on me. There was no emotion on her face, none. But her stare was cold and intense. She was wearing my mom's brown kurta. Her stillness was unnatural, her skin pale and doll-like. The air around me grew colder, and goosebumps spread across my arms. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it. I shut my eyes tight, telling myself it was just my imagination. But when I opened them again, she was still there, unmoving, watching. Tears welled in my eyes. I turned toward my aunt, trying not to sob, wishing the night would just end. The next morning, I asked my mom,
"Were you in my room last night?"
She looked confused.
"I wasn't,"
she said. I told her everything. Her expression changed. She looked worried. Then she rushed to where her laundry was soaking in detergent, pulling out a piece of clothing.
"Was it this, Kurtha?"
she asked. I nodded. That was the one. Here's what still gives me chills, even now. There was never enough space between the bed and the wall. Not enough to stand in, not for a person, let alone a grown, pregnant woman. And yet, she had been there, watching me. To this day, I don't know who or what I saw that night, but I've never forgotten her. This happened about 9 months ago, in late winter. I usually get up at 6 a.m. for school, and my older sister, who's 26, drives me on her way to work. It's part of our routine. She's always well put together, her hair curled, makeup flawless, and dressed professionally. But that Thursday morning was different. I woke up a bit late, rushed to get ready, and ran downstairs expecting her to be annoyed or honking outside. Instead, she was standing in the entryway, waiting for me. She looked off. Her hair wasn't curled, her face was bare, no makeup at all, and she had baggy clothes on. I tried to lighten the mood.
"Going to work ugly today?"
I joked. She turned to me slowly and smiled, but not like she found it funny. It was too wide, almost like she was stretching her face into a grin. Her eyes looked just a bit too open, too fixed. I laughed nervously, waiting for her to say something. She didn't. Just kept smiling like that. It made the room feel colder, so I asked,
"Are you driving me to school or not?"
That's when her face dropped. The smile vanished instantly. She grabbed my hand and said,
"I'll walk you instead."
I blinked.
"Why?"
I asked. She didn't answer, but her grip tightened. It almost hurt. She was squeezing my hand so tightly, I almost let out a sound. It felt like she had the strength of a bodybuilder, which made no sense. My sister's skinny and not particularly strong. We started walking in complete silence. Every time I tried to ask her why we weren't using the car, she ignored me and just kept walking, eyes forward, her face blank. When we got close to the school, I finally yanked my hand away.
"We're here,"
I said, already walking toward the gates, but she kept insisting that I follow her.
"Just come this way."
She kept repeating.
"Just follow me."
I ran inside the school instead. I told my friends how weird she was acting. They all looked at each other, concerned, but didn't say anything. I figured they just thought I was being dramatic. Later, during break, I checked my phone, and that's when I froze. There was a text from my sister, sent at exactly 6 a.m., and it said,
"Heading out early today. Got a meeting. Sorry."
Attached to the message was a photo of her sitting in her car, doing a peace sign. Her hair was curled, makeup done perfectly, and dressed professionally. The caption?
"Have fun walking to school alone."
I felt the blood drain from my face. If she had already left, then who the hell walked me to school? I told everyone what happened. Most didn't believe me. They laughed, said I must have imagined it. Except my mom. When I told her, she got quiet. Then she said something that sent chills down my spine.
"I've had something like that happen to me before."
She wouldn't give me details, but I remember the words she used. doppelganger. Since then, I've been paranoid. Sometimes I wonder, is my mother really my mother? Is my father really my father? Every time I see my sister without makeup, with her hair down, I freeze. I can't help but remember that morning. The way she looked at me, the way she smiled, the way she held my hand, and the way she said,
"Just follow me."
This is a terrifying story that happened to my mom's friend years ago, and it still haunts me to this day. Back when I was still in my mother's womb, her friend Tanya was known for her radiant personality and beautiful long black hair. She lived close to a big towering tree where crows often made their nests. Every afternoon when it was time to eat, Tanya would sit by her open window, enjoying her meal as the hot summer breeze drifted in. But one day, something changed. A crow landed on the windowsill and just watched her. Its eyes locked onto hers, unmoving. She thought it was hungry, so she started feeding it, and that turned into something she did every day. At first, it seemed harmless, but one evening, things took a strange turn. Tanya had just showered, and the heat was so intense that she left her hair wet and hanging loose down her back. There were only 4 people in the house that night: Tanya, her cousin, her brother, and his friend. Her parents were out of town for surgery. That night, she ate dinner, but her hunger was insatiable. It was like she hadn't eaten in days. The next day, she was bedridden with a burning fever, and when it finally broke, things got worse. Tanya began eating massive amounts of food, enough for several people, and at night, that's when the real horror began. She started roaming the house, opening the refrigerator, smashing bottles, dragging chairs, knocking on walls. It was as if she wasn't in control anymore. The doctors called it sleepwalking, but her family knew better. Then one day, my mother went to visit. What she saw was burned into her memory. 7 or 8 people were inside Tanya's bedroom, desperately trying to hold her down. She was thrashing with such strength they could barely manage her. That was the last time my mother dared to interfere. Eventually, Tanya was brought to a priest. He placed his hands on her shoulders and began praying. As he did, a deep, guttural voice erupted from her mouth. He asked, "How many of you are in there?" And that voice replied,
7. There are 7 of us inside her.
The priest was horrified. "Why did you enter her?" The voice answered,
She cared for us. She fed us. We're taking her to the underworld.
That's when he realized the truth. The crows weren't just birds. They were spirits. And when she laughed, when her long, wet hair hung down her back, that's when they took their chance. The ghosts warned the priest Tanya would never marry, never have children, and if she tried, tragedy would follow. The priest threatened them. He prayed with power, and in time, they left. Before Tanya went home, he gave her a protective object and warned her, "Never lose this. Never take it off," he said. Years passed. Tanya married. In 2014, she became pregnant but lost the baby. Again in 2018, and once more in 2022. Every time, a miscarriage. In the end, they gave up and adopted a child. But even now, they do not live in peace. I sincerely hope nothing more happens to Tanya, but some things, they never let go. My name is Erica, and this is a true story that happened when I was 23 years old, though I remember it like it was yesterday. I'm 61 now, and this experience still haunts me. My friends and I had decided to escape the city for a weekend of camping, eager to disconnect and enjoy nature. The woods were dense and eerily quiet. The only sounds were the soft murmur of our conversations and the occasional hoot of an owl. As the night deepened, the firelight flickered, and the shadows seemed to slither and twist with a life of their own. We shared great ghost stories, each one more chilling than the last, until an uneasy silence settled over the group. Just as I was about to break the tension with a joke, a faint rustling came from the edge of the clearing.
Did you hear that?
Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. We all froze, straining to listen. The rustling grew louder and closer. It wasn't the sound of an animal or the wind. It was slow, deliberate.
Probably just a raccoon.
Jake muttered, trying to sound brave, but his eyes betrayed him. Before anyone could move, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was tall and gaunt, with long, spindly limbs. But what stopped us cold was its face, or rather, the lack of one. Where its face should have been was a smooth, featureless expanse of pale skin, like stretched wax. We stared in stunned silence, unable to process what we were seeing. Then, with a sudden, jerky movement, the faceless being lunged. Chaos erupted. We scrambled to our feet, the firelight casting frantic shadows across our panicked faces.
Run!
I screamed, grabbing Sarah's hand and dragging her toward the forest. We bolted through the underbrush, branches clawing at our skin. Behind us, the faceless creature moved with unnatural speed, its limbs snapping forward like spider legs. We stumbled into a clearing, hearts racing. Jake and Tom were gone.
We have to find them.
Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with fear. Then came a scream, high, sharp, and full of terror. It was Jake. We ran toward the sound, the scream cutting off abruptly, replaced by a wet, sickening noise that made my stomach lurch. We found Jake near a large oak tree. His body was crumpled, blood pooling around him, eyes frozen open in a mask of pure horror. The faceless thing loomed over him, its head tilted as if admiring its work.
Tom? Where's Tom?
Sarah sobbed. I turned, and there he was, another lifeless figure, twisted unnaturally on the forest floor, his face contorted in pain. The being looked at us. We ran again, deeper into the woods, the sound of its pursuit never far behind. My lungs burned, my legs were lead, but I didn't stop. We burst into another clearing, and there it was, a small, crumbling cabin.
There!
I shouted. We sprinted to the door and slammed it shut, barring it with a thick wooden plank. The creature pounded against it, each blow shaking the cabin. Then, silence.
Do you think it's gone?
Sarah whispered.
I don't know,
I said, dread curling in my chest. The silence dragged on, and then the door exploded inward. The faceless being stood in the doorway, head cocked, savoring our fear. It moved toward us, slowly, arms outstretched. We slowly backed up until we pressed ourselves against the far wall. Sarah screamed as it reached for her, its long, bony fingers inches from her face. In a final, desperate move, I grabbed a broken piece of wood and struck it. It barely flinched, its empty face turned to me. It reached out, and the moment its skin touched mine, everything went black. I woke up the next morning on the forest floor. The cabin was gone. Sarah was gone. Jake, Tom, gone. All that remained was the blood on my clothes and the crushing dread in my chest. To this day, I don't know what that creature was. Maybe it was something not of this earth. Maybe it was never meant to be seen. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? Now, I see a psychiatrist trying to get this thing out of my head. But sometimes I still wake up gasping from nightmares, hearing that inhuman scream, I think about Jake and Tom every day. I wonder, would they have families now if that night never happened? I just want young people to be careful. You never know what's out there, because sometimes the woods take more than just your peace and quiet. Sometimes they take everything. This story might not be the scariest you've ever heard, but even now, it still gives me chills. It happened when I was just a kindergartner. My school was a 2-story building, and on this particular day, this happened during recess. My friends and I had just finished eating snacks we'd bought from the canteen, and we ran out to play on the playground. But after a while, we got bored and decided to play hide and seek. It was the last round of the game, and one of my friends suggested we go up the left side stairs of the building to hide. But once we got there, everyone chickened out. They said it was too creepy. But I wasn't scared, so I decided to go up alone. I made my way up the stairs, and at the top, there was just one door. As the seeker started counting down, 10, 9, 8, I turned the doorknob, opened the door inward, and stepped inside. The room was dusty, like it hadn't been touched in years. Chairs were scattered and tipped over, and cobwebs hung in the corners. I sat down in a spot near the door, crouched low, and scanned the room. That's when I noticed it. Red splatters on the walls, dripping. It smelled awful, like something rotting under layers of dust. There was a blackboard at the front of the room, and on it were smudged handprints, streaked in the same red color. It should have been a red flag, but at the time, I thought it was just old paint, so I stayed. A few minutes passed. It was quiet, almost too quiet. Then I heard it, a noise from the closet. A thump, a shift, a rustle. I froze in fear, but I was just a kid. I didn't want to find out what it was, so I just ran out of the room and found my friends. I was happy I'd won the game. They hadn't found me, and soon recess was over. Back in class, one of my friends leaned over and asked me where I had been hiding. She said they had been calling my name over and over, but I never answered. I told her I was hiding upstairs, in that room on the left side of the building. She looked at me like I was crazy. Then she said something that haunted me for a very long time. She said,
"That room's been locked for years."
Apparently, the key was lost a long time ago, and no one ever found it. Everyone who tried that door said it was always locked. So, how did I open it? How did I walk right in without a key? And those noises in the closet? What was inside that room with me? And the handprints? Looking back now, they didn't look like paint. They looked like blood. Hi, I'm Jess. I'm 17 now, but I was 15 when this happened. We had just moved to Siquijor, an island in the Philippines known for its witches and strange, unsettling happenings. My mom had warned me about its reputation, but nothing could have prepared me for what I experienced. When we arrived, there were only 4 other houses nearby, scattered along a lonely road. We settled in quickly. A few months passed without incident until one night I noticed something very strange. One of our neighbor's dogs was sitting perfectly still in the middle of the road, staring into the darkness to the right. It was midnight, and he looked like he was waiting for something or someone. Every now and then, he would bark into the night, a low, fearful bark. I looked around, expecting to see someone walking down the road, but there was no one. I checked on my own dog, too, curious if he sensed anything unusual, but he was sound asleep, curled up peacefully. Eventually, I brushed it off and went back to bed. A few days went by with nothing, but then one night, it felt like everything changed. I was up late watching K-dramas in my room around 1 or 2 a.m. when I heard a loud scream, a distant, desperate cry for help. At first, I thought it was just a neighbor having a bad dream, but as I sat on my bed, glued to the screen, I felt it. Someone walking outside the house. When I looked toward the window, I noticed the motion sensor light outside kept flickering on and off, but no one was there. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was just the wind or a branch blowing past the sensor. But deep down, I felt that something was wrong. Then I heard the voice again, closer this time. It was low, almost a whisper, impossible to tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. Panic crept into my chest. My dog, who had been silent, suddenly began barking. Soft at first, almost confused, like he didn't understand why he was the only one reacting. None of the other dogs in the neighborhood made a sound. Terrified, I grabbed my phone and used the flashlight to check on my mom and sister, who were fast asleep in the living room. I thought about waking my mom up, but I knew she would dismiss it and tell me to go back to bed. Instead, I checked the back door to see if my dog was okay. He looked different, stiff, his tail low, ears pinned back, staring into the empty road. I followed his gaze. The road was deserted. There was only a single streetlight barely illuminating the dense darkness beyond. All the neighbors' houses were pitch black, no lights on, no sounds. I was the only one awake, the only one hearing that chilling call for help. I barely slept that night, lying frozen in bed until morning. When the sun finally rose, I realized I must have dozed off at some point. I rushed to find my mom and told her everything. As I finished my story, her face paled. She told me that her aunt had called earlier that morning with devastating news. One of my mom's cousins had passed away that night from a sudden heart attack. The same night, I heard the voice calling for help. My mom believed it was her cousin's spirit, lost, confused, still clinging to life, and that the cries I heard were her soul pleading for help, unable to accept what had happened. Since that night, nothing like that has ever happened again, but I still wonder, what was it that I actually heard that night? Growing up in India, we moved around a lot because of my father's job. At one point, we settled into a new house, a small place with only 2 rooms and a tiny veranda at the back. The veranda connected directly to the road, so anyone walking by could easily access it. Soon after moving in, we hired a housekeeper. At first, everything seemed normal, but after a while, she started acting very strange. One day, my mother went into the bathroom to grab something and caught the housekeeper doing something odd near the toilet. When my mother asked her what she was doing, she quickly said she was cleaning, but my mother was sure that she wasn't. There was something off about her posture, something she couldn't explain. Not long after that, we discovered a creepy drawing on the veranda. It showed 4 black figures, 2 large ones and 2 smaller ones. Clearly, it represented our family, my parents, my sister, and me. My mother, furious and alarmed, grabbed a bucket of water and washed the strange drawing away. But almost immediately after that, random chance injuries and accidents started happening to us. Both my parents caught chickenpox. My sister fell off a swing and got a deep gash across her face, and my leg, as I'm pretty short, got caught in the spokes of a bicycle wheel. We began to grow very suspicious of our housekeeper. We were convinced that the housekeeper was somehow involved. My parents decided to fire her and send her away. But the story doesn't end there. One night, as I was lying in bed, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A woman with a long ponytail that looked exactly like the housekeeper's hair poked her head out from the hallway near the living room and just stared at me. I was so terrified that I sprinted to the bedroom without even looking back. A few days later, we found out that the housekeeper's husband had been in an accident and broken his leg. And her children? They were constantly falling sick after she left our home. We wasted no time. We moved out of that horrible house as quickly as we could. After we left, things definitely got better. But even today, I wonder, what exactly did the housekeeper do?
On June 14, 1998, a horrifying tragedy unfolded at a bar in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. The establishment, known as Sabai Bar, would soon become the site of an unspeakable nightmare. At approximately 2 a.m., a taxi driver patrolling the streets of Seoul in search of passengers stumbled upon a grotesque scene. Outside the bar, a woman lay sprawled on the pavement, desperately waving her hands. Her upper body was drenched in blood, and she was nude from the waist down. The driver, paralyzed by shock, managed to call the police, relaying the grisly sight before him. Officers were dispatched immediately. The police followed a trail of blood that led down a narrow staircase into the basement bar. A suffocating metallic stench greeted them as they descended. Inside, a vision of horror awaited. The owner of the bar and two of her acquaintances lay lifeless, their bodies butchered. The woman who survived the tragedy, Miss Choi, barely made it out of the bar and is the only witness to the gruesome events that took place. That evening, the owner's sister had been covering her shift at the bar. Around 10 p.m., 3 male patrons entered. They sang lyrical ballads and appeared to be polite customers. However, by midnight, the owner had returned to take over, and that's when the nightmare began. According to survivor Choi, she was drinking alone in a room at the bar that day, when suddenly the bar owner and 2 of her acquaintances were brought into the room by 3 criminals, tied up with cable ties. The men demanded the owner hand over her gold necklace, and when she refused, they savagely stomped on her and beat her. As she begged for her life, one of them drove a knife into her mouth and tore it brutally up to her ear. The criminals mercilessly hacked the owners and her acquaintances to death with a knife, then shook the bodies' heads to check whether they were dead or alive. Then they left, saying, "They're dead." After that, Miss Choi heard glass breaking and water running outside the room for about 10 minutes, and the criminals apparently fled, saying, "Let's go quickly, there's no time." Choi was stabbed in the neck and side with a knife, but fortunately, the wounds weren't near vital points and she miraculously survived. The criminals turned on the water to destroy all the evidence at the scene, so the floor was flooded with water. And to make it difficult to collect whatever evidence was left, they crushed glass cups and plates and sprinkled them on the floor. They then wiped off the fingerprints left on the furniture with newspaper before running away. The police worked hard to collect fingerprints and other evidence, but they could not find the criminals' fingerprints, and DNA testing was difficult with the technology of the time. Also, it was 1998, so CCTV was not widespread, and it was difficult to find witnesses because the World Cup was held that day, and everyone across the country was watching the soccer game. Choi vividly remembered the motive the criminals had told her. When the criminals threatened her with a knife, she pleaded for her life, saying, "My husband is currently undergoing brain surgery, so he can't work, and I'm barely making ends meet with the daily wages I earn from working at a restaurant." However, at that time, one of the criminals demanded money, saying, "We're in the same situation as you because our company was shut down, and we don't want to be like this either." He actually took $60 in cash, as well as the victim's jewelry and credit cards. Choi later recalled that the knife the criminals used was unusual. It was longer than a regular kitchen knife, and it was white, shiny, and very thin. When the police investigated the knife, they found that it was a knife used to cut nets to rescue oneself when caught in a net while diving. The police said that the knife was one issued to members of the Airborne Special Forces, and its unique feature was that it had serrations on both sides. While the police were investigating this case, they discovered something very unusual. The criminals were already in possession of the tools they would use to commit the murder at the time of the incident. If a murder is committed accidentally or wasn't planned, the murderer usually uses whatever is lying around them as a weapon. But in this case, they committed the crime with weapons they brought with them and tools that had to be prepared. For example, an unplanned murder weapon might be an ashtray, a fire extinguisher, a liquor bottle, or a kitchen knife. Not only had the criminals already prepared a murder weapon, but they also brought cable ties with them. Who would normally carry cable ties into a bar? In the end, the experts concluded that the criminals were not ordinary people, but people who had likely committed murder in the past. Professor Yu Song-ho of the Department of Forensic Medicine stated his opinion that, based on the state of the victims' remains, they seemed to have received professional training in murder. In addition, the police found a rubber thimble on the floor at the crime scene, which the police believed the criminals accidentally dropped. It was found that this rubber thimble is mainly used by workers in factories that manufacture electronics and by workers in bookbinding factories. In other words, this was potential evidence that the criminals may have been workers in electronics or bookbinding factories, but this wasn't enough to identify the culprits. The police created a montage of the criminals and spread it around the country in hopes of catching them or getting some information. But despite their best efforts, this case has remained unsolved for 26 years.
My name is Sarah, and I'm from Bangladesh. This happened when my husband and I went on vacation with some friends. We visited a sea beach to spend the weekend. It was a beautiful place. Since I was newly married, it felt like a honeymoon. We had a great day, full of laughter and sunshine. That night, one of our friends, Jason, threw a party in his suite. He had come with his wife Tina, but earlier that afternoon, he told us that she had gone back to her hometown because her mother was very sick. It felt strange, especially because he didn't seem worried, and he let her travel alone without telling anyone sooner. But we brushed it off and went to his party anyway. There were 5 of us in the suite that night. We talked, played games, and told spooky stories to scare each other. My husband and I were having a great time. Jason, though, was drinking heavily. After a while, we took a break from the games just to sit and chat. That's when it happened. While everyone was talking, I froze. My eyes locked onto something in Jason's bedroom. My husband noticed right away that something was wrong. He leaned toward me and asked if I was okay. I answered as calmly as I could. Yes, I'm fine, even though I wasn't, because I knew what I saw. A few minutes later, after trying to calm myself down, I leaned over and told my husband I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go back to our suite. Some of our friends tried to convince us to stay, saying we wouldn't all be together like this for a very long time. But I gave my husband the look, and thankfully, he got the message. Once we were back in our suite, I began to panic. I told him I hadn't brought him back because I was feeling sick. I brought him back because of what I saw in Jason's bedroom. While we were watching TV in Jason's suite, I had been facing the hallway. There was a dim light on, just enough for me to see into the bedroom. At first, I was just glancing around, but then something caught my eye. Tina. She was sitting on the floor, by the wall in the bedroom. Her eyes were open. She was staring straight at me, not blinking, not moving. At first, it was blurry. Then I remembered my glasses. I had taken them off earlier, so I quickly put them back on. That's when I saw her clearly. She looked frozen, like a statue, but her eyes were locked onto mine. I felt this sharp, icy chill crawl down my spine. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to startle anyone or risk making things worse. When I told my husband, he was in total disbelief. He argued with me, reminding me that Jason had told us Tina was out of town. He asked why I hadn't said something sooner. I told him the truth. If I had said something right away, you all might have confronted Jason. And what if he had a weapon? I grabbed his phone and dialed 999. The police arrived quickly. They arrested Jason without incident. None of us could believe it. Jason? Our friend? It didn't make sense. But the truth came out during the investigation. Jason had a drinking problem. Tina had tried to help him for years, but he would become violent. And earlier that night, when she confronted him about drinking again, he snapped. They argued. Tina threatened to leave him, so Jason grabbed a knife and stabbed her in the head. She died instantly, and he just left her there. He partied with us, joked, drank, and all the while, Tina's body was in the next room. Jason was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. To this day, I still get chills thinking about Tina's frozen eyes staring across the hall, watching us from the other side. I live in Bangalore, India, and this is a true story that happened to me when I was 13 years old. One night, around 8 o'clock, I was lying face down on my bed, my eyes closed, music playing softly in my ears. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tug on my toes. I turned and looked toward the corner of the bed, and that's when I saw it. A pale hand, just barely visible, quickly slipped back under the bed. At first, I thought it had to be my dad. He loved to play pranks on me and scare me sometimes. I got up, knocked on the mattress with both hands, and said,
Dad, I know you're under there. Don't scare me.
In response, I heard a knock coming from under the bed. Still laughing a little, I knocked again, louder this time.
Dad, come out! Come out now!
I called, but then I heard my dad's voice, far away outside.
What's going on?
He was still outside fixing the fence, and the only door to the backyard was too far away. There was no way he could have gotten outside that fast. My mom was in the kitchen making dinner, and my brother was away in another city. I froze. My heart was pounding. I bolted from the room. When I tried to tell my family what had happened, no one believed me. They said it must have been my imagination. But I know what I saw. I saw the hand move under the bed. Even if it was just my imagination, what about the knocking sound I heard from underneath? I'm 19 years old now, and I still wonder what was under the bed that night. But honestly, I'm just glad I didn't look. This happened back when I was in my first year of college. I had moved to Wright Pierce City for my studies and was living in a hostel at the time. One night, a few of my friends and I decided to go out. Luckily, I had brought my scooter from home when I moved, which made traveling around easier. Of course, sneaking out of the hostel at night wasn't easy, but I had built a good relationship with the warden, and that night he helped us. There were 4 of us to start: me, Halor, Chae, and Aditya. 2 of our female friends, Neha and Sumya, were going to meet us later. It took them a little while, but eventually they arrived at the spot we told them to. Now we had 2 scooters and 6 people, so we split up. Chae offered to drive Neha and Sumya, while I drove my scooter with Halor and Aditya. As we were getting ready to go, I asked Neha where we were headed. She just smiled and said,
Just follow us.
It was winter, and the chill in the air made it harder to ride comfortably at midnight, but we managed. After a while, I started noticing how far out of the city we were. That's when Aditya asked Neha,
Where are we going?
Neha responded that she knew of a mall, one that had been abandoned and was rumored to be haunted. That's when things started to feel off. Halor didn't like the sound of it. Honestly, neither did I, but we'd already come this far, and I didn't want to be the only one to ruin the night, so I agreed. But Aditya leaned toward me and whispered,
Look at Sumya.
I turned to look, and something was definitely wrong. Her face was pale, and she looked uneasy. I asked,
Sumya, are you okay? Feeling sick?
She shook her head.
No, I'm not sick, but something's not right. I have a really bad feeling. We should turn back.
Neha snapped at her.
Shut up, or we'll leave you here in this forest.
Before I could respond, Halor suddenly asked me to stop the scooter. He said he wasn't feeling well, so I pulled over. Chae, riding behind us, stopped as well. Aditya gave Halor some water while he sat down on a milestone nearby. We started chatting and began coming up with reasons why the mall had been abandoned. Then, out of nowhere, Sumya let out a scream, a loud scream. It startled all of us. Halor choked on his water and stood up abruptly. Sumya began to cry. I rushed to her, grabbing her arms.
What happened?
I asked. Her voice trembled.
We need to leave now, please.
Neha was furious.
Stop acting childish.
She shouted, but this time Sumya shouted back.
You need to stop this. I'm not joking anymore.
That was all I needed to hear. I told Sumya to get on the scooter. We all climbed back on and headed toward town. The ride was quiet, tense. Sumya was clinging to Chae so tightly it made me a little jealous, I won't lie, but it also showed just how terrified she was. Around 5:30 a.m., we stopped at a tea stall. As soon as we parked, Sumya rushed to a chair and sat down. We gathered around her, still shaken. I asked,
"Are you okay now? Do you want some water or food?"
She shook her head, staring blankly.
"No, just let me sit here."
Chae moved closer and gently asked,
"What did you see?"
At first, she said nothing, but then, as if reliving it, her face turned pale again. What she told us still gives me goosebumps. She said that as we entered the outer forest area, she had noticed something, or someone, a woman, hiding behind the trees. At first, she couldn't get a good look because we were riding, but when we stopped and Halor sat on that milestone, she saw the woman clearly. She said the woman was standing right beside Halor. Her legs were bent at strange angles, her eyes pure white. Her skin was pale and lifeless. We were all frozen, especially Halor. He just stood there, replaying the exact moment in his head. Since that night, I've stopped venturing to the outskirts after dark, because sometimes you don't know what's watching you from the trees.
Hi, my name is Malaysia. I'm here to tell you a true story that happened to me when I was about 7 or 8-ish years old. Back then, in 2011, a tornado had hit our house. The damage was bad enough that I was sent to stay with my grandma for a few weeks until everything went back to normal. One day, my grandma had had almost all of her grandchildren over to stay the night. Let's call them Marcus, Leah, Amia, Rico, and Nina. We all slept on the floor on pallets. I woke up in the middle of the night. The time on the cable box was 3:20, 3:40, something like that. Everyone else was sleeping, and I watched the TV for a little bit, when my attention drifted towards this dark hallway, though I really wasn't sure why. After about 2 minutes, a figure appeared. It looked just like my grandpa, with a huge stomach, sort of a long head, but there was something off. The figure was much lighter than him. My grandpa was really dark-skinned. He seemed to walk in a strange way, more of like a limp. And something else strange was that he was walking towards my uncle's room, right across from the room he and my grandma shared. He never went in there. Being the curious little child that I was, I called out to him like, "Papa?" The figure stopped as soon as it heard my voice, slowly turned my way. Once I got a good look at his face, my heart dropped. It wasn't him. It was something else. The figure charged my way. Terrified, I hid under the covers, forcing myself to try to go to sleep. When I woke up again around 12 or 1, later than all of my cousins, I tried to explain to them what had happened, and they just laughed at me and said they didn't believe me, except Amia, who was very quiet. When all of my cousins got up to make themselves something to eat, I looked over at Amia. She looked back at me with fear in her eyes and said, "I saw it too." This story is very much real. When I'm sitting alone thinking about it, I remember it. I can't believe I remember it to this day. I'm 20 now, and I still refuse to sleep without a blanket over my head and my bedroom door closed.
Hello, Wansee. You can call me Billy. I'm a black Indian girl living in Suriname with my parents, and at the time, my grandmother. This happened when I was about 7 years old. I used to share a room with my 14-year-old sister, who we'll call Tiffany. Our room was on the second floor. Now, as a kid, I'd always see things that felt a little off, but I never really thought anything of it until this night. I was asleep on the top bunk. Tiffany was on the bottom. In the middle of the night, I woke up for no reason. I glanced around the room, then looked at the clock. It read 3 a.m. My bed faced a window, and because of the balcony light outside, the curtain was just see-through enough to make out shapes. I was just about to drift back to sleep when I looked over, and I saw it. A small, childlike hand pressed against the window, just resting there behind the curtain. I was petrified. I went to a Christian school, so the first thing I did was hide under my blanket and start praying. I prayed so hard I couldn't even think straight. The next morning, my eyes immediately went to the curtain, but there was no sign of a hand. But here's the thing, we were on the top floor. It was impossible for anyone to be standing outside our window. I never told anyone about what I saw. I was 7, and I knew no one would believe me. That night, I hesitated, but I went to bed anyway. And again, I woke up in the middle of the night. My eyes landed on the window, that same childlike hand, pressed against the glass. Just a hand, no arm, no shadow, just a hand. This time, I whispered, "Tiffany, Tiffany," trying to wake her up, but she didn't move. I lay there, frozen with fear, unable to sleep. I hid under my covers again and prayed to God to please make it go away. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the sun was shining through the curtains, but I was still shaken. Later that evening, I went to the upstairs living room where my grandmother stayed. She was the only person I felt I could talk to. At first, she was skeptical, but the more I told her, the more seriously she listened. I've always been a grandma's girl. It was easy to tell her everything. She handed me a small Bible and told me to keep it under my pillow. I didn't want to tell my parents. I knew they wouldn't believe me. And when I finally did, I was right. They laughed and told me it was just a dream, my imagination. That night, I fell asleep with the Bible still under my pillow, and for the first time, I slept peacefully. No hand, no waking up. Now that I'm older, I've learned more about the legends in my country, and I realized that hand I saw, it was most likely a bakru, a small, childlike creature from our folklore. It has all the same characteristics of a child, but isn't. And if you think that was the end of my experience with the paranormal, think again. This was just the beginning. My name is Carol, and I want to share with you a true story that has haunted me since 2010, when I was just 14 years old. Back then, I lived in a quiet apartment complex called Questons Avenue. It had 5 buildings. I lived in the B building on the first floor. Directly across from my building was the D building, where I used to attend tuition classes. And just beside the D building, there was a small, obscure security door. It was always closed. I had never seen anyone use it. It felt like it had been forgotten. By the residents, by the guards, by everyone. My daily routine was uneventful. I'd leave for class around 4:30 p.m., and by 6:30, I'd be on my way home. The walk from my building to the D building took about 20 minutes, time I usually spent daydreaming or chatting with friends. One evening, after class, my friend and I walked out together. We were laughing, sharing snacks she'd brought along, but she soon had to leave for another class, and I was left alone, slowly finishing the last few bites on my way home. That's when I noticed him, a man, tall, gaunt, and unnerving, emerging from that strange security door, the one no one ever used. His movements were off, like he was struggling to control his own body. His limbs twitched, and his walk was very jerky. Each stride looked stranger than the last, and he was looking down at his feet the whole time, almost as if he knew that he was walking in a strange manner. But then he looked up, and his eyes met mine. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. His face was unsettling. His eyes were too wide apart, and his jaw hung at a crooked angle, like it wasn't aligned with the rest of his face. He stared at me. I tried to ignore him, focused on my snack, but then he moved. He didn't just walk toward me, he lurched, and his slow stagger turned into a predatory stride. Before I could react, he was right behind me, yanking my bag with so much force it nearly pulled me off balance. I spun around. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. Up close, he was horrifying. Those same wide, bulging eyes, that distorted jaw, and a twisted grin full of something I can only describe as malice.
"Do you have any money in your bag?"
he asked. His voice was a low, gravelly rasp that made my skin crawl.
No, I don't.
I stammered, my hands shaking. He didn't blink. He stared, deep and cold. Then his eyes darted to the nearby benches where a few people had started watching us. Their concerned expressions seemed to break the spell for a moment. That's when he laughed, but not like a normal person. It was a hollow, mocking laugh, like something pretending to sound human.
Why are you so scared?
That was enough for me. I yanked my bag from his grip and ran. I ran as fast as I could back to my building, all the way to my front door. When I got home, I was out of breath and terrified. I told my parents everything. They were horrified and told me that if I ever saw the man again, I was to call them immediately. They wouldn't hesitate to report him, but I never saw him again. A few days later, one of my friends said she saw the same man I described. She thought he might have been drunk, considering there were a few liquor shops nearby. She said that after I left, his face turned pale and he stumbled back to that same security door, the one he came out of, and then vanished. To this day, I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but that image of his face, that moment he grabbed my bag, still lingers in my mind. This happened about a month ago when my siblings and I arrived in Mexico to visit family. It was only our 4th day there when we visited my step-grandmother's family in a town called San Pedro. It was beautiful. There was a big park in the center of town, and my step-grandmother's family owned a tiny restaurant right across from it. I asked my grandpa if we could go buy a volleyball. He said yes, so we went out, bought one, and came back. That's when we were introduced to our step-cousin. Let's call her Rose. She was super friendly and offered to show us around. She led us to the volleyball nets in the park. The court had a big net around it so the ball couldn't go flying off, and there were other people playing behind us. We started a game and we were having fun until my little sister pointed something out. She said there was a guy walking around the court and that he had been waving at her earlier. I looked over and saw him sitting on a bench outside the court, close to where we were playing. I didn't think much of it at first. There were a lot of people around, but now that I think about it, it was strange how he chose to sit so close to us when there were plenty of empty benches. The time was 10:34 p.m. when we decided to head back to the restaurant. That's when Rose asked if we wanted to explore another park, one that was behind the restaurant, up a small hill. We said sure, and she led the way. As we were walking uphill, Rose stopped to point out the mountains that surrounded San Pedro. She started telling us stories about how she'd climbed them all before, and we all listened as we kept walking. When we got to the second park, we were still getting to know Rose. It was our first time meeting her after all. But my brother started acting off. While we all sat on the grass, he stood. He didn't say why, but looking back, it makes sense now. While we were chatting, my little sister suddenly asked,
"Did you guys see that guy too?"
We all looked at her.
"The guy from the volleyball court,"
she said.
"He was waving at me."
And then, just as she said it, he showed up. We all froze. He walked into the park and sat at the back, but slowly started making his way closer to us. Rose stood up and said,
"Let's move."
We were all aware of him now. We moved to the opposite end of the park where he had been sitting. Then he started heading in our direction once again. That's when Rose said,
"Run!"
And we did. We sprinted out of the park, running left. The guy ran right, and then he vanished. We couldn't see him anymore. I'll be honest, at first I was laughing. I thought it was all just some weird moment. My older sister laughed too, but my little sister, she was shaking, almost in tears. My brother was quiet and calm, but I could tell he was angry. I held my little sister and told her,
"It's okay, he didn't follow us."
Rose, still catching her breath, kept saying she'd never seen that guy before. Nothing like that had ever happened to her. We decided to go back to the restaurant. Our family was there. It felt safer. But just as we turned the corner, my little sister screamed.
He's right there! That's him!
The guy suddenly jumped over the fence and started running full speed at us. Rose and my little sister sprinted toward the restaurant. My brother stood his ground and told me and my sister to run. But I froze. He was right there, standing in front of us. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just a weird encounter anymore. This was dangerous. I grabbed my sister's hand and my brother said, "Go." He stayed behind to block the guy's path. We ran. I remember hearing my brother say, "I don't want any problems." When we got to the restaurant, my sister and I were telling our grandpa and Rose's cousin what had happened. Rose was shaking as she explained everything. Her mom and my step-grandmother rushed over and asked what was going on. I checked on my little sister. She was in tears. I hugged her and told her she was safe now. Eventually, my grandpa, Rose's cousin, and my brother came back. Rose's cousin explained that the guy was yelling at my brother, claiming his house was right there where my brother had stood. But Rose's cousin said he didn't live there. He lived further away. I asked my brother if he was okay. He said yeah, but the guy tried to pick a fight and then flipped him off. But the guy didn't leave it at that. He ran across the road, tore a branch off a tree, and screamed like a maniac, staring right at us the whole time. We believed he was on something, just by the way he walked and acted, but we'll never really know. It might not sound scary to someone else, but that night left us shaking. And the worst part, he had a bag with him. And to this day, I can't stop wondering what could have been inside it. We were lucky we didn't see him again and the rest of the trip was safe, but we were always looking over our shoulder. Let this be a reminder, always be aware of your surroundings and who is watching you. My name is Theodore and I come from Greece. I want to share a horror experience that happened about 10 years ago when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It was the holidays and we were staying at my grandparents' house. My brother and I usually slept in the double bed in the living room, the one that faced the front door. But that night, we slept in the guest room because our grandma had recently broken her back and needed the double bed. The guest room had 2 single beds. The one I took was right next to the window, which faced the road outside. We turned off the lights, shut the blinds, and laid down to sleep at about 11 p.m. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up. I could hear something. There was a tapping sound at the window. I was immediately uneasy. I tried to wake up my brother, but he was still sleeping. At first, I thought it might be our cousin Mila. She lived in the apartment just above my grandma's and was much older than us. Mila often came home drunk during the summer and sometimes forgot her keys. I figured she might be trying to get our attention so we could let her in. "Mila?" I called out. No answer. I got up and crept quietly into the living room, careful not to wake up my grandma. I opened the front door and stepped outside. No one was there. But then I looked at the guest room window. That's when I saw them. Long scratch marks made by fingernails streaking across the glass. Whoever had been tapping on the window wasn't doing it gently. It was aggressive. I rushed back inside, locked the door behind me, and went back to the guest room. I crawled into bed, heart pounding, and then it started again. Tap, tap, tap. Right outside the window. I ducked under the sheets, frozen. I wanted so badly to open the blinds and see who or what was out there, but something deep in my gut told me not to. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, until I finally passed out from fear and exhaustion. In the morning, I asked my grandma if Mila had come home yet. She looked confused and told me, "No, Mila's out of town for the whole week." That made my blood run cold. The town we were in is small, so small it barely counts as a town at all. It's more like a village. There's no hotel, no place for strangers to stay overnight. The closest town with a place to sleep is Varda, and that's about an hour and a half away. Whoever was outside my window that night wasn't a stranger passing through. They had to be someone local. At the time, I thought it might be a prank. There were only 2 other kids around, a pair of siblings who, like us, were there just for the holidays. They were loud, annoying, and always trying to mess with me and my brother. So I walked down the street to their house and rang the doorbell. No answer. I asked one of the neighbors about them, and they told me.
Oh, that family left 2 days ago. Went back to the capital.
So if it wasn't Mila, and it wasn't the only other kids in town, then who was tapping on our window? To this day, I still don't know, and I'm glad I never opened those blinds. God only knows what I would have seen. I lived with my grandmother for a large part of my life. Across the street from her house lived a woman, her neighbor, who always looked at us in a strange way. She hated our family, and I still don't know why. She didn't hide it either. You could see it in her eyes, in the way she glared, like we'd done something unforgivable. But then, in 2015, when I was 8 years old, something unexpected happened. That same woman called me over to her front yard. She was smiling. It was the first time she'd ever acted friendly. I was an innocent, naive child, so I crossed the street without hesitation. She was holding a doll, a big one, around 3 feet tall. It had blonde, shoulder-length hair with bangs and looked just like one of those old dolls from the 80s or 90s. She gave it to me, and I accepted it. Why wouldn't I? I brought the doll home and showed it to my family. They thought it was odd that she'd suddenly act nice, but no one really questioned it. Days passed, and for no clear reason, I started to feel afraid of that doll. I didn't want to be near it. I couldn't look it in the face. My mom and aunt thought it was funny. They'd play little pranks like putting the doll next to my bed holding a fork while I was asleep. It wasn't meant to scare me. They always cared about me. But to me, it wasn't funny. I was terrified. And then, strange things started happening. My grandmother had already been struggling with depression after losing a close relative. But after the doll came into our house, her condition rapidly worsened. She began having hallucinations. She stopped recognizing people, even me, even my mother and aunt. The only person she recognized was my uncle. She would talk about seeing the house on fire. She told us she saw me and my cousins lying dead in the kitchen. She walked aimlessly through the house, never speaking clearly. There was always a worried, almost haunted look in her eyes. She wasn't herself anymore. It was like something had taken over. My family started to believe something spiritual was happening. We brought in a pastor to bless the house. We even called a medium from Umbanda, an Afro-Brazilian religion, to try and expel whatever was there. During one of these sessions, my mom, who has always been spiritually sensitive, said she felt a hand around her neck, trying to choke her. Eventually, my grandmother had to be admitted into a psychiatric hospital. Even there, the hallucinations continued. She believed the doctors were trying to kill her. She begged not to be left alone. And that doll, the one that the neighbor gave me, my uncle took it and threw it away somewhere along the road. To this day, I don't know what was inside that doll, and I don't know if our neighbor cursed it, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. My grandmother is okay now. She's stable, but she has to take a lot of medication to stay that way. We don't talk much about it anymore, but it's something none of us will ever forget. And that woman, that neighbor, who gave us those dirty looks, she still lives across from my grandmother's house, and she still looks at us with hate. And once, she even tried to run me over with her car. I just wish I knew why. Why did she do this to us? Hi, my name is Nikola, and I live in Bulgaria. This happened when I was just 7 years old. I was staying at my grandma's house in our village during the winter. It was a small, quiet place where everyone knew each other. One night, I was out in the center of the village with my cousins and a couple of friends. We ate, we played, and as the night went on, it got later than usual. Eventually, it was time to go home. Now, our house was at the very edge of the village, and to get there, we had to walk down this long, dark road. There were houses along the way, sure, but it was still pitch black. The street lamps were there, but they didn't work. As we were walking home, we noticed a man standing by the road, all by himself. At first, we thought nothing of it, until we got closer. He didn't look right. His posture was off. His eyes were hazy. He was drunk. And as we walked past him, he looked directly at my youngest cousin. She was only 5, and said something under his breath. you're a cute kid. Want to come to my house? I'll give you some candy. I froze. Then I grabbed her hand and started dragging her along with me and my other cousin, who was 6 at the time. We didn't say anything. We just walked faster. And the man, he just stood there, watching us. By the time we got to our house, my heart was racing. We had a gate in front, and it was locked. I quickly helped my cousins jump over it. It wasn't that tall, so I jumped over too. I grabbed the key from under the rug, opened the door, shoved everyone inside, including myself, and locked it. The house was silent. Everyone was asleep, even my grandma. We made our way up to the 3rd floor. That's where our room was. I grabbed some firewood along the way and lit the metal oven to keep us warm. And once everything felt safe again, I turned out the lights. But something told me to look outside, some feeling I had in my stomach, and I listened to it. I pulled back the curtain, and there he was, that same man, just standing there, staring. We made eye contact. I didn't want to scare my cousins. They were already drifting off to sleep, so I closed the blinds and went to bed, laying in between my cousins. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next day, I didn't see the man anywhere outside, and for a while, I let myself believe it was over. But a few days later, I had to go to my other grandma's house to deliver some things, and as I got there, I overheard a few people talking, and what I heard made my blood run cold. They said a man had been arrested the night before. He'd followed a young girl through the village and tried to break into her house. They had found him armed with a knife. In that moment, everything clicked. That man, he wasn't just some drunk villager. He was hunting. And if I hadn't grabbed my cousins and locked the door in time, God only knows what would have happened to us. My name is Yuma, and I live in a small city in India. My best friend Raj and I were beyond excited when we managed to convince my parents to let us have a week-long sleepover to kick off our summer vacation. My parents, both doctors, had to attend an urgent conference, so we had the house all to ourselves. We spent the day having a blast, prank calling, doing our nails, trying our new makeup looks, and just enjoying the freedom. As night fell, we decided to watch a movie and finally called it a night around 2 a.m. We went upstairs to my bedroom, but of course, being teenagers, the chatter didn't stop. Everything was perfectly normal until Raj suddenly went quiet and whispered,
Did you hear that? Hear what?
I asked, a bit confused.
The rustling of the doorknob,
she said. I brushed it off at first, but a few minutes later, I heard it too. That soft, eerie sound made both of our faces turn pale. But then, as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. I looked out the window, but there was no one there. We tried to go back to our conversation, but the unease lingered. It's all we could think about. Out of nowhere, a loud crash from downstairs shattered the silence. It sounded like something had toppled over. We were paralyzed with fear, clinging to each other, our minds racing. Raj decided to call her mom, who lived just a few blocks away. In a panic, she rushed over, telling us to stay locked in the room until she arrived. She knew where we kept the spare key, so she was able to let herself in. As we waited, we heard the unmistakable sound of a vase shattering near my bedroom. We were terrified and convinced we were in real danger. Then, the front door unlocked. Raj's mom arrived, and as she came upstairs, she knocked on the door, reassuring us that everything was fine. When we opened the door, she was laughing, telling us that a stray cat had somehow gotten inside. We were dumbfounded, but then remembered we had left a window open earlier. We laughed it off, but still shaken. We decided to spend the night at Raj's place instead. The next morning, over a lazy breakfast, a chilling thought hit me. I turned to Raj, my face drained of color, and quietly said,
If it was just a cat, how did it fiddle with the doorknob?
The realization left us both speechless. Hey Wansee, I've been watching your videos for a while, and I finally have a story to share with you. This one isn't mine, but it happened to a classmate of mine back when I was in year 9. I'll do my best to retell it the way it was told to me, For privacy reasons, let's call him Andrew. It all started at the end of a normal school day. Most of the students at our school would take public transport home. Buses, trams, trains, you name it. Andrew was Asian, tall, pretty built, and very popular. After school, he'd usually hang out with friends or go on dates. But on this day, he decided to head home with his younger brother, who was in year 7. We'll call his brother Ben. When they got on the bus, Andrew sat near the back, and Ben went all the way to the last row to sit with his friends. Everything seemed normal until the bus made another stop. That's when he got on. A large boy, maybe 16 or 17, towering over everyone, stepped onto the bus. He had a long scar running down the side of his face, and he wasn't wearing a school uniform, which meant he didn't go to our school. As he stepped on, he was muttering to himself, pacing the aisle slowly like he couldn't decide where to sit. Andrew didn't think much of it. He just kept looking down at his phone. The boy walked down the aisle of the bus and sat next to Andrew, and without warning, swung a fist right at Andrew's head. The punch connected. Andrew was caught off guard, but snapped out of it, furious and ready to fight back. But before he could do anything, the boy just turned around and stormed toward the back of the bus, where Ben and his friends were sitting. I should probably mention, Ben was short, quiet, and definitely not someone who could defend himself in a fight. The boy tried to hit Ben, but just before he could land a punch, an elderly woman sitting near the front of the bus shouted at him, demanding he stop. He turned, furious, and punched the woman in the face. At this point, the bus was in total chaos. Andrew was frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. This guy had to be mentally unstable. That was the only explanation. But it wasn't over. The boy made his way toward the bus driver, fists clenched, and tried to hit him while he was driving. That nearly caused a full-on crash. Thankfully, at the next stop, 2 security guards, who had been contacted by the driver during all the commotion, were already waiting. They stepped onto the bus and blocked the aisle, trying to calm the boy down. It turned out to be a big mistake. The moment he saw them, the boy snapped again, swinging wildly at both guards. A full-on brawl broke out right there in the aisle. The guards managed to wrestle him to the floor and held him down while the rest of the passengers, including Andrew, Ben, and the driver, evacuated the bus. A few minutes later, the police arrived. You'd think he'd calm down at this point, seeing armed officers, but no, he didn't care. As soon as one of the guards loosened their grip, the boy lunged at one of the cops, and that's when it ended. Another officer immediately pulled out a taser and fired. The boy collapsed, convulsing on the pavement before being restrained and cuffed. He was arrested on the spot. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt. Not Andrew, not Ben, and not even the elderly woman. But to this day, we all wonder what would have happened if the guards or the police hadn't shown up in time. Or worse, if that bus, full of people, had crashed. Hello, my name is Myuu. I'm a woman from Norway, and this is a true story that happened to me a long time ago. I was 18 at the time, and I had just moved in with my partner, Alex. We loved going out exploring, to the mall, cafes, anywhere at all during the day. But one day, we decided to come home a little earlier than usual, and looking back, I'm really glad we did. When we got home, I locked the door, or at least I thought I did. You see, I'm hard of hearing, and sometimes I forget to check if I've actually locked the door, especially since I'm always the one who walks in last. That day, we didn't think much of it. We just sat down to watch TV like usual until we heard loud screaming. It was coming from our neighbors. She lived in the apartment right next to us, and we were used to hearing her yelling at odd hours, especially in the middle of the night. Doors slamming, things breaking, but this time, it was during the day. Alex heard footsteps in the hallway, and then suddenly, he turned the TV off. We both went quiet, and that's when we heard it. Someone was at our front door, stabbing it, over and over again. We froze. Alex looked at me and whispered,
"Oh no, I might have forgotten to lock it."
My heart dropped. I crept slowly to the door and checked. It was locked, thank God. Then came the screaming.
"Let me in! Open the door!"
She was screaming, swearing, stabbing the door again and again. We could hear the metal scraping as she carved X's into the wood. She even went to another neighbor's door. She sounded furious through the locked door, and she was determined to get inside. She started kicking the door, slamming her body against it, and shouting,
Open the door!
I told Alex frantically.
Call the police, now!
He did, and he told the operator.
Our neighbor is trying to break in. She's stabbing the door. Please send help.
The operator asked if we could see anything.
Do you have a peephole or window to look through?
We said no, but we told her.
It has to be a knife or some sharp weapon. She's hitting the door hard.
I started crying while Alex stayed on the line. We waited and waited. And then we heard the police sirens in the distance, getting closer and closer. They caught her right outside our door, still holding the knife. She didn't even run. They took her into custody immediately. Later, we found out she was evicted and placed into rehabilitation, and we never saw her again. My name is Sparsh. This incident happened when I was 15 years old. My parents were out of town on vacation celebrating their anniversary. They wanted me to come with them, but I had exams the following week, so I stayed back home alone. My mom, being the protective person she is, asked her friend from society to send her son, Sahil, to stay with me. Sahil was 18 years old. I also have an older brother who was 23 at the time, but he was working in a different state. He was planning to come home in a few days. The first 3 days went by smoothly. Sahil and I had a lot of fun, nothing out of the ordinary. Then came the night before my brother's return. He told me he'd be arriving early in the morning, around 4 a.m. So I thought, why not just stay up all night and study? Since I didn't want any distractions, I told Sahil not to stay over that night. After dinner, I got comfortable and started studying. It was 10 p.m. Everything was fine. I kept my head in the books for another few hours until around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m. I suddenly heard a loud crash coming from the second floor. It sounded like something very heavy had fallen. At first, I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but then I heard footsteps. My heart dropped. I froze for a moment, trying to process what I'd just heard. Now, the second floor of my house isn't connected to the first floor. There's no interior staircase. That meant whoever or whatever was up there didn't come from inside. It must have entered through the terrace or balcony. Panicked, I turned the TV on full volume and started talking loudly to myself, trying to make it seem like I wasn't alone. I kept that act going for a whole hour. Then I grabbed a bat, double-locked the main door, and pushed a sofa in front of it. I sat there, bat in hand, terrified. I don't even remember falling asleep. Next thing I knew, the doorbell rang. I jolted awake. It was morning, and that had to be my brother. Still nervous, I opened the door just a crack to check, and thankfully, it was him. I told him everything, and together, we went upstairs to check, and what we saw shook me to my core. The entire second floor was a mess. Clothes and belongings were scattered everywhere. But the worst part, there was a knife on the floor. A knife that didn't belong to us. It looked like the intruder had tripped over something, dropped the knife, and made a run for it. We called the police. They found no other evidence, but they did take the knife for fingerprint analysis. 1 month later, there was a robbery and a murder in our society. The police believe it was the same person, and he was still out there. Since then, everyone, including us, installed CCTV cameras in our homes. Our society now has 2 security guards on duty full-time. But even with all that, I still get chills thinking about that night. Because if I had gone to sleep early like I usually do, I don't know if I'd be here to tell this story. Hi, I'm Shania and I live in Kenya. I was around 12 years old when this event took place. I lived with my mom and things were going really well until she got a job offer far away from where we lived. It was a 6-month contract and it paid well, so she couldn't say no. The only problem, I couldn't go with her. The job required her to move around a lot, and I was too young to live alone, so a friend of hers helped her find a babysitter. Let's call the babysitter Lucy. She was a young girl, just out of high school, and now attending a nearby university. My mom let her move into our house with her things, and even stayed an extra night to make sure I was okay with Lucy. They made small talk, and I remember Lucy telling my mom,
"Some of my classmates are into witchcraft. I would never involve myself in stuff like that."
My mom really liked her. She figured I'd be fine. The next day, as my mom was getting ready to leave, I handed her our Bible and said,
"Take this with you. It'll keep you safe."
She smiled and gave it back. "No, you keep it, so it can keep you safe." But just before she left, I secretly slipped it into her luggage. Looking back now, I feel like something bad was going to happen to one of us. And I think it happened to me, because I didn't keep the Bible. A couple of weeks went by. Things were okay, except for a few strange occurrences. Lucy slept in my room, and a few times I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of her praying. But it didn't really sound like praying, more like chanting. She kept repeating things like,
"Deliver me from evil and the snares of the devil."
It was during one of these nights that everything took a dark turn. She woke me up, this time on purpose, and she invited me to pray with her. I looked at the clock and it was around 11 p.m. I thought it was odd, but I said yes anyway. We knelt on the floor and she led the prayer. At first, it was normal. Then she reached for one of my hands mid-prayer and then the other. Before I could react, her grip started to tighten, tighter and tighter. My hands began to ache. Her voice grew louder and her tone, it became eerie. That's when I knew something was wrong and I screamed. She stopped praying and just stared at me, and then suddenly, she lifted me up and threw me into her bed and pinned my arms down. She began slamming my head against the wooden bed frame over and over again, all while chanting her prayers louder and louder. All I could hear was my own screaming, her voice, and then the sound of our door being broken down. The neighbors had heard the commotion. They burst into the room and turned on the lights. And the moment the light filled the room, Lucy stopped. She became instantly calm, almost like nothing happened. A man pulled her off of me, while others led me out into the living room. I was in shock, traumatized. They called my mom, and she asked one of the neighbors to take me to their house for the night. As for Lucy, the neighbors were furious. They questioned her, yelling, demanding answers. That's when she screamed and ran outside. And then, she did something truly terrifying. She dropped to the ground and began to slither like a snake across the grass. And then she got up and vanished into the night. The next morning, my grandpa came to pick me up, and I went to live with my grandparents for the rest of the 6 months. Lucy never came back. She begged my mom not to press charges, and she sent a friend to collect her things from our house. To this day, the whole thing still gives me chills. But one thing's for sure, it taught both me and my mom a serious lesson. Hi, my name is Chris and I want to share my scary experience. I'm from Croatia and I live in Zagreb. One evening, my friend, let's call him Steve, and I decided to go for a walk. When we met up, we couldn't really decide where to go, so Steve suggested we meet up with our friend group. When we got there, I said hi to everyone, but after about half an hour, I started feeling kind of lonely. I was new in the group and I didn't have much to say, just laughing at jokes here and there. It was getting late and I started feeling sleepy. I checked my phone and saw it was 10:45 p.m. I turned to my friend Steve and said, "Hey, we came out for a walk, right? Let's go walk." We said goodbye to the group and left. Both Steve and I have always been interested in paranormal stuff, so he said, "What if we go to the cemetery?" I hesitated, but then agreed. From my house, the nearest cemetery is about a 15 to 20 minute walk. The one we went to was huge. When we got there, we were surprised. No security in sight. Usually there are guards patrolling to make sure nothing gets stolen or vandalized. We were a little confused, but ignored it and walked in. Immediately, I felt chills all over my body. It was summer, so I didn't understand why I felt so cold. The cemetery was actually pretty well lit, so we could see everything clearly. There were 3 paths, straight ahead, which led deeper into the cemetery, right and left, which led back to different exits. Of course, we chose to go deeper. We were walking and just chatting about random stuff, mostly girls. Then, out of nowhere, Steve said,
"Hey, I heard if you whistle in here, someone whistles back."
That made me uncomfortable, but also kind of excited. I'd never seen or heard anything paranormal in my life. So I asked,
"You think we should try it?"
He nodded. I whistled first. Nothing. Then Steve whistled. Still nothing. I laughed and said,
"This is stupid."
And we just kept walking. But about 5 minutes later, we heard it. A whistle. Faint, but definitely there, somewhere in the distance. We froze, looked at each other. Then, we decided to go check it out. We walked toward the direction it came from, going deeper and deeper into the cemetery. I don't know what we were expecting, but didn't find anything. And as soon as I was about to say something, we heard another whistle. But this one came from directly above us. About 3 meters away, there was a massive oak tree. We looked up and saw a huge, ominous shadow. It looked like a woman, not moving, just staring down at us. We both froze, staring up at whatever that was. My heart was racing, and then, suddenly, I felt dizzy. We whispered to each other in panic. Then we looked up again, and she was gone. We stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened, and that's when we heard a meow. But it wasn't normal. It didn't even sound like a cat. It was more like a woman imitating a cat's meow. And that's when we ran. In pure panic, we sprinted in a random direction, not even knowing where we were going in the cemetery. I glanced behind me, and what I saw still haunts me. The woman was now lying on the concrete, not moving, still making that terrifying meowing sound. She was pale, skinny, and wearing a black dress. And her smile was huge, but unnatural. It was creepy as hell. I turned back around, kept my head down, and just kept running in one direction until I got out of the cemetery. And eventually, we made it out. I was in shock. I turned to Steve and said,
"I'm going home. I feel sick."
When I got home, I was still shaking, still nauseous, still scared. And to this day, I've never gone back to that cemetery, and I never will. One of our acquaintances, a guy who used to be an assistant to a builder and architect, told us this story at a party. He said, "Someone called Banna to do some house repairs. Gave him the address and everything. So me, the master builder, and 2 workers grabbed our tools and went there." He explained that it wasn't easy to find the place. The neighborhood was deep in the south of the city, tucked away in a maze of streets. After a lot of searching, they finally found the house. It was hidden in a long, narrow alley. The house itself was empty. The owner, a very ordinary man, had taken his wife and kids somewhere else for a few days while the repairs got done. They started work around 8 in the morning. By 10 o'clock, the man telling the story stepped outside to check on the 2 workers mixing cement at the entrance. One of the workers was a middle-aged man, around 40. The other was young, good-looking, and cheerful. They were joking and working with their shovels when suddenly they noticed someone entering the alley. As he got closer, they could see him clearly. He was short, but his body was wide, stocky. His legs were short, but his arms were long, and his appearance overall was disturbing. Ugly, frightening. His face looked like something out of a nightmare, twisted with old scars and covered in blistered skin. The kind of face you'd expect to see on a monster or giant. He stopped a few steps from them and stared. Then he smiled, an awful, crooked smile. His eyes locked onto the young worker, and then he started moving toward him. Everyone froze, but the middle-aged worker reacted first. He gripped his shovel like a spear and pointed it directly at the man.
"Don't come any closer,"
he said. The strange man paused, but then he stepped forward again. This time, the worker's tone changed, firm, angry. He raised the shovel higher.
"If you take one more step, I'll strike you down right here."
The man stopped. He stood there for a few seconds, thinking. Then his eyes darted around at all of them, and finally he turned and walked back out of the alley. They never saw him again, not that day, not the other 3 days they worked there. When the owner came back, they told him what had happened. At first, he claimed he had no idea who it could have been, but then something clicked. He paused and said,
You know, when I was a kid, my father used to talk about a poor man who had leprosy. Said he'd shown up in this neighborhood 50 or 60 years ago. He was sick, looked frightening. People used to run home when they saw him. Those who were brave enough would shout at him or curse at him until he left. Then he added, But that man died more than 30 years ago. He's been gone for a long time. The man telling the story looked at us and said, When we heard that, we all just froze. I couldn't sleep for weeks. That horrible face kept showing up in my dreams, just standing there, alone, watching.
Hi, I'm Gwen and I'm 21 years old now, but the story I'm about to tell you happened when I was just 5. Back then, my family lived in a 2-story house that my parents rented. It was just me, my mom, my dad, and my mom's working student. We'll call her Mary. One afternoon, we were all in my parents' bedroom. I was busy playing games on my mom's phone while my parents decided to head downstairs for a snack. My dad asked,
Do you want to come with us?
I shook my head, eyes still on the screen.
Nope, I'll stay here,
I replied. They didn't argue. They just let me be and closed the door behind them. A few minutes passed. I started to feel hungry, so I decided I'd head downstairs too. But when I walked to the door and tried to open it, it wouldn't open. I checked the doorknob. It moved, so I knew it wasn't locked. But I pulled again, and still the door wouldn't budge. I thought to myself,
Maybe Mary's holding it from the other side.
We used to play little pranks on each other. This wouldn't be the first time. I called out,
Mary, please open the door.
No response.
Mary, open the door, please.
I shouted, now banging on the door. Still nothing. I let go of the doorknob for a second, catching my breath. Then, with all my strength, I pulled the door. It cracked open, just a little. And that's when I saw it, a headless figure standing right outside the door, dressed in a long white nightgown, and the figure was missing its head. I froze, my eyes wide. My tiny hands let go of the door. I backed away and began banging on the door again, yelling,
Let me out! Let me out!
Yes, I was terrified, but somehow I didn't cry. I tried to open the door again, and that's when I saw something even more disturbing. The headless figure was tying a big towel around the doorknob, looping it around the stair handrail. It was trapping me inside. Today, that might sound ridiculous, but 5-year-old me, I was panicking beyond belief. I pulled on the door again with all my might, but it wouldn't move. The towel was tightening, and then the figure started walking toward me. I could see through the slightly cracked door that it was getting closer and closer, and I could see the stump where its neck should have been. I screamed and slammed the door shut. A few minutes later, I heard a voice calling out. It was Mary. She came from the living room and walked up the stairs, finding me trapped inside. She looked confused when she found me.
What happened here?
She asked.
The headless person,
I said, my voice trembling. She stared at the towel tied between the knob and the handrail.
Gwen, did you do this?
I shook my head, frantic.
No, it was the headless person.
She sighed.
Headless person? Gwen, those aren't real.
I tried to convince her, begged her to believe me, but she didn't. She untied the towel and opened the door. I stepped out, still shaken, and scanned the hallway, expecting the figure to appear from around the corner, or maybe crawl down from the ceiling, but there was nothing. When I went downstairs, my parents were still eating. Did they not hear me? I ran to them and told them everything. They laughed. I eventually started thinking maybe I imagined it, just a child's wild imagination. A year later, when I turned 6, we moved into a new house, one that my parents owned. Mary graduated and moved away to become a teacher, and we didn't really keep in touch.
Years passed and that memory faded, but recently we had a house deliverance, a cleansing, and ever since that happened, I haven't stopped thinking about that day. We were talking to a priest about the paranormal experiences we've had in the past, and I told that story again, this time with my parents sitting right beside me, and for the first time, they looked disturbed. My parents admitted something. They told me that back in that same house, when I was just 3 years old, they'd seen something too. They said I had an imaginary friend back then, and one day they saw me eating something invisible, saying it was a food that my friend gave me. That was the moment that everything clicked. What if it wasn't my imagination? Some people might say, why would a ghost show up during the day? Or why would it lock a little girl inside a room? But if it was Mary playing a prank, wouldn't I have seen her, head slouching forward in that nightgown? But no, what I saw was a human figure standing upright, with no head on top of its shoulders, and I don't think I imagined that. My story happened back in 2017 when I was 15 years old. My family is originally from North Carolina, and we're Cherokee Native Americans if you're wondering. My parents raised me and my siblings to always treat other Native people with kindness and compassion. It's something they deeply believed in and something they taught us to carry with pride. This happened one summer afternoon around 4 p.m. At the time, I was working a part-time job at a small grocery shop across town to save up money for a trip. I had a 5:30 p.m. shift, and since I was the youngest of 6, with all of my siblings moved out and both my parents at work, I had to take the bus. As I waited at the stop, the bus was still about 15 minutes away. That's when I saw a man walking toward me. I didn't have my glasses on that day, so I couldn't make out his features at first, but when he got closer, I noticed he was Native too. He had long, braided hair, a clean-shaven face, and was wearing a traditional Native necklace, the kind my grandfather used to wear. It actually made me smile. He looked to be in his early 20s, with deep bags around his eyes and a worried, almost paranoid expression. He kept glancing over his shoulder and nervously playing with his necklace, fidgeting. Something about him just looked uneasy. I kind of felt sorry for him, so I gave him a small wave and a polite smile. He saw it, but just nodded. After a few minutes, he turned to me and asked, "Could you lend me some money?" I instantly thought about the $35 I had in my pocket, money I planned to use later that night to hang out with my friends. So I lied. I said, "Sorry, I don't have anything on me." As soon as I said that, his face changed, not with anger, but with something like shock. Before I could even process his reaction, he looked over my shoulder. I turned around to see what he was looking at, and there was another man approaching, maybe in his 40s, wearing dirty work jeans, boots, and a black t-shirt. Something about him instantly put me on edge. I panicked. I grabbed my backpack and crossed the road, hoping they'd both just leave before the bus came. From the other side, I could hear them arguing, something about money. Then everything escalated so fast I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The man in the black shirt suddenly shoved the younger guy to the ground and screamed,
"I told you I'd kill you if you didn't pay me back, you bastard!"
Then he pulled out a gun and shot him 3 times, all in the head. My ears started ringing. I couldn't move. Some woman nearby screamed. I think she was sitting on a bench, but I barely heard her. I just ran. I didn't stop until I made it home, completely shaken, thinking I might be next. My parents called the police as soon as I told them what happened. I gave my statement and tried to cope with the shock. Now fast forward to 2020, I was talking to my mom about it again, and that's when she told me something I'll never forget. She had found out who the man was. His name was Ed City. He lived with a family of 5. They'd been struggling financially, and he'd been doing everything he could to support them. Turns out he had gotten involved with some very bad people because he owed them money. But according to his mother, he'd already paid most of it off. Apparently, he was only a few dollars short. He was just $20 short. $20. That's when it hit me. I had the money. I could have given it to him. I could have saved him.
My parents raised me to be generous, to help others, especially those in our native community. But that day, I chose not to, and it haunts me. To this day, I can't stop thinking, what if I had just helped? Would he still be alive? I hope one day I can forgive myself, but right now the guilt and shame still eat me alive. Hi, I'm a fan of your show. This happened to me a few years ago. I'm a guy and I was in my 30s at the time. I live in a Scandinavian country. Back then, I used to go for walks late at night. It was a pretty safe area, or at least it used to be. But things started getting worse. More violent crime, mostly gang-related. Still, if you minded your own business, it wasn't usually a problem. So one night, around midnight, I was out walking. Up ahead, I saw a tall apartment building, and two men were pacing back and forth around it. I recognized the building. A retired teacher from my school lived there. She was probably in her 50s by now. It felt a little strange seeing these guys circle the place, but I didn't think too much of it. Then I noticed they were acting off. They were standing on their tiptoes, peeking through windows. One of them even picked up a stick and walked back across the yard. That's when I realized they were about to break in, and I had just walked into the middle of it. They noticed me. They stopped and turned and stared directly at me. My gut told me to move, fast, so I turned left to get out of there, but the path wasn't great either. It led past a school and an open lawn, totally empty. No people, no cover. I glanced back. At first, the men walked the other way, but when I made the last turn in front of the school, I spotted them again, hiding behind a bush, watching me, waiting. There's no way they ended up there by accident. If they weren't planning something, they wouldn't have followed me like that. At one point, I was almost home, so I did the only thing I could think of. I took my jacket off and held it up, like a decoy. Then, I ran, casually, back to my house. Nothing happened. They didn't follow me. But I know I got lucky that night. If I hadn't turned left, if I'd kept walking straight into the dark, they probably would have robbed me. I still go for walks late at night sometimes, but only for 10, maybe 15 minutes. And I always stay close to the buildings, somewhere people can see me, just in case. This happened 5 years ago when I was 15 years old. I was hosting a sleepover during the winter holidays. The weather that day was rainy and thunder was clashing louder than usual. I invited 5 of my closest friends over: Kai, John, Nick, Robin, and Marcus. We had all known each other since we were kids. Robin's uncle Blake also came over to keep an eye on us since my parents were away on vacation. They would not be back for a few days. My 2 bulldogs were with me too. Blake was a funny and easygoing guy, but he was no joke. He trained in professional martial arts and even coached MMA fighters. Everyone arrived that afternoon. I don't remember the exact time, but it was already pretty dark outside. The weather was classic winter with heavy rain and low skies. Blake ordered everyone pizza, and we decided to watch a scary movie. Honestly, it felt like the perfect night for it. The stormy weather set the mood. Halfway through the movie, the doorbell rang. We figured it was the pizza guy, and Blake went to get it. He looked through the peephole and saw the delivery man. He was about 6 foot tall and had a strange, unsettling expression. Blake said the guy gave him a bad feeling right away. He opened the door, and the man handed him the pizza. There were no words, just this long, creepy smile. Blake paid and shut the door quickly. Later, he told us it was one of the most awkward moments of his life. He just stood there while this guy silently grinned at him. Something about him felt wrong. Still, we brushed it off and continued watching the movie. By the time it ended, it was close to midnight. We all decided to sleep in the same room. It was the large guest room upstairs. Everyone brought their own sleeping bags. I slept on the bed, and so did Nick. The others set up around us on the floor. Blake stayed downstairs, watching his favorite Netflix series on the couch. We stayed up talking for about 30 minutes before finally falling asleep. Then, a shrug on my shoulder. Nick was trying to wake me. His face looked worried. He whispered, "Did you hear that?" There was a knock coming from the window. At first, I thought it was thunder, but then he leaned in and said, "I think someone's trying to get in." My heart started racing. We stared at the window, frozen. The knocking stopped. Then a dark figure appeared right at the glass. They were wearing a black or gray hoodie. I could not make out the face, just a shape, a shadow, but it was close, too close. Adrenaline kicked in. I jumped out of bed and ran to the window. I locked it fast, just as the figure tried to lift it open. That was when I saw it, a crooked white tooth twisted into a vicious smile, but I still could not get a clear look at the rest of the face. I bolted back across the room and shook everyone awake. Then came the knocking again, louder, meaner. He started yelling something, but the words did not make any sense. It was like my brain could not process them. We ran straight downstairs to wake up Blake. Blake did not hesitate. He grabbed my 2 bulldogs and headed outside. We followed behind him. What we saw was disturbing. There was a ladder leaning against the side of the house. It was positioned right below the bedroom window. The knocking sound had been the ladder tapping against the wall as the man climbed. Blake spotted muddy footprints leading to the backyard. He ran that way. That was when we saw him. The man was crouched under a garden bush trying to hide. Blake charged at him, with the dogs barking beside him. The dogs lunged and bit into the man's hoodie, and Blake punched him hard and fast.
"Call the police!"
He yelled. We did. It took them a while to arrive because of the storm. When they finally got there, they arrested the man. Then came the part that still haunts me. The officers told us this was not the first time he had done something like this. And Blake? He swore it was the same guy who delivered our pizza earlier that night. Since then, I have never let my guard down, and my dogs, they sleep in my room now, every single night. Hey Wansee, my name is Becky. I'm from a country in West Africa called Ivory Coast, and I have a scary story that happened to me when I was just 6 years old. Back then, I lived in a small apartment with my parents. It was a quiet building, and I didn't have any friends to play with. There weren't any other kids my age around. So my parents hired a babysitter to take care of me whenever they were busy. One day, I told my babysitter I wanted to play outside the building. She agreed, and we went out together. Right next to our apartment building, there was a small house made entirely out of wood, and that's where I saw them. A group of kids playing right outside the wooden house. I got excited and asked my babysitter if I could join them. She said yes, so I ran over and started playing with them. They were a bit older than me, and I remember they were all siblings. At some point, the older girl in the group said she had to cook something. I was curious and asked, "Can I help you?" She smiled and said, "Okay." Then she told me to go pick up some small rocks, and some big rocks too. I didn't question it, I just did it. She brought out a big cooking pot and placed it over a fire, and then she began putting the rocks I collected into the pot. At first, I was confused, and I asked myself, what is going on? But I was just a kid. I tried to understand and tried to blend in. She covered the pot and waited. A few minutes later, she opened it again, and that's when I saw it. Inside the pot was rice and meat, cooked, hot, ready to eat. The same pot that was full of rocks just minutes before. I was shocked, but also amazed. I didn't understand how she had turned rocks into food. I remember thinking it had to be some kind of black magic. Then she invited me to eat with her and her siblings, and I was so close to saying yes. I was young, and I was naive, and the food smelled really good. But right then, my babysitter, who had been sitting a bit further away, noticed what was going on. She ran over and shouted,
Don't eat that food!
She grabbed my hand and pulled me away. We went straight home. She didn't even say anything on the way back. She just looked scared. Now I'm 16, and I still think about that day. What kind of magic did those children use? What would have happened if I had eaten that food? Ever since that experience, I don't like eating at other people's houses, because I've seen with my own eyes that not every meal is what it seems. My name is AK. I've always wanted to share my story here, but nothing truly scary ever happened to me until a few days ago. It was during my university break. I'd come home to rest for a week. The first 4 days were fine, but on the 5th day, I heard whispering. It wasn't a hallucination. It was clear, real, right there. But I ignored it, told myself it was just the horror movie I'd watched earlier. Then came the 6th day. I have a little routine. I usually sleep in the large bedroom I share with my aunt, mom, and grandma. Then at 6:30 a.m., I move into my grandpa's room. He was always awake by then, out on the terrace getting fresh air, and his room is much cooler, easier to sleep in. But this time, I woke up at 3 a.m. I was half asleep, eyes closed, pillow and bedsheet in my arms. I didn't think twice. I knew the house well enough to walk with my eyes shut. I opened the door to my grandpa's room, and when I opened my eyes, my heart stopped. Grandpa was sitting upright on the bed, just staring at me, cold, empty eyes. I froze. Then I snapped out of it, realizing it was still the middle of the night. I forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." He just grinned at me. I shut the door quickly and turned to run back. That's when I heard it, his laugh. I stopped in my tracks. The sound was so strange, so wrong. I opened the door just a crack, and he was already there, looking straight at me through the gap, still laughing. Fear washed over me. I ran back to Grandma's room, but when I opened the door, my aunt, my mother, and my grandmother were sitting there, all three, staring at me. Then my mother started laughing, and my grandmother joined, and then my aunt. The sound was deafening, wrong, twisted. I stood frozen as they laughed harder and harder, until suddenly, without realizing it, I started laughing too. It hurt, my side ached, I couldn't breathe. I fell to my knees, clutching my stomach, gasping for air, still laughing. The laughter wouldn't stop, and then everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was in the hospital. My family gathered around me. My mother burst into tears the moment she saw me awake. She kissed my forehead over and over, whispering that the prayers had worked. I asked her what had happened. She told me, that morning I stood up out of bed. My body arched backwards, my hands clawed through the air. I was on my tiptoes, my mouth wide open, and tears pouring down my face. And then I collapsed. As the doctor called my mother away, my grandmother and aunt followed her. And suddenly, it was just me and my grandpa. He leaned down, gave me the warmest smile he'd ever given me, and whispered, "Did you laugh your heart out, little darling?" My grandma is the kindest person I know, and I wanted to share a few stories she told me. We're from England. She used to be a nurse, so of course she's seen quite a few dead bodies. She once mentioned how awful some of the victims of gang violence were in London. Car crashes, though, she said they were sometimes even worse. She was a very tough woman. There was always one strange thing about her house. She said her dog refused to go upstairs because of one particular room. That room always felt cold. We found out why from a neighbor who casually mentioned that a woman had died in that very room years ago. My grandma always had weird things happening around her. One night, my grandma was working late at the hospital with a few doctors. She was alone in one of the wings when she heard the sound of a cane tapping slowly down the hallway. She didn't think much of it at first,
There had been an elderly woman staying there for a long time who always banged her cane when she walked. But then she remembered something. That woman had passed away earlier that week. Still, the sound continued. Tap, tap, tap. She turned the hallway lights on. Nothing. No one was there. At first, she told herself it must have been the pipes, or maybe the old building settling. But the same sound came back the next few nights. Always at the same time. Always the same steady tapping. Eventually, she came to believe that the woman's spirit was still walking the halls of the hospital. But here's the story that I could never get over. The day my mom was born, my Nana brought her to the hospital to show her coworkers the baby. When she arrived, one of the doctors waved her over and offered us parking spot right next to the entrance. She was grateful. It saved her a walk with a newborn in her arms. She parked and went inside. Just moments later, she heard a loud, sickening thud from outside, followed by screaming. She ran out, and what she saw chilled her. A man had fallen from one of the hospital's upper floor windows. He landed directly on the car parked where she usually would have parked. It was the car of the doctor who gave her his spot. If she had parked in her usual place, in her tiny Mini Cooper, the damage would have been horrific, fatal. If my mom had been in the back seat, she likely wouldn't have survived. Later, she asked what had happened. The man who jumped hadn't shown any signs of distress. He had coffee that morning, chatted with nurses, and seemed completely normal. Then, without warning, he ran toward a window, shattered the glass. My Nana still talks about how lucky she was that day. Hi, my name is Nitin and I live in India. This happened to me in the summer of 2013. It was the month of June, during school holidays, and I was staying at my grandmother's house in the village. The house had 3 floors. I was there with my parents and both of my brothers. My dad comes from a large family. He has 6 sisters. There was one room on the ground floor we called the storage room. It was usually kept locked. Inside were large soil-lined tankers used to store rice. One night, I woke up and decided to go downstairs from the 2nd floor. From the hallway, I noticed that the storage room door was wide open. A dim light was glowing from inside. Curious, I walked in. That's when the strong smell of kerosene hit me. It was overwhelming. I started to feel lightheaded immediately. And then, as I looked up, I saw it, a burning figure, human-shaped, crawling toward me. It looked like it was burning, like it was on fire, but not screaming, just dragging itself across the ground, flames flickering off its body. I froze for a second, then I screamed and bolted upstairs. Right at that moment, I heard something crash behind me. It made a loud noise, and suddenly, everything went black. Then, the electricity came back on. I turned back to look again. The storage room was just as it had always been. No fire, no smoke, nothing out of place. I told no one. I tried to forget what happened, and I did for a long time. Until March of 2023, when my mother told me something strange. She said that back in March of 2013, 10 years ago, one of my dad's younger sisters had died in that very room. It was late at night and the electricity had gone out. She was sweeping the floor by the light of a small oil lamp, and something knocked the lamp over. It shattered and kerosene splashed across her. She caught fire instantly. She screamed and struggled until she passed out, still burning. By the time she got to the hospital, it was too late. That's when everything clicked. The smell, the fire, the shape crawling toward me. Had I seen her spirit that night? Why did I see her? Why me? What was she trying to tell me? Even now, I don't have answers. Just the memory of that moment and the feeling that something or someone was trying to reach out from the past. Hi, my name is Chae. I'm a 17-year-old black male from St. Louis. But this story happened 3 years ago when I was 14 with my older brother. Let's call him Jason. So, my brother and I decided to leave home at 2 a.m.
to explore an abandoned school in our neighborhood. Yeah, I know. 2 kids sneaking out at that hour sounds reckless, but that's exactly what we did. We walked through the empty streets, phones in hand, and my brother, who was 20 at the time, carried his Glock 19X, just in case. Once we got to the school, we explored the crumbling hallways for a while before sitting down to eat some snacks and talk about life and women. But then, in the middle of our conversation, the air shifted. A tall, middle-aged man suddenly appeared around the corner with a grin that froze me in place. A quick note, the school sat right beside a dense forest, home to coyotes and deer, and the corner he came from, it led directly out of those woods. He was about 6'4", mid-30s, shaven head, dressed in a black jumpsuit. His steps were uneven, dragging his left foot across the ground, and even from a distance I could smell the alcohol on him. My brother's hand slipped into his bag, ready for anything. I was just 14, but I wasn't small. I'd been boxing for 6 years. My brother stood tall at 6'3". Still, none of that mattered when I saw the man's eyes. He looked empty, terrifying. He staggered towards us, lifting the bottle in his hand.
Want a drink?
He slurred. Every instinct in my body screamed at me. My stomach knotted, my skin crawled, and my brother grabbed my shoulder like he felt the same thing. The man muttered something we couldn't hear. When we asked him to repeat it, he smiled and said,
I wonder what your blood would look like on the grass.
That was when he started describing, in disturbing detail, how he could kill someone and feed their body to the animals in the forest. Then, without warning, he shouted,
Come here, you punks!
As he moved toward us, instinct took over. I stepped back, planted my feet, and drove my fist straight into his nose. Blood sprayed, and the man staggered. My brother drew his gun, leveled it at the man's face, and said through clenched teeth,
Don't move a finger.
The man laughed, blood dripping down his face.
I'm gonna kill you and your brother.
Before he could finish, I snapped. I started punching him over and over, yelling,
Get away from us!
And then, flashing lights, the police. A neighbor had heard the shouting and called them. They pulled me off the man. My brother and I told them everything. The officers arrested him, and we walked home in silence. The moment we stepped through the door, the weight of it all hit me. My chest tightened, and I broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm 17 now, and my brother is 23. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I had taken that drink from the man. My name is Anushka. This is a true story that happened when I was just 10 years old. Every summer, my family and I go on a beach vacation with my father's friend's family. We usually visit Puri, a place filled with beautiful temples and golden beaches. It's a tradition, and we love it. Normally, we've stayed at well-known hotels, but that summer, we hadn't booked in advance. There were no rooms available. The staff told us one would open the next morning, so for one night, we had no choice but to stay at a smaller, lesser-known hotel. That hotel sat near a graveyard, far from the temples, far from the beach. But we decided it was just one night, so we would be fine. The day itself was wonderful. We played on the sand, watched the waves, and came back tired, ready for bed. And we all went to sleep early, but around 1 a.m., I woke up with a feeling I'll never forget. I couldn't breathe. When I tried to move, I couldn't. It felt like something heavy was pressing down on me, choking me. And in that moment, I knew it wasn't human. The room was pitch black, but in the shadows, I could make out a dark shape. I was only 10, and I screamed for my mother. For minutes, I couldn't breathe properly. My mother rushed to me, lifted me in her arms, and shook me awake. My father carried me out into the hallway. The hallway had no lights, only an empty, lonely sofa. No staff at the desk, just a large glass door glowing faintly with moonlight. Outside, dogs barked and yelped. Their cries echoed through the night, making the scene even more terrifying. My father laid me on the sofa, trying to wake me. He patted my cheek until I gasped and finally caught my breath.
As I looked down the hallway, I saw it, a figure standing in the corner, watching me. It was tall. Its hair floated in the air as if caught in a breeze. I thought it was a woman, but I knew it wasn't human. Its presence radiated anger. I was frozen. We went back to our room. I said nothing, not a word. The next morning, we checked out and went to a famous hotel. There, everything was normal. The rest of our vacation was perfect. But when we finally returned home, I told my parents what I saw. And that's when my heart stopped, because my mother admitted she had seen the figure too, that very night, standing in the same corner, staring, silent. She never told me at the time, and I never saw it again. But from that day forward, I was never the same. The fear of the dark stayed with me. I couldn't walk into unlit rooms, couldn't face dark hallways in hotels, especially hotels near cemeteries. Hello, my name is Rumaiza. I've always wanted to share this story. This happened when I was about 11. It was a school holiday, and my siblings and I went to stay overnight at my aunt's house. We had so much fun, and when it was time for bed, the three of us slept on a mattress in the living room with my cousin. To give you a better picture, this is what the layout of my house looked like. That night, I couldn't sleep because of a sore throat and a cough, so I stayed up watching YouTube on my cousin's tablet. It must have been around 3 a.m. I wanted to sleep, but the coughing just wouldn't stop. Finally, I turned off the tablet, determined to get some rest. Just then, I heard my cousin's bedroom door open. From where I was lying, I could clearly see if anyone came out, but no one did. And I never heard the door close again. I called out my cousin's name. No answer. Goosebumps spread across my skin, but I tried to ignore it. On the table in front of the door was a plastic bag. Suddenly, the bag's handle began to move. Startled, I called out my cousin's name again. The bag stopped. It wasn't the wind. First, the bag was full of something. And second, the movement wasn't in one direction. It was shifting, almost tugging. And with all the windows shut tight, there was no wind inside at all. Frightened, I turned to face my sister and closed my eyes, but I couldn't shake off the fear. I opened them again and glanced at the black screen of the now-off TV. That's when I saw him. A man in a hoodie standing behind me, or at least in the reflection. His stance suggested he was right there, looming over top of me. He looked like my cousin, but it was only reflection, and something inside me knew the truth. I turned around to check. No one was there. When I looked back at the TV, the figure had returned, only this time even closer. A wave of dread washed over me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything except cry quietly to myself. The figure was coming closer and closer. I whispered a prayer, clutching my sister, and eventually it vanished. I squeezed my eyes shut until sleep nearly took me, but the feeling of being watched never left. When I dared to open my eyes again, he was there, sitting on the sofa behind me, one leg crossed over the other, elbow resting lazily on the armrest, staring, as if he had always been there, as if he belonged there. And behind him stood another figure, tall, pale, only his upper body visible. I couldn't take it anymore. I forced myself to get up, bolted into my aunt's room, and shook her awake. I told her everything. She didn't believe a word. She just gave me cough medicine and let me sleep beside her. Only then did I finally fall asleep. The next morning, I told my siblings and my cousin. None of them believed me either, but I know what I saw. The figure in the TV might have been my imagination, but how do I explain the moving plastic bag? And the thought of that being sitting casually on the sofa, watching me like I was the intruder, still gives me goosebumps. At the time, I lived in an old block of flats in England, and right next to my home stood an abandoned hotel, a massive 6-story building that had been rotting away for years, even before I moved in. One day, me, my cousin, and my sister decided we'd finally explore it. The hotel was surrounded by a tall fence, but it was crumbling, full of holes. It wasn't hard to slip through. Inside, the place was worse than we imagined. Blood smeared across doors, broken windows, empty rooms torn apart by squatters. The air was heavy, suffocating, like the walls themselves were warning us to leave. Behind the hotel, we found a dead patch of grass and an old, run-down shed. We didn't get too close. Just standing near it made our skin crawl. And then we heard it, the sharp scrape of metal against metal, like someone sharpening a knife. We didn't wait to find out. We turned back toward the hotel, but as soon as we opened the back door, a foul stench hit us. Rot, decay, something like a dead body. Still, we pressed on. We climbed the stairs to the first floor and made the worst decision of the day. We split up. I crept into a room filled with old shelves, books, broken furniture. In the corner stood a massive, worn-down closet. At first, it seemed ordinary, but then, tap, tap, tap. The sound was faint, but steady, like long nails drumming up against the inside of wood. My heart stopped when I realized it was coming from inside the closet. I bolted, out of the room, down the hallway, through the stairwell. My cousin and sister saw me and immediately followed. In the rush, I tripped hard, scraping my leg open, but I didn't dare stop. As we reached the exit, I made the mistake of looking back. And there she was, a woman, mid-20s maybe, long, greasy black hair, ripped, filthy clothes. She was standing just inside the doorway of the hotel, peeking at us from the shadows. That's when I knew we weren't alone in there. When we finally got home, I noticed my leg was bleeding badly from the fall, but the cut wasn't random. It had carved itself into the shape of a smiley face. I didn't believe in ghosts before that day, but after what I saw, after what followed me home, I knew better. The hotel was torn down years later, replaced with new apartments, but for me, that night never left. Hey, my name is Kav. This happened to me about 4 years ago, and it still has me questioning the whole situation. One hot summer in the United Kingdom, I was going about my day until my mother, little sister, and I went over to my grandparents' house. We stayed there until it got dark. As we parked the car in front of our house, we all got out, shut the doors, and locked it. While walking to the door, I looked up at my bedroom window. That's when I saw it, a black silhouette, slightly slouched behind the curtain, just visible enough to notice. I had another sister who was home at the time, so I thought it was her trying to scare me. I called out to her, but the figure didn't move. I shrugged it off, thinking I'd laugh with her about it upstairs later, but when we walked inside, my heart dropped. She was sitting on the couch, studying. I started to panic. I knew I had seen someone, or something, staring down at me from my window. It couldn't have been my brother. He was asleep for work in the morning. Hesitantly, I walked upstairs and turned on the bedroom light. The room was perfectly normal, nothing out of place. I broke down crying to my mother about it, and she let me sleep in her room that night. Weeks later, I was finally back in my room. That's when something else began. My sister and I noticed a rotting smell in our bedroom. At first, only our mother picked up on it. She questioned us, but we were always clean. Still, the smell grew worse, and soon my brother and mother were noticing it too. She asked my stepdad to break open a shelf, thinking a rat might have died inside, but there was nothing, and the stench only got stronger in the heat of the day, then faded at night. Eventually, I moved out of my room and started sleeping on the floor in my mother's room. My sister stayed behind. The smell drove my mother crazy.
She finally called the council, who sent investigators. Nothing. Days later, she called again. This time, the police came. We lived in an apartment. The officers began knocking on doors upstairs, questioning neighbors, until they reached one unit. The door was locked, or at least it should have been. When they tried forcing it open, it felt heavy. Finally, they pried it open, and that's when they found her. Behind the door lay the body of an elderly woman. One of the cops rushed outside to throw up. She had been dead for days. Later, my mother sat my sister and me down. She told us quietly, "Girls, that smell you've been inhaling was a corpse." We were in utter shock. My sister asked if they knew how she died. My mother said, "They're not sure. She was found behind her front door, so maybe a stroke, maybe a heart attack." The saddest part, they discovered she had no family. She lived alone, and she died alone. To this day, I still wonder if the silhouette I saw in my bedroom window was her. Maybe she was reaching out. Maybe she's still in that room with me. My family has had a history of horror and terrible things. I can remember all the stories that my aunts and uncles would tell me, but the earliest story I can remember was told to me by my mother. It was the late 90s. My mother was 15 years old at the time, living in Puerto Rico with her family. My mother had a friend. For privacy, I'll call her Carmen. They were best friends. They always played together and had sleepovers. Carmen was a huge part of my mother's childhood. One day, when my mother and Carmen were playing outside, a man approached them. He wasn't the spooky, scary old man or the creepy guy you'd hear about in kidnapper stories. He was tall and handsome. My mother and Carmen knew him. Everyone did. He was well known around the church and the town for his kindness and good looks. He smiled, and they smiled back. They knew him, so they thought they could trust him.
"Hey Lydia, hey Carmen, what are you girls doing?"
he asked with his usual smile. My mother and Carmen laughed and chatted with him, but then the conversation took a turn. He suddenly sighed.
"What's wrong?"
Carmen asked.
"It's just that my fridge is broken at my house, and no one wants to help me. I've asked all my friends, but they all said no."
Carmen looked at my mother and smiled. My mom knew that smile always meant Carmen had an idea.
"You know, me and Lydia could help,"
Carmen said brightly. His sad face lit up.
"Really? I'd appreciate that."
Despite Carmen thinking it was fine, my mother didn't. She whispered,
"Carmen, we've never even been to his house. Your parents would never allow it. And besides, he's strong and big. Why would he need our help?"
Carmen just rolled her eyes and chuckled.
"Don't be such a scaredy cat, Lydia. He's super nice and we both know him. If you don't want to, I'll just go with him myself."
Before my mom could respond, Carmen was already walking toward the man's car. My mother froze. She wanted to call out, but she couldn't move. She just stood there, watching, as Carmen climbed into the car. The engine started. Carmen waved from the window. My mother forced a nervous smile and waved back as the car drove away. The next day, my mother was washing dishes when she heard voices in the living room. She peeked and saw Carmen's parents talking to hers. When they noticed her, they rushed over.
"Lydia, dear, do you know where Carmen is?"
they asked. Her parents stood beside her, waiting for an answer. My mother replied,
"Yes, she went with Tulio to help him fix his fridge."
The room fell silent. Her parents looked concerned. Carmen's parents looked terrified. They thanked her, then quickly left. My mother felt uneasy. It was unlike Carmen to not come home. She always came home when the streetlights turned on. A day later, my mother was walking to school when she noticed a commotion near a house. Curious, she walked over and froze in horror. Carmen had been found. Her body was stuffed inside a black garbage bag. Her face was twisted in terror. Her eyes rolled back. Behind the police tape, my mother saw Carmen's parents crying. After Carmen left with the man, he had taken her to his house and killed her. It was one of his neighbors who discovered the truth. Their dog had run to a garbage bag, scratching at it. When the neighbor looked closer, they saw Carmen, and they immediately called the police.
Nobody could believe it. The kindest, most trusted man in their town had done the most evil thing. My mother never saw him again, but even now, she still has nightmares about him. I'm a young teenage girl, and this happened recently. I can still remember the image in my head, playing over and over again. I live in an apartment complex on the 3rd floor. I don't usually get visitors, and when I do, it's just my aunties and cousins coming over. On this particular day, I was lying on my bed, watching YouTube as usual. I don't have a phone anymore since it gave me a lot of trouble and then stopped working permanently. Anyway, after watching YouTube, I got up to greet my stepdad as he came home from work. After greeting him, I went back to my room where my brothers were on their bunk bed. I shared a room with them, so I never had privacy of my own. As I was looking around, my brother suddenly said he heard knocking on the door. It was dark out, and I didn't believe him at first. Since I hadn't heard it, I shrugged it off. But then, I heard the knock. My brother got up, but I told him to sit back down on the bed. I'm the oldest, and I didn't want my younger brothers opening doors for strangers. I walked up to the door. There was a chair right next to it. For some reason, I didn't want the person knocking to know anyone was home. So I didn't move the chair in front of the door to look through the peephole. Instead, I climbed onto the chair, leaning close, almost falling as I tilted my body to look. And that's when the fear hit me. I won't forget what I saw through the peephole. It was a masked man wearing a blue raincoat, almost like some kind of government worker. He was standing slightly slanted to the side, but what terrified me most was the gun. He held it right up to the peephole, almost as if he wanted whoever was looking to see it. Heart racing, I slowly stepped down from the chair. I slipped off my slides so they wouldn't make a sound. I turned to my brothers and gestured with my hand, shaping a gun, warning them to be silent. I quickly shut off all the lights and ran into my stepdad's room to tell him what I had just seen. What made it worse was that right before the man came, the electricity went out, and the internet too. That made it feel even scarier. My brothers ended up coming into my stepdad's room as well. We used the flashlight on his phone since the ceiling light in his room didn't work. The knocking continued. My stepdad wanted to check the peephole himself, but I wouldn't let him. I was too scared that even the slightest sound would give us away. We stayed in the room for over an hour. Eventually, it seemed like the man had left because we heard a little boy and his parents walking into their apartment on our floor. We could also hear kids playing downstairs on the 1st floor. That was when I finally called my mom and asked if we could go to my aunt's house. Without telling her what had happened, we left in a hurry. I never saw that man again, but the thought still terrifies me. What if I had let my brother open the door? I'm currently 28 years old, but this story happened when I was just 7, and I still remember it to this day. I used to go to a local park with some friends. We had been going there for almost 2 years. But over the last 5 months, we noticed something strange. Every single day, there was a short, fat, creepy old guy who would sit on a nearby bench. He'd just watch us and other kids for hours with this unsettling grin on his face. We stupidly went there without any parents or guardians, since the park was close to our house and our parents trusted us. This was back in 2003. And we were so young we didn't have phones to call for help. About 2 weeks after we started to feel uncomfortable with him watching us, he finally came over. It was just me and my 3 friends in the park that day. He walked up and asked us if we wanted to go to his house to play video games and check out his new dog. Since we were kids, we were foolish, and we agreed. It sounded fun, and for a moment we thought maybe he was just a kind guy after all. But we were very wrong. He said his house was about a 20-minute walk from the park, so the 4 of us walked with him. About 10 minutes into the walk, a cop car drove by and started to slow down. The passenger cop leaned out the window, staring at us. The man told us to walk faster, saying that way we'd get more time to play games and to see his dog before having to leave, so we picked up the pace. But then, the cop car suddenly made a U-turn. and a loud voice shouted,
"You there! Freeze! Put your hands on your head! You're under arrest!"
We froze, confused and scared. The man bolted, but because of his age and size, he didn't get far. One cop tackled him to the ground and cuffed him, while the other officer asked us if we were okay and what had happened. We told him everything. He nodded and said it was very lucky they drove by when they did. Another cop car was called to drive us home, while the first car took the man to the station. The police explained everything to our parents, and from that day forward, we were banned from going to that park. At the time, my parents thought I was too young to understand the details, but when I turned 13, they finally told me the truth. That man was a known sexual offender. He called what he did his hunting, and he did it at local parks. That revelation terrified me. I started thinking about what could have happened to me and my 3 friends if that cop car hadn't driven by and stopped him. And honestly, I don't even want the answer, because I already know what it would have been. The police didn't share many details about his punishment, but my dad told me that one officer said the man would get at least 15 years in prison for his other crimes. My name is Dhruv Prajapati, and I am from India. I'll tell you about an experience I had on Dumas Beach that still chills me to the bone. Dumas Beach in Surat has always been a place wrapped in mystery and dark rumors. People say it's haunted, and over the years, countless stories have circulated about strange sounds, vanishing shadows, and eerie figures that wander the sands at night. As curious as I am, I never really believed in any of it until one night changed everything. It was a rare weekend night, and some friends and I decided to hang out on Dumas Beach after sunset. We'd heard the rumors, the tales of restless spirits, unexplained disappearances, and how people seemed to disappear into the mist along the shore. But we just laughed it off, convinced it was nothing but local folklore meant to keep people away after dark. As we walked along the beach, the only sounds were the waves crashing and our voices echoing strangely in the emptiness. Then, without warning, an icy gust of wind swept across the beach. It cut right through us, and we all felt the sudden chill. One of my friends even joked,
"Maybe it's one of the ghosts."
But the laughter faded when we heard it, a whisper, faint and breathless, like someone was speaking just behind us. We stopped, our senses on high alert, and looked around. There was no one. The beach was empty. I brushed it off, figuring it was just the wind, but something felt wrong. I remember hearing that the beach was once a Hindu burial ground, and that maybe, just maybe, the souls of those buried here hadn't yet found peace. As we walked further, my flashlight started flickering, and a thick, eerie mist began to roll in. It was denser than anything I'd ever seen. Just then, one of my friends gasped and pointed at the ground. There, right in front of us, were footprints, appearing in the sand as though someone invisible was walking straight toward us. Our nerves got the better of us, and one of my friends whispered,
"Let's get out of here."
I didn't need to be told twice, but something, maybe my curiosity or something else, held me back for just a moment longer. I looked down at the footprints moving closer, step by step, almost as if they had intent. And then, for just a brief second, I saw it, a shadow-like figure, its hollow eyes staring directly at me. The look in its eyes wasn't anger, it was something else, a mix of sorrow and warning. Heart racing, I stumbled back, and my friends and I broke into a run. As we sprinted back, I could hear faint whispers following us, growing louder, and footsteps closing in behind us. When we finally reached the entrance to the beach, where the glow of the streetlights met us, we dared to turn around. The mist had already thinned, and the beach looked silent, almost peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened. To this day, I have never gone back. Hi, I'm Eric. For the sake of the story, I'll be keeping my family's names private, so my brother will be called Ken and my cousin will be called Damien.
This happened about 6 years ago. It was a cold December evening in 2019 when my family and I visited our local McDonald's. I was 12 years old at the time, my brother Ken was 10, and our cousin Damien was 14. We had all been looking forward to a simple evening of food and playtime. As we walked in, we started ordering food, but our attention was quickly pulled aside. A large, muscular man was shouting angrily at a woman, his voice carrying through the glass. Suddenly, I saw him grab my mom's hand. My heart jumped, and I shouted at the guy to shut up, but my aunt quickly gave me a sharp look, silently telling me not to get involved. And honestly, I thank her for that, because things could have gotten much worse. Inside, my aunt kept paying for the food. Ken turned to me and asked,
"Man, what's going on?"
I whispered back,
"I don't know. Let's just focus on the positives."
Damien looked pale, scared, and I tried to reassure him with a smile.
"Don't worry. Things will get better. I promise."
We hugged each other, holding on, as the woman and the man stormed into the restaurant. That's when things completely spiraled. The woman screamed,
"I told you, I don't have your money, you pig!"
The man roared back, calling her a lying bitch. Dozens of customers froze, parents, kids, families, all staring in shock as the fight escalated. A female employee stepped forward and snapped,
"Get out now, or I'm calling the police!"
The atmosphere was heavy with fear. My aunt leaned toward me and whispered again to stay out of it, so we tried to eat quietly, though our hands were shaking. The playground in the corner, once exciting, suddenly meant nothing. Ken and Damien kept saying,
"The cops are coming!"
like it was the only thing keeping them calm, but the truth was far darker. I excused myself to check on my mom, and that's when I saw something I'll never forget. The man had calmed down. He stood talking with a friend, a rough-looking guy with his girlfriend by his side, and then I noticed it, 3 shotguns, tucked into the man's back, hidden under his jacket. My blood ran cold. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just forced myself to walk away, praying he hadn't seen me notice. Back at the playground, I sat in silence, my mind spinning, trying to process what I had just seen. Moments later, the police arrived. They questioned the woman, and they spoke to my mom. We soon left the restaurant, still shaken and talking about what happened. But it wasn't over. As we drove away, we saw flashing lights at a nearby gas station. The man and his friends were in handcuffs, being pushed against a squad car. That's when my mom explained what really happened. The man had tried to snatch the woman's purse. When she resisted, he slapped her. She gave her statement to the police, and we drove home, grateful it was finally over. Seeing that man in cuffs gave us closure, but it also left me with a memory I'll never forget. Now, at 17, I still look back on that night. The night a normal trip to McDonald's turned into something I'll carry with me forever. My name is Chen, and I am 15 years old. This happened when I was 10. Back then, I lived in a small town in Manitoba, Canada. After this night, my family moved to Portage-la Prairie. For some context, I loved volleyball. Even though I wasn't very good at it, I wanted to play. I remember begging my parents to register me for after-school volleyball, but I would always chicken out. Now, onto the story. It was a Sunday night. My parents were at a gender reveal party, and my brother and I decided not to go since they said it would be boring for us. After playing with my neighbor, I went back inside and into the room I shared with my brother. I started tossing around the volleyball my parents had bought me. I was knocking things over, but luckily nothing broke, or I would have been in big trouble. I kept practicing, setting the ball into the air. At one point, I purposely hit the attic door. It didn't even have a handle to pull it down. But being the mischievous kid I was, curiosity got the better of me. I went to the garage and asked my brother to help me carry a ladder upstairs. He didn't ask questions, just helped me. Before climbing up, I grabbed one of those sticky hand toys I had from trick-or-treating. I climbed the ladder, slapped the sticky hand onto the attic door, and tugged until it came down. Then I climbed into the attic. It was pitch dark. I struggled to see. All I could make out was a couch, some food scattered across the floor, and an old bathtub we had left up there years ago, still holding dirty water. And then I saw him, a man, late 50s, balding, teeth rotting, smelling like he hadn't showered in weeks. I froze and then let out a massive scream. As I scrambled back toward the ladder, he lunged at me. I was only 4 steps from the bottom, but I didn't wait. I jumped. I yelled at my brother to run, and without any explanation, we bolted to our neighbor's house. We banged on their door until they opened. Shaking, we told them everything. They called the police. When officers went back to search the attic, the man was gone. Our neighbor also called our parents, and they rushed home immediately. Before the police left, they asked me for a description. I gave them every detail I could, but that was it. That night was the last time I ever saw him, and I'm still recovering from it. My name is Harry, and I live in a rural area of England. I am now 18, but this happened when I was 15 years old. I have a group of friends I've had for many years, dating back to preschool. I'll call them Luca and Tommy for privacy. Tommy and I live in a small village where we went to school and have spent our whole lives. It's a quiet village with mostly older people, so everyone our age naturally became close friends. Luca lived on a farm not far from the village and went to the same primary school. Growing up, we all believed in the paranormal, but I've always been secretly religious, even though my actions sometimes contradicted that. We stayed close after school and would regularly meet up to drink and mess around. One day, we decided to meet at Luca's farm. We rarely went there and thought we could play music loud and drink without worrying. Luca offered us a place to sleep in the nearby woods. He had a small camping spot set up. Being the immature teenagers we were, we agreed. Everything was fine at first. We drank, ate, and had a good time. It's worth mentioning the tent at the campsite only really fit 2 people, and even then it was a squeeze. Luckily there was a hammock, and I offered to sleep in it. Around 3 a.m., I heard a strange humming coming from deep in the forest. I woke the other 2 up and asked frantically if they heard it. They heard it clearly. It sounded like a woman, and the only woman in the area would have been Luca's mom, who wouldn't come to the forest at night. That creeped us out, and I offered to check what was making the sound. What a stupid mistake. Tommy refused and stayed behind, while Luca and I grabbed our phone flashlights and went searching. We walked for about 5 minutes and then saw something we couldn't explain. In the distance stood a woman in a white, muddy dress, her hair black and long, and she seemed to glow. She was huge, easily 7 feet tall. As soon as she saw us, she turned and walked away, still humming. Horrified but curious, we followed. She moved through bushes to our right, and we pushed after her. A small crossing bridge led us to a massive open field full of the most beautiful poppy flowers. If you don't know, the poppy is hugely symbolic where I'm from. It's how we remember the soldiers who fought in World War I. People wear poppies to commemorate them. We scanned the field. She was gone. The humming stopped, and a strange feeling settled over us that I can't properly describe. We followed a long path through the poppies, expecting to find her at the end. Instead, we found something incomprehensible: a tombstone and a white, muddy dress lying in front of it. The tombstone read, "In loving memory of Diana, taken from this world too young. May her soul rest in peace, 1917. Understandably, we were horrified. We ran back to the camp and told Tommy everything. He didn't believe a word. The next morning, we told Luca's parents what we'd seen. A pale expression crossed his father's face. He said, "A woman was killed by her husband on this farm many years ago. He went off to war and came back with shrapnel embedded in his face. The doctors couldn't remove it. He went insane and one day snapped. He killed his wife in a poppy field, and her body was never found." My name is Chae. I'm 20 years old now. I was 9 when this incident happened. It happened to me and my grandmother. My grandmother was a professor at a prestigious university. My mother was a businesswoman, and my father worked for a private company. On the day of the incident, my mother was on a 3-day business trip abroad, and my father worked late into the night. My grandmother and I were alone in our 5-story apartment complex. One evening, my grandmother came home from college holding a large hilsa fish in her hand. It was my favorite fish, so I was excited, but she looked nervous. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me to close the windows and the balcony door because it was evening. About an hour later, I smelled the fish frying in our kitchen. I ran over happily, and my grandmother smiled at me. As we talked, she noticed a few pieces of fish missing from the plate beside her. She knew I hadn't taken any because I was standing right next to her. She said nothing, but the strange thing continued. Each time she glanced at the plate, more fish would disappear. She waited to see what would happen, and what happened next still makes me cry with horror. A truly black hand, a disgusting hand with dark hair, came through the kitchen window and took a piece of fish. My grandmother immediately began praying and yelled for me to leave, but I was frozen with fear. Tears ran down my face. Living on the 5th floor, I knew that hand could not be human. I began having trouble breathing, like something was suffocating me. My grandmother screamed at the black entity and asked it what it wanted. The black hand pointed at the fish. My grandmother decided to give it a piece, but she also knew that if she gave it what it wanted, it might never let go. So she moved closer to the hand, holding the fish, and instead of handing it over, burned the entity's hand with a pair of cooking tongs. A loud, inhuman scream rang out, and the hand flew back out the window. My grandmother recited prayers and shut the window. After that, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My grandmother, my mother, my father, and a nurse stood around my bed. My family was crying. My mother had returned home from abroad quickly. She said that as soon as I fainted, my fever spiked. I was shaking and foaming at the mouth. My grandmother had called the neighbors and taken me to the hospital. The doctors struggled to bring my fever down. I was unconscious for 3 days. Thankfully, I recovered, but that incident is still unforgettable. Hello, I'm a 16-year-old girl living in a small village in Norway. About 2 years ago, my mom, my dog, and I moved into an old house. The townspeople called it a haunted house, but we didn't care. My mom didn't have much money, the house was cheap, and most importantly, we didn't believe in the supernatural. One morning, my mom left for work, leaving me alone with my dog while I got ready for school. I'm a pretty lazy kid and not much of a morning person, so instead of rushing, I usually sat in the bathroom with my dog and watched YouTube. I was sitting on the floor, cuddling her, when suddenly the room felt ice cold. That was strange, because the bathroom was normally the warmest room in the house, thanks to the underfloor heating. A chill crawled across my skin as I hugged my dog tighter, and then I felt it. The overwhelming urge to look into the hallway, like someone unseen was watching me. My dog felt it too. Her ears perked, and she began to growl. I slowly lifted my eyes, and that's when I saw it. A 6-foot-tall, white, shadowy figure floated toward me. I froze. My arms locked around my dog. Her growls turned into whimpers, and hot tears stung my eyes. The figure drifted closer and closer until it stopped right in front of the bathroom door. It lowered its head as if staring straight at me, then slowly turned and floated directly through the locked laundry room door. I sat there trembling, unable to move. It felt like hours before I finally gathered the courage to get up. I clipped on my dog's leash and bolted out the front door, running straight to my grandmother's house down the road. When I told her what I'd seen, she just gave me a confused look and laughed. That night, I tried to brush it off. I crawled into bed, ready for sleep, when I heard it. a knock at my window. My bedroom was on the second floor. Unless someone had climbed the wall, there was no way anyone could be knocking. I hesitated, then peeked out the window. Nothing. The dark stared back at me. Terrified, I ran to my mom's room. She was asleep, but I shook her awake and begged to sleep beside her. She didn't ask questions, she just let me. But that was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, strange things kept happening. Paintings slipped from the walls, footsteps echoed in empty rooms. And one night, while my mother and I were sitting in the living room, a knife lifted off the kitchen counter and dropped onto the floor. That was it. My mom had enough. We packed up and moved into my grandmother's house. She welcomed us without hesitation, and we stayed for 6 months until we found a new home. Now, we've been here for 7 months. Nothing strange has happened since. At least, not yet. Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm writing this email because something really strange happened to me. I live in India, and this happened about 2 years ago when I was 16. I live with my parents and 2 older brothers. In our neighborhood, there are only about 10 houses built in the same style, 2-story houses. My parents and I sleep on the first floor, and my brothers sleep on the second. So it was just like any other morning. I woke up and my mom and older brother, Allie, were talking in another room. They were loud, but I didn't really pay attention. I was brushing my teeth and getting ready for school when my brother came into my room and jokingly said,
"Want to see a ghost? Come here."
I was so confused and a little creeped out. He walked to my parents' room and pointed to the window.
"Look."
There was a huge road in front of our house, and I saw a man standing in the middle of it, wearing a shawl. It was winter, and the fog was thick outside, making it hard to see. He was looking to the left, where there were bushes and dense trees. It looked like a small forest. My mom was terrified, having never seen him in our neighborhood, but I thought he was waiting for someone. We watched him for about 10 minutes, and what really gave me the creeps was that he just kept staring at the bushes without moving a muscle. Then we shrugged and started getting ready for the day. My older brother Assad used to always take me to college on his scooter, and as we were leaving, I saw the man standing in the middle of the road, still facing the bushes. My brother passed him, and I watched him closely for a few seconds. He was wearing white pajamas and a light brown kurta. His shawl was off-white and covered him from head to knee. I could only see his eyes, and when my eyes met his, a shiver ran through my body. I could only see his eyes, but I could tell he was smiling, and his smile seemed to be a wide grin. I got goosebumps. During the ride to college, I kept wondering, is he smiling at me, or is he smiling at something in the bushes? Once I got there, I quickly forgot about it and focused on my day. I left the university around 3 p.m. and rode home on a 3-wheeler, a vehicle similar to a taxi. I was on my phone the entire ride, and as I neared home, I thought of the man. I looked outside and saw the same man still standing there in the same position. The thought of him standing there for 8 hours in the winter without moving a muscle was mind-boggling. I was horrified. The driver was driving in the opposite direction, so I couldn't see his face, only his back. I wondered if he was still smiling. I went home, ate, and slept. I woke up around 10 p.m., the time my dad usually gets home from work. My mom and I were talking about the day, and I had completely forgotten about the man. Then my dad arrived and told my mom he had been standing there since morning. I ran to the window, and sure enough, he was there, staring at the bushes, not moving a muscle. Before coming home, my dad went to the man and asked him why he'd been standing there all day, but he didn't say anything. We were all so confused as to why he'd been standing there all day, especially in the winter. After dinner, before bed, my dad told us to lock all the doors and windows. He didn't usually say that, so I figured it was about the man. I locked everything and double-checked to see if he was still there, and to my surprise, he was. We went to bed, and the next morning, I was eating breakfast and watching TV when I suddenly remembered the man. I looked out the window, and he was gone. He hasn't been seen since. We were all horrified by it.
but after a few days, we all collectively forgot about it. I asked countless questions like, why was he standing there? Why was he staring at the bushes? Was there something in the bushes? But we never got any answers, and the man standing outside still remains a mystery. It was a normal, cool evening. My mom and I were heading to Kohl's to buy some new clothes for me since I had outgrown my old ones. We walked in, and at first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. At one point, I grew bored of looking at clothes, so I told my mom I was going to explore the store on my own. She nodded and told me to stay close. As I wandered off, I noticed a woman. She was dressed in all black with long black hair, and she was staring right at me. Her eyes were wide open, black eyeliner streaked down her face. Her eyes were so wide it looked unnatural. A wave of fear hit me. I frantically looked around for my mom. When I couldn't find her, panic started to set in. Then I turned back. The woman was even closer, smiling, that same unsettling, creepy smile. I was so scared I couldn't even think straight. I didn't have a phone, so there was no way to call my mom for help. Thinking quickly, I darted into the clothing racks, trying to hide. Then a hand grabbed my shoulder. I stifled a scream and spun around. It was my mom. Relief washed over me, even as she scolded me for running off, but her words barely registered. My mind was locked on the woman. The woman could still be out there, watching, waiting. Then, my mom's tone shifted. Her face grew more serious. She asked if I had seen a woman with long black hair and wide eyes. My heart skipped a beat. She had just described the exact woman I'd seen. I told her yes, that I had seen her, and that I was terrified. My mom nodded. She quickly paid for our things, and we left. Nothing happened after that, but the image of her never left me. Her eyes, her wide smile, even now, it still gives me chills. My name is Zama, and I'm from South Africa. In August of 2024, something terrifying happened to us. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment in a block of flats with my 9-year-old daughter Coco. One Sunday at 2:30 a.m., we were fast asleep with all the lights off, as we usually are. Then I suddenly woke up to the sensation of someone reaching for my tablet right beside me. At first, I thought it was my daughter Coco. She often grabs the tablet when she can't sleep. But then I realized something was very wrong. There was an unknown man in our apartment. I'm a light sleeper, especially where my daughter is concerned, so I screamed as loud as I could and grabbed him. I think my sudden reaction made him freeze for a moment. He already had my iPhone in his hand, the one Coco had been using earlier that evening. We started fighting, and as we struggled, we both fell on top of my daughter, who was still asleep. I was terrified, thinking if he overpowered me, he'd go for her next. I pushed him out of my room and into the living room. I was just trying to get him out. In a panic, I grabbed pots and pans and threw them at him, anything I could find. Finally, he backed away, opened the door, and ran out. I was in shock, thinking the door must have been unlocked, but later discovered he had crept in through the bathroom window. We live on the 2nd floor, and I never thought to lock that window. I assumed it was safe. He was skinny enough to step on the balcony rails and squeeze through the burglar guards. Once inside, he unlocked the front door so he could escape quickly if he needed to. Despite my screams, none of my neighbors came to help. They called later to say they'd heard something but hadn't come down. I was devastated, but at least I managed to cancel my bank cards on Apple Pay before any payments went through. We don't live in that apartment anymore. We're okay, but we're scared of living alone for now. A few days later, we found out there was a group of thieves targeting homes in our area. I was the only person who woke up during the break-in. Others lost much more valuable items. 2 days after our incident, one of the thieves was found dead in the morning. I don't know whether it was the same man who entered our apartment And honestly, I don't much care. They chose that life. Hi, my name's Nick, and this happened about 4 years ago. Back in 2021, I was 14 at the time. It was early morning, and I was walking to the bus stop to head to school. It was winter, rainy and cold, which is rare where I live in Australia. From the moment I stepped outside, I had this eerie feeling. I didn't feel safe the way I usually did walking down that road. Something just felt off. I finally made it to the bus stop. It was empty. That was strange because there were usually a few other people waiting there too. Even weirder, it was a busy main road, but barely any cars were driving by. The whole thing gave me the creeps. My bus was late, which was annoying because I was standing there in the cold, shivering. A few minutes passed before I noticed something. This old, beat-up, white minibus pulled up about 10 meters from me. All the windows were covered with curtains. Behind the wheel was an older man, maybe in his late 50s or 60s. He looked rough, scruffy gray beard, old clothes, blank expression. At first, I thought maybe he was lost or waiting for someone, but when I looked at him, he was staring right at me. My heart dropped. I froze. Then I saw it. A faint smile appeared on his face before disappearing back into that same blank stare. I looked down at my phone, pretending to check when my bus was coming, but my hands were shaking. It was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago. When I looked up again, he was still staring. There was no one else on the bus, just him, and something about him didn't seem like a driver at all. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. I wanted to cry. Then, slowly, the bus started rolling forward, closer to me. And that's when I heard it, the click of his door unlocking. I was ready to run. My heart was pounding out of my chest. And then I saw my school bus coming down the road. I sprinted forward, waving it down. As I climbed on, I glanced back and saw the man closing his door before driving off in the other direction. That was the last time I ever went to that bus stop. Even now, whenever I pass it, I still look for that same old white minibus, but I've never seen it again. And every time I think about it, I wonder what would have happened if my bus hadn't shown up when it did. It was a hot summer day in Northern Virginia, and because of COVID, our parents didn't let us see each other very often. But we begged, and eventually they gave in. We met in Sanvi's backyard, along with our friend at the time, Mia. All three of us brought our favorite stuffed animals and toys. I brought my teddy bear, and being kids with wild imaginations, we decided to take care of it like it was real. We made it a little bed, we fed it food, and spent hours just pretending and playing. After about an hour, we decided our teddy bear was hungry again, so we started looking for plants to feed it. We searched both Mia and Sanvi's backyards, but there weren't many plants, so we wandered around the neighborhood looking for berries, flowers, and sticks, anything we could find.
Hey guys!
Nitya shouted.
We should go near my house. It has a lot of plants and berries.
Her house was a few houses down from Sanvi's, so we agreed and ran there, laughing and excited. We started plucking berries from the trees near her house, but then Nitya spotted a man in the distance, standing near Sanvi's backyard. She didn't say anything at first. We kept picking berries until Sanvi pointed and whispered that a strange man was now walking toward us. At first, we thought he was someone who mowed lawns or worked for a neighbor. He started talking to us, asking if our parents were home. That's when we started to feel really uncomfortable. We slowly began walking away, but he kept coming closer. Now all three of us were scared. We turned and started running back toward Nitya's house. Sanvi looked behind us and saw the man following, his pace getting faster. He called out to us, saying he had something to give us, that he needed us to take it to our parents. We didn't believe him. We just kept moving. But Maya, being the youngest, slowed down, and then she stopped. The man reached out, almost grabbing her arm, but Nitya and Sanvi tugged her away just in time. We sprinted to Nitya's house, our hearts racing. Nitya was the last to go inside, and as she turned to close and lock the door, the man was gone. He had disappeared. We didn't tell her parents about it. We didn't want to worry anyone. After all, maybe he just wanted to talk to our parents. About a half an hour later, we went back outside, assuming it was safe. We returned to Mia's backyard and started playing again with the teddy bear. But then, Mia's dad came rushing down the stairs, his face pale, his voice frantic.
Did you guys see a man lurking in our backyard?
He was out of breath, holding his phone, and that's when he showed us a video. It was the same man. One of our neighbors had caught him trespassing, talking to their kids, and trying to lure them with candy. When the neighbor confronted him, he pretended not to speak English and said he was collecting trash, but we knew the truth. To this day, we still wonder what would have happened if we hadn't gone to pick those berries. Would we still be here to tell this story? Would he have done unimaginable things to us? I'm a 17-year-old female living in West Bengal, India. I have a female cousin from my mother's side. Let's call her Swathi. She's the same age as me, and if you asked in our family who's the prettiest, it would be Swathi. The story takes place last year, and it still haunts me. You know, nowadays kids are heavily addicted to cell phones, right? I won't say I'm not one of them. I am. But Swathi had an extreme and unhealthy obsession with hers. In fact, she was spoiled. You see, we come from an upper-class family. We don't live in riches. Plus, at the age of 17, maturity develops and we know when to stop whining and demanding like a brat. But Swathi didn't. She was a spoiled princess. She would constantly demand super expensive things, and if she didn't get them, she would threaten people with a knife, sometimes even her own parents and friends. You might be asking, how do I know this? Well, I was the closest to her out of all of the cousins, so she shared everything with me. And by everything, I mean everything, even the horrible things she'd done. The main incident happened in July. I visited her house, just me, not my parents since they weren't available. It was a normal, relaxing summer evening in the countryside. Warm breeze, crickets, you get the picture. We were in the living room, me, Swathi, her mother, and her grandma. Suddenly, Swathi sat up from the couch using her iPhone and looked at her mom.
Mom, can I get a new iPhone next month?
Her mother looked horrified. They had just bought her a new iPhone 2 months ago.
No, honey, you already have one, no? And it's too expensive. Your dad can't afford that much money for the new model.
I don't want to go into detail about the fight, but let's just say it got so bad that Swathi's grandma had to leave the room with me. After that, Swathi became cold and quiet. She didn't eat, she didn't talk, not with anyone, including me. A week later, I returned home. That's when I found out what happened after I left. Remember how she had stopped eating? Well, apparently she stole some potassium cyanide from her school chemistry lab. She mixed it with her lunch in such a way that it looked like her mother had poisoned her food. She collapsed at school and was taken directly to the hospital. There, she told the police a story that made it seem like her mother had purposefully starved her for days and then poisoned her. Her mother was arrested and sent to prison for a whole month. Our family was ashamed, but since no evidence was found, her mother was eventually released. And how do I know the truth? Swathi told me herself, with excitement in her voice. I still get goosebumps remembering it. She was crazy, but luck wasn't on her side. Her parents found out what she had done. Her mother was heartbroken. Her father was in pure rage. He yelled at her, calling her a disgrace to the family, cursing, and for the first time, he raised his hand against her. He slapped her hard again and again. By the end, her fair skin was blood red from his anger, and that's when the main disaster happened. 2 weeks later, there was sudden news of a huge car accident. The car's petrol tank was leaking, the tires sabotaged. The vehicle crashed into a tree and burst into flames. The victims? Swathi's parents. The moment I heard the news, I had a gut feeling. I prayed I was wrong, but I wasn't. Swathi admitted it to me later that night with a wide, ear-to-ear smile and a childish excitement in her eyes. She tampered with the car. She killed them. I felt sick. I wanted to cry, to vomit. I couldn't sleep that night or for the entire next month. All this just because her parents refused to give in and to buy her a new iPhone. No investigation was done. The police ruled it a simple road accident, but it was far from simple. Now, my cousin has moved to South Korea to live with her distant grandparents. I've cut off all contact with her. I may not like her anymore, but I once loved her as my own sister. I didn't want her to get in trouble, but after everything, I only hope she gets the medical help she needs in her new home. One day, I was on duty as a fitness coach for my 360 fitness company, which partners with a call center agency called TELUS International in Iloilo, Philippines. My shift started at 6 a.m. and ended at 3 p.m. I woke up early, made breakfast, prepped my lunch, took a bath, changed into my work clothes, and headed straight to a nearby jeepney stop. I rode a jeepney toward my workplace, located on the 15th floor of SM Strata. I got off in front of my SM City at exactly 5 a.m. and crossed the overpass from SM Mall to SM Strata. Once there, I took the elevator from the lobby up to the 15th floor. After arriving, I signed the attendance logbook at the security desk and used my access card to enter the workplace. When I got to the fitness gym, I noticed something strange. The smart TV was still on. I asked the security guard about it because the TV should never be left on overnight. I messaged our group chat asking the coach from the previous shift if he might have forgotten to turn it off. He replied almost instantly, saying he had definitely turned it off before leaving. Then the security guard came back, his face pale. He told me they had checked the CCTV footage and the TV had turned on by itself. I was speechless. The smart TV required someone to physically press a switch located behind it to turn it on. It made no sense. Still, I tried to shake it off and continue my morning routine. Before my shift officially started at 6 a.m., I decided to squeeze in my own workout. It was leg day. Smith machine barbell squats, deadlifts, Romanian deadlifts, Bulgarian split squats, and dumbbell calf raises. After my workout, I stretched, then headed to the shower room to freshen up. I was drenched in sweat. As the water ran over me, I suddenly heard a faint sound. Psst. I froze. I knew for a fact I was alone in the gym. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was just a pipe or the sound of water. But then I heard it again, louder this time. Psst! My heart started pounding, and then I heard it, a deep, demonic voice calling my name.
Christian!
I panicked. I rushed out of the shower, water still dripping from my hair, grabbed my clothes, and threw them on as fast as I could. My hands were shaking. When I sat down at my desk, trying to steady my breathing, I kept telling myself it was all in my head, just stress, just exhaustion. But at 6 a.m. when clients started arriving, one of them, someone I was close to, noticed how pale I looked.
"Are you okay, Coach?"
he asked. I hesitated before answering. "No. Do you think there are spirits in this place?" He didn't even hesitate. He nodded.
"Technically, yes. After a call center employee died of a heart attack here, people say her spirit still roams the building. The workplace was never blessed by a priest after she passed. People have reported strange things. Doors opening, equipment moving, hearing voices."
He leaned in closer.
"I've experienced it too. One time I was lying down doing crunches when something grabbed my leg, but when I looked up, there was nothing there."
He stared at me with a serious expression.
"Be careful, Coach."
I sat there in silence, chills crawling up my spine. That night replayed in my mind over and over again. If that spirit really is still here, will it come back for me? I rented an apartment when I was 24. It was cheap, but I liked it. My first time living alone, and I was excited. The building was 6 stories high, with more than 10 households, but strangely, it was always quiet. I rarely saw any of my neighbors, and when I did, they never looked at me. They just walked past me like I wasn't there. Something about it felt off. One day, I was heading out to the supermarket, walking down the hall, when I noticed one of the apartment doors was slightly open. Out of curiosity, I peeked inside. There was a large group of people sitting around a long table eating. It was dark inside, no lights, no sounds, just the faint clicking of dishes. Every window was covered by thick curtains, and the whole place looked like it was drenched in shadow. Before I could process what I was seeing, the door slammed shut right in my face. I jumped, but brushed it off, thinking maybe the wind caught it. I went to the store, bought what I needed, and then came back. When the elevator doors opened on my floor, I froze. There was a crowd of people standing right in front of me. Their faces were pale, their expressions blank, but their eyes, they were angry. They just stood there, staring. None of them moved, none of them spoke. The silence felt suffocating. Then, one of them leaned in close and whispered, "Invite us." His voice was so quiet, it barely sounded human. I forced a nervous smile and tried to squeeze past them. As I did, a horrible stench hit me, something foul and rotten, and I nearly gagged. When I turned around, the elevator doors closed behind me, and they were gone. That uneasy feeling stuck with me all night. A few days later, I came home from work to see police cars parked out front. Officers were standing near an apartment door, the same one I had peeked into. One officer stopped me and explained what happened. The man who lived there hadn't paid rent for weeks. The manager tried knocking, but there was no answer, only a terrible smell coming from inside. When they broke the door open, they found a pile of shoes in the entryway, far too many for one person. Inside, there were clothes scattered everywhere, shirts, pants, coats, laid out as if people had vanished right out of them. In the middle of the room was that same long table, covered in food, rotten food, mold growing on the plates, but there wasn't a single person in sight. On the wall, written in large red letters, were the words, "Thank you for inviting us." The tenant was never found. I didn't know his name or his face, so I couldn't help the police. But every time I walk past that apartment door, I still wonder, who were those people I saw eating in the dark? When I was about 10 and my sister was 11 or 12, my mother told us this story. She said she was around 4 or 5 years old at the time. My grandmother, her mother, lived in a trailer back then. She'd arranged their beds right next to the window, which, as it turned out, was a mistake. It was a weekday. Grandma worked during the day, and when night fell, they both went to sleep. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, my mother woke up. She saw a man standing outside of her window, staring straight at her. Terrified, she ran to my grandmother's room and said, "There's a scary man outside the window." But Grandma didn't believe her. She told her to go back to bed. When Mom returned to her room, the man was gone. He wasn't standing there anymore. She remembered him clearly, though. Tall, with a bushy white beard and dirty brown hair. His clothes were filthy, light brown pants and a jacket, like someone who'd been living on the streets. Still scared, Mom crawled into Grandma's bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, Grandma got up early, getting ready for work, and to drop Mom off at the babysitter's. Everything seemed fine and normal. But when they came back home a few hours later, everything wasn't normal, and when they first got a look at the trailer, they froze. Mom's window was gone. Someone had ripped it right out of the trailer wall. Nothing else had been touched. No jewelry missing, no money taken, nothing stolen except the window. Grandma didn't wait around. They packed up and moved in with Grandma's grandparents soon after. The man was never seen again, and that's what's always haunted me. Hello, Wansee. I wanted to share with you what I've experienced. It happened a long time ago when I was about 10 years old. Back then, I was living in a small house where all the rooms were connected to each other.
Since we didn't have enough space, my two brothers would sleep in one room, while I, my mom, and my little sister shared another. It was late one night, around 3 in the morning, and I was still awake watching cartoons on our old TV. Then, the door to my room slowly opened. Standing there was one of my brothers, but even with the light from the TV, I couldn't see his face. His entire body was just a black silhouette. As a kid, I didn't think much of it. I figured the light was maybe just playing tricks on my eyes. He sat down on the edge of the bed beside me without saying a word. His face turned toward the TV. I asked him softly if he couldn't sleep either, and if he wanted to change the channel. But he never responded. He just sat there, perfectly still, not moving a single muscle. That was strange, because my brother could never sit still. He was always fidgeting, always shifting around. But this version of him didn't even blink. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom. I slipped quietly out of bed so I wouldn't wake my mom or sister and hurried down the hall. When I came back, I passed my brother's room and froze. Both of my brothers were fast asleep. They were tangled together under their blanket, breathing heavily, not an inch of space between them. It was impossible that one of them had been in my room just moments ago. My heart dropped. My hands started shaking, but somehow I forced myself to move. I ran back toward my room. The bed was empty. The silhouette was gone, and that's when it hit me. I never actually saw its face. I didn't even know if it had been looking at the TV or at me. Even now, I still think about that night. I'll never know who or what was sitting beside me, and honestly, I'm glad I'll never find out. Hey Wansee, I'm going to share a really scary experience I had at my school. My school looks totally normal. Bright hallways, the usual classrooms, nothing weird about it. But over the years, there have been a few strange stories that have gone around. There was one about a theft that happened a while back. Apparently, a man disguised himself, got inside the school, and ripped a pair of gold earrings right off a student's ears. I still don't know if that's true or just one of those rumors that gets passed down, but it definitely freaked people out. Anyway, here's what happened to me. It was a regular day, but I remember being really tired because we had a ton of work to do. Later that day, my friend Katie and I were walking down the hallway after coming back from class. The hallway was completely empty. No teachers, no students, just us. As we were walking, I suddenly got this strange feeling like someone was watching us. I looked around, but didn't see anyone. Then, I noticed a classroom nearby. The door was closed and the lights were off. There's a small glass window on every classroom door so I could see inside, and what I saw still scares me to this day. Inside, there was a girl. She was standing perfectly still, staring right at me. Her skin was pale, almost gray, and blood was running from her ears. For a second, I couldn't move. It felt like she was staring straight into my soul. Katie asked me what was wrong, but I didn't answer. I just grabbed her hand and ran. We bolted down the hallway until we reached our classroom. My face and hands were covered in cold sweat. Katie was confused and kept asking why I looked so terrified. When I told her what I'd seen, her eyes went wide. That's when she told me something that made my stomach drop. The day before, our teacher had asked her to turn off the lights before leaving class. I had already walked ahead, and she said that right as she flipped the switch, something caught her eye. She saw the same girl, pale, standing in the dark, with blood dripping from her ears. Katie said she panicked, ran out of the classroom, and didn't tell anyone because she thought no one would believe her. She had never shared her experience of what she saw until I had shared mine. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if we hadn't run, if we stayed in that hallway just a little bit longer. Hey Wansee, I'm Ayla. I want to share a true experience that happened to me several times when I was a kid. I was around 8 years old, and my sister was 10. I grew up in a rough neighborhood where crime was almost a daily occurrence, and it wasn't unusual to see police in the area. At the time, my family lived in a small 2-story apartment building. You needed a key to enter, and there were only 2 units on each floor. We lived in one of the ground floor units. One night, I was home with my little sister and my little brother, who was asleep in my bed, my mom and my dad. I was on my tablet, my sister was on hers, and my mom was cooking dinner while my dad was watching TV. Everything felt normal until we suddenly heard glass shatter from the main entrance downstairs. It was loud enough for my entire family to hear. Everyone froze, and then yelling erupted outside. Moments later, someone began pounding violently on our door. My parents rushed in and told us to stay quiet and go to the kitchen. As my mom hurried us to safety, I caught a glimpse of our bedroom window and froze. It was wide open, and 2 to 4 men were staring right at us through it. The window didn't have a lock, which made it easy for them to try and get in. My sister and I screamed and grabbed our little brother, who was still half asleep. When I looked back, I saw the men struggling to climb through, but thankfully, our bunk bed was pressed against the window, blocking their way and buying us precious seconds. While we huddled in the living room, shaking with fear, my sister managed to call the police. It felt like forever before they arrived. Later, we found out there had been 5 men in total. 2 tried to escape but were caught. They were arrested for attempted murder and robbery. The police questioned all of us, and eventually left 1 officer behind to watch the area for the night. My dad later had to testify in court, though I have no memory of it, and honestly, I'd rather not. Because of the trauma, my sister and I went to therapy for a while. To this day, I still don't know why we were targeted. Plenty of other families lived in that building. From what we later learned, the men have since been released, which is one of the reasons we moved in 2019. Since then, the apartment complex had replaced all the doors with shatterproof glass and added key or passcode access only for residents. Years have passed, and I'm now 15, almost 16, while my sister is almost 18. I still visit that building sometimes, but that night remains crystal clear in my mind. This story happened a few months ago, and it's the reason I get so paranoid when I take public transport at night. This is what happened. My part-time job is being a tutor for high schoolers. I work in a suburb that has a reputation for being shady, but from my own experience, I never found it too dangerous. You just have to stay aware of your surroundings from time to time, especially when you see sketchy people hanging around. Usually, I'm at the tutoring center from around 4 to 9 p.m., but at the time of this story, our Year 12 students were getting ready for their exit exams. That meant extra sessions, extra stress, and longer hours for us tutors. Some nights, we didn't leave until right before midnight. So one night, at around 11:30, I was waiting for my train. The station wasn't empty. There were a few people around, but I was the only one on my platform. All I could hear was the light drizzle outside and the sound of train announcements echoing through the empty air. That's when I heard laughter coming from my left. I looked over and saw a group of tall teenage boys, all wearing black hoodies and silver chains. They were exactly the kind of people that gave this suburb its reputation. I turned back toward my phone, pretending not to notice them. They kept talking and laughing, but then, suddenly, their voices dropped to whispers. That caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see each of them staring at me. One of them nodded in my direction, showing a crooked smile. I froze, then quickly looked back down at my phone. Moments later, our train finally arrived. It was almost completely empty, just me and that group of teenagers. Trying to play it safe, I went to the carriage on the far right, the one closest to the driver's cabin, but the boys followed me, all of them. Inside the train, they started blasting rap music on a speaker, loud, aggressive, violent. The lyrics were about killings, gangs, and revenge. Then one of them caught me glancing their way. He yelled,
"You got a problem? I'll bash your head in!"
My heart exploded in my chest. I froze. He pulled out a knife, waved it just enough for me to see, and smiled, a slow, creepy grin.
before turning back to his friends and continuing to rap along to the music. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I wanted to switch carriages, but that meant walking right past them, and I couldn't get off yet. The next stop was still 5 minutes away. So I did the only thing I could think of. I texted my friend, my hands shaking, explaining everything that was happening. He told me to take a photo of them so he could report it to the police. I pulled out my phone, took a quick picture, and that's when I realized I'd made a huge mistake. My phone wasn't on silent. That loud click gave me away instantly. All of them turned toward me, shouting. I shoved my phone into my jacket and froze, unable to understand what they were yelling, their voices all overlapping in anger. Just then, the train began to slow down. We were pulling into the next station. I didn't care that it wasn't my stop. The moment the doors opened, I ran. I jumped the payment gates without even thinking, sprinting through the station as they came chasing after me. I don't know where I was. It was a random stop, but I saw lights up ahead, a busy street, and I just ran toward it. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, and I hit the pavement. When I turned back, they were gone. I had lost them. I got up, still shaking, and walked toward the brighter part of the street. Shops, lights, cars, people. Finally, I could breathe again. I called my friend, and thank God, he came to pick me up. On the way home, I called the police and told them everything. They asked me to come in the next morning and bring my phone. The police never found the group, but I'm just thankful I never ran into them again. These days, my shifts end at 9, and I'm a lot more aware of my surroundings. Some of my friends tease me for being paranoid, but honestly, better safe than sorry. My name is Rima, and I am from Kolkata, India. The story I am going to share is about a scary series of incidents that happened to my friend when we were in high school. I'll call her Priya. Priya was a very kind and sensitive girl by nature. She was a close friend of mine back then, though our closeness faded during college. Everything I'm about to say now was told to me directly by her. Coming to the story, I always noticed that Priya, despite being such a kind girl, had always faced difficulties in her life. Even in her love life, none of her relationships ever worked out. It first started to happen when we were in the 11th grade, right after her breakup with her third boyfriend in school. Suddenly, one day, she looked scared, with a puzzled expression on her face, and she told me that she was seeing and hearing things. Now, anyone would think that this was a case of hallucinations caused by the trauma and depression from her breakup, but I don't know what was up with her. It didn't seem like mere hallucinations. She used to say she could hear someone whispering in her ear, or that whenever she studied late at night, she could hear a deep voice calling her name when there was no one else in the room. She told me that sometimes she would see, hear, and experience things that were completely unexplainable. She said that sometimes she felt a negative presence in her room, and sometimes she saw a shadowy figure of a girl sitting with her head buried in her arms near the dark corner of the room. She tried to ignore it and casually went on with her everyday life. I consoled her, saying she should see a therapist and try meditation, because I believed what she was experiencing was just depression from her breakup. For some reason, she was very close to me and shared many personal things with me, but sadly, day by day, things were getting worse. One day, I saw that her big toe was bandaged, and when I asked what happened, she told me something that sent shivers down my spine. She said that the previous day, while studying, she suddenly felt an urge to rip off her toenail forcibly. Even though she felt extreme pain, she was struggling to stop herself, as if some invisible evil energy had taken control of her body. That really scared me. It was then that I realized she was going through something paranormal, because the things happening to her couldn't just be hallucinations or depression. Sure, she was depressed and frustrated, which was natural, but that didn't explain the unusual things she experienced. A few days later, I heard from her that someone in her own family had performed black magic on her and sent an evil energy to cause her harm. Later, she told me she finally explained everything to her mother, who then sought help from a tantric. a sage who practices Tantra and occult rituals involving yoga, spiritual meditation, and rituals. The tantric performed a ritual to cut off the effects of the black magic, and it worked. He told her that someone from her own bloodline had done the evil practice on her. Since then, Priya has been fine and hasn't expressed any more unusual activity. It's been a long time now. We aren't that close anymore, but when I see her Instagram posts, I feel relieved that she's doing well. I'm just happy that her problem was finally resolved.
Hi, I'm Aaron, and this is a true story that my father experienced many years ago. Take note that we're from the Philippines, and my father was from a small town at the countryside. Back when he was around 14, 13, when this happened, he and his friends would often go to the Betamax to watch movies and films. Back then, Betamax was like a cinema where you'd only have to pay 1 peso to get in. It was a 15-20 minute walk from their house, so they would often hang out there. So after the movie ended, my father and his friends were walking home. It was around 8:30 p.m. But since they live on the countryside, the nights there were often super dark and creepy, since streetlights in that area were rare. Soon my father and his friends separated, since they lived in different towns. As my father continued walking, he saw an old man beneath a streetlight. Sensing as it was dark and the old man looked weak, he approached the man and asked him, "Excuse me, sir, but why are you still out? It's dangerous out here." But the old man just stared at him. Due to the stories around that time and the warnings that his mom had given him, my dad then felt that something was off about that man. So he waved to the man and then quickly walked away. Around 5 minutes later, he noticed that the man was following him. However, as he turned around to see, it seemed like the old man had seen that he was following him. He could only see the back of the old man. My dad then got the chills, started to walk faster, but then he noticed that it also started to walk faster. Then he full-on sprinted to their house. While sprinting, he checked to see the old man, and what he saw will forever be engraved in his mind. He said that he saw the old man on all fours, crawling towards him with its body backwards, its head peeking underneath him, looking at him. That filled him with adrenaline, and he bolted to their house, kicking the door open, which startled his mom, and quickly locked the door. As soon as he locked it, a loud thud was heard from outside the door. He dared not look out. He explained to his mom what had happened, and his mom was obviously terrified. He could only scold him for going out late at night.
This happened 3 years ago at a motel in southern Arizona during a business trip. My company had booked the room last minute, so I arrived late that night, exhausted after a long drive down the dark highway. The shabby neon sign flickered red, and only a few vehicles, a truck and a couple of old cars, sat in the parking lot. At the front desk was an old man with a blank expression.
"Long drives are tough, aren't they?"
he said.
"You look like you're about to faint. Please, go to room 107.
The room was small, as I expected, but not terrible, except for the strange framed paintings on the wall. I don't remember them clearly now, but one drawing looked like something between a gargoyle and a bat. It gave me chills. I muttered to myself, wondering why anyone would hang something like that in a motel room, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Later, I was lying in bed, drifting off, when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Normally, I wouldn't have noticed, but these were loud, and they stopped right outside my door. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed, and whoever it was still hadn't moved. My heart started to race with a sudden, inexplicable fear. But I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. I managed to call the front desk and told them someone was standing outside my door. They asked me to check, but I hung up, too exhausted, and eventually fell asleep. When I opened my eyes, it was already morning. I asked the old man what had happened the night before. He said,
"Oh, that guy from yesterday? He was standing still in front of your door. I watched him quietly. He didn't move for about 10 minutes. When I approached him, I saw his eyes were closed. I asked what he was doing. He didn't seem surprised, just smiled at me and said he was fantasizing about killing the person in that room. He told me exactly what he imagined doing. It it was pretty disturbing stuff. He said he was picturing himself breaking the shoulder blade of the person inside.
The man at the desk sighed and continued.
So I told him to stop bothering other guests and go back to his room. He just stared at me with that same smile for a while, then quietly packed his things and left. I thought about calling the police, but since he hadn't done anything, I let it go. I watched him drive off onto the highway, and that was it.
After hearing that, I just stood there in silence. I thanked him and left the motel. I tried my best to act calm until I reached the car, but I haven't stayed in a motel since that night. Hello, my name is Kian Redhead. I want to tell you a story about something my foster brother Simon experienced a few years ago. I call him my brother because my sister and I were in foster care, and he was my sister's foster brother. This happened about 3 or 4 years ago when Simon was around 8 or 9 and I was 11. Simon, though somewhat fun, could also be a bit annoying. The rest of us playing were my sister Kiana, who was 10, and our older foster brother Gage, who was also 10. It was a weekend night near spring or summer in York Landing, Manitoba, in Canada, a very small reserve where we all lived. It was late, about 10 p.m., and it was raining. We decided to play manhunt. We all picked Simon to be it, and he gave us 30 seconds to run and hide. Since we all lived on a reserve, we had practically a whole forest, or a very large backyard, to hide in. I went to the backyard, heading close to the sandy pit where they kept gravel for construction. The rain had made the sand muddy. I went toward the bushes to hide, and Kiana was with me. Simon's perspective. Simon started searching and went down the trail that leads to the sandy pit. He took a left and started walking up the neighbor's path to loop back toward the houses. Then, he thought he saw me and Kiana walking together. He smiled and began following the figures, even though Kiana and I were already hidden. Simon stopped and dropped to the ground when one of the figures looked back at him, then took a sharp right into a forestry trail. He thought he heard us calling his name, so he backed away and went toward the house. My perspective. After a while, we hadn't heard from Simon, and no one had screamed, so Kiana and I went back to the house. Everyone was there, except Simon. After about 2 minutes of waiting, we all started to call out for him. We headed toward the neighbor's yard and found him walking toward us, crying. We hugged him and asked him what happened. He told us everything. We went and told the adults, but they didn't believe us. Simon said that he heard us call his name, and that's when he ducked to the ground and hid. He said the figure looked back when it heard us calling. I don't live there anymore, but Simon and Gage still do. Sometimes Kiana and I talk about it, and it gives me chills thinking about it. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Simon had followed that figure into the trail. I think it could have been a skinwalker pretending to be me and Kiana to lure him away. This story happened during a camping trip in the fall of 2019. At the time, I was attending college in Portland, and I decided to head south with my friend Jason for the weekend. I followed Jason's lead, and when we arrived at the campground, it was incredibly quiet, secluded, and there wasn't a lot of traffic. As I was pitching my tent, I noticed a sign attached to a tree. It said, "Private property, no trespassing," and underneath it, it was written, "Violators will be," and the rest of the text was erased. And below that, someone had spray painted the word "die" in red.
Haha, Jason, look at this. That's funny.
I told Jason, laughing. Jason's face hardened when he saw the sign. He told me that we might have to move camp somewhere else, but I told him we would be fine. So we made a fire and joked around until we fell asleep. Sometime later, I woke up in the middle of the night to a rustling sound outside the tent. I immediately knew it was someone walking, stepping on branches. I woke Jason. He heard it too, and his expression turned terrified. He whispered, "What should we do?" At that moment, the tent's zipper suddenly unzipped and someone poked their head inside. It was a man. He slowly smiled, a creepy, unsettling smile. His face was filthy, as if he hadn't washed in months. I could see his red eyes and rotted black teeth, but he didn't look like a simple homeless person. His face radiated an inexplicable, murderous aura. Then he said to us, "Haven't you seen the sign?" He put his hand into the tent, holding what looked like a large piece of bone. It looked like the bone of a large animal, long, sharp, and jagged, as if it had been deliberately ground into a point. With Jason's thunderous scream, I instinctively shoved the man's face away. He stumbled backward, and I bolted out of the tent like a bullet. He was swinging the bone at me, and I kicked him hard and yelled at Jason to start the car. Jason ran over, jumped in, and started it. I sprinted toward him, dove into the passenger seat, and we tore out of there. We left our tent and belongings behind and just kept driving. A few days later, when we returned, we were horrified. Our tent was covered in red spray paint with the word "die," and inside were 2 horribly mutilated animal carcasses. We couldn't even tell what kind of animals they were. We ran like crazy and never went back. Who on earth was that man? The terror of that night still haunts me. Maybe my story isn't really scary, but it was traumatic for a 9-year-old at the time. It was during the 2020 lockdown. We went on vacation since it was summer. My parents, me, my 2 older cousins, my aunt, her husband, and her 2 kids all went together. There were many of us. We stayed at a big resort. The resort looked like a 2 to 3 story high gray house. We got one big room that was enough for all of us. It had 2 or 3 bunk beds and one big bed for 2 or 3 people. And the first day was fine. The second night, someone began knocking on the door. My dad and my aunt's husband woke up first, then the rest of us started waking up one by one. We had already locked our door before going to sleep, so at first we didn't worry. But my aunt's husband bent down and looked under the door. There was a little space under it, so he checked. The knocking continued, but there was no shadow, no legs, nothing. We were scared, but it was late and I fell asleep quickly. The next night, the knocking came again. When I woke up, my mom, dad, aunt, and her husband were already awake because of the noise. The knocking stopped for a second, and then something tried the doorknob, like it was trying to get inside. It was locked, and whatever was out there seemed to get angry. We were terrified, and then it stopped. A few minutes later, we heard stomping, loud stomping, like something big was walking right outside. Oh, and I almost forgot. My dad checked under the door again. Still no shadow, still no legs. After the noises faded, my dad stepped outside to check. My aunt's husband stayed inside, watching the space under the door to see if he would see my dad's legs or shadow from the hallway. His face changed instantly. He looked terrified because he saw my dad's legs and shadow clearly. Then my dad came back inside and we were all still scared. The next day, we packed up and left. My mom and aunt asked a worker if maybe there had been a drunk guest wandering around. But he told them, "Oh, the other customers were all gone. Their dates expired. The only customers here were you." We were shocked. Since then, I've wondered, did someone try to break into that room and hide their legs so they couldn't be seen? Or was it something else that knocked on that door? Hey Wansee, I've been watching your videos for years, and today I finally decided to share my story with you. My name is Gabriella. I'm from Brazil, but I live in England now, and what I'm about to tell you still traumatizes me to this day. I have an older sister named Ines. She was 22 at the time, and I was 16. She was staying with our aunt in Brazil for her gap year, and I couldn't go because I still had school. So we mostly FaceTimed every day to stay close. But one night, a Friday night, everything changed. I was lying on my bed, just chatting with her on FaceTime, when suddenly she froze. Her eyes were wide, staring at something behind her phone that I couldn't see. I asked her, "What happened?" She whispered that for the past few days, she had seen a man holding an umbrella, just standing perfectly still outside. But she said something that made my heart drop. She said, "He has a shadow, so it can't be a ghost." I laughed at her for being scared. I really thought she was just overreacting. Then she ended the call. A few seconds later, she sent me a video. I watched it, and I told myself it was nothing. I tried to brush it off, but I shouldn't have. The next day, I went out with my friends, Benjamin, Sandra, and Darren. We were the type of kids who loved messing around and getting into trouble. That night, we went to the park at 11 p.m., vaping and hanging out, until Sandra pulled out a Ouija board. I was excited. I believed in the paranormal, but I didn't realize this night would change that belief forever. I FaceTimed my sister again and showed her the board. Her face instantly turned pale. She started screaming at me not to play with it. I ignored her. I hung up. She kept calling, but I didn't answer. Sandra started the session. She put her fingers on the planchette, the small piece you use on the board, and asked, "Is anyone here?" Nothing happened, so I grabbed the planchette myself and, like an idiot, asked, "Is the man my sister saw in Brazil a ghost or a human?" The moment I said those words, the Ouija board flew out of my hands. Not slipped, not fell. It was yanked with force and thrown onto the ground. We all screamed and ran home. My mom yelled at me for being out so late, but I couldn't even think straight. The next day, things got worse. The lights started switching off while I was in the shower. I heard voices calling my name when no one was home. I woke up with bruises on my knees that I couldn't explain. That's when I told my mom everything, every detail. She didn't ask a single question. She just called a priest. He came to our house, prayed over every room, blessed the house, blessed me. And after that, everything stopped. And I still wear a rosary every day, a cross necklace Christians use for protection. I never take it off, not after what happened. This happened in 2019 when I was working in Tokyo, Japan. I had moved to a place called Setagaya Ward. I loved it because it was a quiet city and it was only a 20-minute train ride to Tokyo. The house was an old 2-story house, but the problem was the neighbor next door. The door was red and rusted, as if no one had lived there for a long time, and the area in front was overgrown with knee-high weeds. The owner of that house must always be walking through those weeds. Every day when I left my house, I looked at the house next door and thought of that. The reason I was certain the house wasn't abandoned was because I had already asked the landlord when I moved in. The landlord told me about the man who lived there, who only slept there once a week or once a month. Other than that, the house was mostly empty, and she wasn't sure why. I felt uneasy, but I just brushed it off. Then one day, exhausted from work, I was walking home when I glanced over at my neighbor's house and saw a dark silhouette standing in the window. The figure was staring at me. I was startled for a moment, but then I turned my head away, pretended not to see him, and went back inside. A moment later, someone knocked on my front door. I asked who was outside, and a man told me in Japanese that he was my neighbor. I was momentarily lost in thought. Honestly, I didn't want to open the door, so for about 5 minutes, I stood in silence, trying to decide what to do. Silence flowed, and I couldn't tell if he was still there or if he had left. And then the silence continued, and I finally assumed he had left, and I felt a little relieved. The next day, as I was leaving for work, my heart nearly stopped, because on the wall next to my front door was written in red, Henry, my name. It looked like it was written in red lipstick. I couldn't figure out how he knew my name. I suddenly remembered my landlord and felt a surge of anger. She was the only person I could imagine would know. I called her and got angry out of the blue. She, in a dumbfounded voice, said she'd never spoken to my neighbor. I thought she was lying, but there was nothing I could do, so I just let it slide. A few days later, the weeds that had once overgrown my neighbor's house were all neatly mowed. And then one day, I finally ran into my neighbor outside. He looked straight at me and shouted something in Japanese, his voice sharp and aggressive. I wasn't very good at it, so I couldn't understand. I just smiled awkwardly and waved at him. But I can't forget his face at that moment. It was filled with utter rage. I couldn't figure out what I had done wrong. I was just panicked and felt sweat drip down my back, but the man's expression was nothing but utter rage. It was a weekend a while later. I usually slept in until noon on weekends, so I was sleeping that day too. Suddenly, a loud noise outside my front door woke me up. At first, I couldn't tell what it was, but when I listened closely, I realized it was a chainsaw. The loud, whirring noise was right in front of my door. Then I heard a loud knock on the door. My heart raced. I had a gut feeling it was him, my neighbor. He stood there with the chainsaw running, revving it, again and again. What was he planning? I didn't open the door, but he stood there for a long moment, continuing to rev the chainsaw. I yelled that I was calling the police, but he didn't seem to hear me over the noise of the chainsaw. I was terrified, but after a while, he left. A short time later, the police arrived and spoke with the man, who told them he'd only come to talk to me and that he'd used the chainsaw to cut down a tree in his yard. After that day, I decided to talk to my landlord and move elsewhere. I'll never forget the last time I moved. As I was loading my belongings onto the truck, I saw him standing in his window. He was looking at me with a smile. He was holding something in his hand, a small, rabbit-like animal, limp and dripping fresh blood. I was so shocked that I quickly packed my belongings and left. I never returned. To this day, I still don't know who that man was or what he wanted from me, but one thing is certain. He wasn't just strange, he was dangerous. It all started with me and my girlfriend arguing on the phone.
Why do you always lie to me, Marcus?
She screamed. She was very mad at me, but our relationship wasn't going anywhere anymore. We argued all the time. She was always busy and could never talk to me, but I was just annoyed with my life, and I always took it out on her. Of course, she didn't deserve it, but she would love to mess with me at the wrong times.
This time, I'll break up with you for real.
Once she said that, I didn't believe her, because this would be the 6th time she had said this. Fine, leave me. You're just going to come back anyway, I said with an attitude. As I sat there and waited for a response, there was nothing but silence. I was confused and just guessed she went on mute, but suddenly she whispered into the speaker.
Someone is here.
My heart dropped. At first, I thought she was joking. Stop joking, Layla. That's not funny. All I could hear was shuffling and movement. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was think of the worst. She whispered.
I'm not joking. I'm scared, Marcus. I'm scared.
After she said that, utter fear shocked through my body. I was scared too. I heard her hard breathing and the trembling in her voice.
I hear them coming upstairs.
I didn't know what to do. So many thoughts ran through my head, and all I could think of were the what-ifs. At first, I thought I should call the police, but I didn't want to hang up because what if something happened? I needed to hear. I couldn't use anyone else's phone. I was home alone. Then, I thought to text her mother, but I remembered her mom slept downstairs and the intruder probably already got to her. I had so much adrenaline, but I had to calm myself down so I could listen to what was happening. As I waited, I got impatient and scared, wondering if something was happening. So I texted her so my voice wouldn't get caught. I texted, "What's going on now?" As the text delivered, I heard my message ring from her phone. Her ringer was on. My heart dropped when I heard it. It was loud and vibrated the floor. She heard it as well and gasped. As what happened, I heard her door open. I knew it was too late, and I started to cry. She whispered to me,
I love you forever, Marcus.
Those were her last words. I was muted, of course, but all I could do was start praying, hoping, maybe, just maybe, the intruder wouldn't find her. Unfortunately, he found her, and what I heard that night will haunt me forever. I heard her screaming, yelling at him.
Stop! No, please!
I couldn't bear to hear her. I was so scared. I covered my ears, crying. I'm still not sure what he did to her, but her screams didn't last long. When it ended, I knew she was gone. I unmuted and whispered, Layla, are you there? It was silent, and after a while, I guess the phone died because the call just disconnected. The police announced my girlfriend and her mother dead on the scene. They took me in for questioning because I was on the phone and heard everything that night. They asked me so many questions, and I told them the whole story. They asked me,
Why didn't you call the police?
My eyes started to water, a hard lump forming in my throat. I told them I was scared and didn't want to hang up. Plus, I didn't know exactly where she lived. They believed me and finally gave in and took me off the suspect list. Good. I smiled. They will never find out what happened. She's been cheating on me for weeks. She would always lie to me, saying she was going to the store or somewhere else, but she was really going to his house. Little did she know I had her location and knew what was going on. That's why we argued. So, she just had to go. He doesn't deserve her. She's mine, all mine. Now, I'll have her with me forever, thanks to my buddy for handling my dirty work. I wait patiently for time to pass until he takes care of that boy, too. Then justice will be served. That's what she gets for cheating on me. Hi, I'm Ray. This isn't my own experience, but my friend Mary's, and it still gives me chills. Mary and I are 11th graders at a university known for one thing: the color pink. Our campus practically bleeds pink. Uniforms, banners, even the school merch. It used to be an all-girls school, and that history comes with stories. People say strange things happen after 6 p.m. Former students talk about hearing a dog bark late at night. Some even claim they've seen the foundress of the school roaming the halls. One afternoon, we had to stay late to finish a filming project. The building we were in has a reputation for being haunted, but I never took the rumors seriously. To see is to believe, right? While we were working, Mary asked me to go with her to the restroom so she could touch up her makeup. I didn't want to. The ladies' room is a floor down, but I agreed because I also needed water from the fountain by the teacher's faculty. I filled my flask and waited, wondering why she was taking so long. When I finally walked to the restroom entrance, Mary came bursting out and grabbed my arm. She looked pale and shaken. We ran back upstairs together. I demanded,
"What's wrong?"
She could barely speak at first, then told me what she'd seen.
I was doing my makeup in front of the mirror,
she said,
and you can see the cubicles behind you in the reflection. The closed cubicle that's supposed to be for teachers only. I saw a woman's head peeking over the top. Her hair was in a bun. I could see her slippers at the bottom, and she was wearing a long dress.
I couldn't tell whether to be terrified or skeptical, but Mary's face made it real. I joked,
"Maybe you saw the foundress."
but it didn't feel like a joke. We told our classmates. Some listened, some rolled their eyes, but nobody could fake the look on Mary's face. A few days later, at an organizational fair held on the 3rd floor, we walked past a wall of portraits. Mary froze and pointed. There, in a frame, was a painting of the exact woman she'd described. Under the portrait was the foundress's name and the year the school was founded. Seeing that painting made everything click, or maybe it made the whole thing worse. Whether you call it a ghost, a memory, or something else, Mary's face when she saw that portrait is something I won't forget. So, my story happened when I was in my high school days with my sister. Back when I was in high school, I really loved this anime called Black Butler. It was about a demon having a contract with a human. I was really addicted to that anime, so I used the pentagram in the anime as my wallpaper. A couple of days went by fine, until one day, something bizarre happened. My sister, who was in college at that time, and I, who was in high school, shared the same room. We had a bunk bed. My sister slept on top while I slept on the bottom. Since I was still in high school, I always set an alarm for 4 a.m. Before sleeping, I always put my phone beside me so I could easily turn off the alarm and wake up. So me and my sister were about to fall asleep. We turned off the lights and hit the bed. While we were sleeping, my alarm rang. I tried to grab my phone while my eyes were still closed because I was still sleepy. But while trying to search for my phone, I was a bit confused. I couldn't find my phone beside me. The phone kept ringing, and I even asked my sister in a sleepy tone, "Where's my phone?" She answered back in a sleepy yet annoyed tone, "I don't know." Since the alarm was still ringing for like 5 minutes, I asked her again, "I can hear it up there. Stop joking around and give it to me." Then she answered back, "Okay, I found it. Here you go." So I opened my eyes a bit, but my vision was still blurry since it was dark and I was half asleep, so I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. My sister's arm stretched out from the top bunk to give me my phone, but when I looked at it, it had thin, long fingers with sharp nails on it. I was still sleepy at that time, so I didn't fully comprehend what happened. When I looked at my phone, it was 3 a.m. but I was sure my alarm was always set for 4 a.m. Again, I was too sleepy, so I brushed everything off. When it was 6 a.m., I was having a conversation with my sister. I asked her, "Why didn't you stop the alarm? You had my phone, right?" And then came the scary part. My sister replied in a confused tone, "What the hell are you talking about? I was never awake to begin with. I was never talking to you that early either." My heart stopped for a moment, and cold sweat ran down my cheeks as I replied, "Then who was I talking to? And who gave me my phone?" Then I remembered everything. My sister and I looked at each other in horror, and that day, I've never had that wallpaper on my walls again. That night, my sister and I both slept on the bottom bed. Until this day, my sister and I still remember that horrifying experience in our lives. Sometimes I wonder, what if I hadn't been sleepy that night and actually stood up from my bed? This happened to me about 9 months ago. I'm still recovering from everything that happened. I used to be a shy girl with no friends. I never used social media because I thought it would distract me from my studies. But on January 2nd, I decided to try Instagram for the first time, hoping maybe I could finally make some friends. While scrolling, I found an account that posted funny videos. It caught my attention, so I messaged the account. The person running it was the same age as me. For privacy, I'll call her Renata. We became close fast. At first, we just shared funny reels. Then we started talking about our personal lives. I told her how lonely I felt and how she was basically my only friend. She even sent pictures of her family and gave me her address, telling me I could visit someday. But after about a month, she suddenly stopped replying. I kept sending her reels, asking if she was okay. Nothing. A week later, she finally messaged me, but all she said was, "I'm fine." I told her how worried I was, but she said everything was okay. Looking back, that was the first red flag. After that, whenever I sent her something funny, she reacted with just an emoji. And anytime I tried to talk about something deeper, she replied with, "Oh, Then one day, she sent me a message I will never forget. It was long, detailed, and it described exactly how to kidnap and kill a person. I was terrified. I thought it had to be a joke, but nothing about it sounded playful. The same girl who used to send me memes was now writing like a complete psychopath. Then she asked me for my address. That was when I knew something was truly wrong. I sent her a voice note telling her that what she sent me made me extremely uncomfortable and that she shouldn't ever message me like that again. Honestly, I could not even finish reading that essay about killing someone. I just couldn't. Her reply was even more disturbing. She texted, "Which part of that message made you uncomfortable?" I stopped replying and I blocked her immediately. About a week later, I went out of town to visit my aunt, and that's when I realized something strange. The address Renata had given me earlier was near where I was staying. Even though I was hurt and scared, a part of me still cared. She had been my only friend. So I decided to visit her. It would have been our first time meeting in person. The neighborhood was confusing, but the neighbors helped me find the house after I showed them her photo. I didn't understand why they helped so quickly. Now I do. The house was big, just like the photos she showed me. Quiet, still, almost too still. I rang the doorbell. A woman opened the door. It was Renata's mother. I nervously said, "Hi, I'm here to meet Renata." Her mother looked like she was about to faint. A man, her older brother Ryan, rushed over, looking angry and terrified at the same time. That's when I noticed it, a framed picture of Renata on the wall, with flower garlands around it. My whole body went cold. They told me Renata was dead. She had been killed by a psychopath. The police were still searching for him, and the worst part, the way she was killed was exactly the same method described in the message that was sent to me. I told her family everything. They were devastated. Her brother called the police and tried to comfort me. After that, I don't know what happened. I didn't ask. I didn't want to. I never went near that house again. The whole situation left me terrified and completely alone. My family helped me through it, and therapy helped too. I'm doing better now, but I still think about it, and I keep wondering, what if I had given that account my real address? Who was behind that account? And why were they messaging me from my friend's phone, even after killing her? June 9th, 2013, Gifford Pinchot National Forest in Cougar, Washington, one of the oldest national forests in the United States. A 19-year-old woman went camping here with her friends, and late at night, she walked alone into the deep woods. She disappeared and has never been found. This story is true. Her name was Maureen Kelly, born in 1993. She had gone camping at Canyon Creek Campground with several friends. But during the trip, something changed. Out of nowhere, she said, "I'm going on a spiritual quest." Then she did something no one expected. She stripped off all of her clothes and put on a small pouch around her waist. Inside that pouch were only 3 things: a knife, matches, and a compass. That was it. No food, no water, no lantern. She promised her friends, "I'll be back before midnight." And then she walked straight into the forest. One of her friends, Amanda Ziegler, later said that Maureen had talked many times about wanting a spiritual experience. But even she could not understand why Maureen chose that moment, or why she went in completely unclothed. The group eventually fell asleep, and when morning came and Maureen had still not returned, they called for help. Authorities launched a massive search, more than 100 people. Helicopters sweeping the forest canopy, search teams combing the undergrowth. They found a set of footprints on a gravel road near Canyon Creek. They matched Maureen's size. Canine units were brought in to follow the trail, but then something strange happened. The footprints just stopped in the middle of the road. No sign of where she went next. The dogs could not pick up her scent. It was as if she had simply vanished. Investigators suggested hypothermia was the most likely explanation. Nighttime temperatures were low, and she had walked into the forest with no clothing at all. But if she died from exposure, why was her body never found? Online, people who claimed to know her described the case the same way. Strange, unsettling, unexplainable. Some believed she was kidnapped, though the odds of meeting a violent stranger in those remote woods at night were extremely small. Others thought she may have crawled under a fallen log or into a crevice to escape the cold and never made it out. But the biggest question remains, why did she suddenly strip naked and walk alone into the forest? What was she thinking? What did she believe she would find? 12 years later, there are still no answers. Maureen Kelly remains missing, and her disappearance remains one of Washington's most haunting unsolved mysteries. Hi Wansee, I wanted to share my story that happened just this morning. I live in a squatter's area, and the houses here are made of plywood. Just to give you some context, I'm a 17-year-old girl with a short, small build, and in our neighborhood we have 2 homes. One is made of plywood, and the other one is a concrete house that is bigger and much safer. Let's begin. Last night, me, my 2 friends, and my boyfriend decided to hang out at our safer house. We talked until 11 p.m., and when they were ready to go home, I told them they could go with my mom because she was heading to a funeral not too far from our other house. I figured I could come too because I wanted to sleep alone in our plywood house. I always sleep more comfortably there. I asked my mom and she said yes. I asked my boyfriend to carry out my 2 pillows and blanket, and he asked me if I would be okay sleeping on my own because he was worried something might happen. I should have listened to him. My boyfriend and my friend helped me take my things to the plywood house. The house is old, and it has a big hole in the wall that someone could easily use to get inside. I had a bad feeling, so I covered the hole with blankets because I was scared someone might watch me while I sleep. Then I tied the door with shoelaces, just for extra security. After settling in, I played Mobile Legends with my boyfriend. He asked me if we could video call because he was still worried something might happen. I turned off the lights, but I suddenly had a bad feeling again, so I switched them back on. And that's the last thing I remember. I must have fallen asleep after that. Around 5 a.m., I felt something above my head move. Then I felt the garter of my pajamas pulling. I woke up and someone pushed a pillow over my face. I turned to my side to breathe and fought to get the pillow off me. I managed to pull it away and screamed for my uncle, who lives right next door to our house. The person ran and escaped through the big hole in the wall. I was crying as I told my uncle what happened. At first, they thought I was just dreaming, until I showed them the footprint the man left above my head. My uncle and auntie walked me back home, and I cried to my mom. I am just thankful I woke up when I did, and that he didn't have a knife. I keep thinking what could have happened if he did. This happened on April 29th, 2025. I was at my classmate's house because I had nothing to do, and I was getting bored waiting at my mom's workplace. So I decided to visit my friend. For privacy, let us call her Roosh. Roosh was upstairs in her room. Her brother was also upstairs in another room playing online games, and I was the only one downstairs in the living room. I am a very shy person. I hate taking pictures when someone is watching me. So since I was completely alone, I grabbed the chance to take a few selfies, and that was when I heard it. Something coming down the stairs. I froze and quickly turned my head toward the staircase, but there was nothing there. No footsteps, no shadow, nothing unusual at all. So I shrugged it off and kept taking pictures. I did not feel anything strange at the time, so I just ignored it. Fast forward. On July 17th, or maybe the 20th, there was a power outage. I was bored, so I started scrolling through my gallery. I found one of the live photos I took that day in Roosh's living room. When I first played the live photo, everything looked normal. But when I tapped it again, something felt off. I tried to remember what I had been looking at on the stairs in that moment, so I played the live photo a third time, and that was when I finally saw it. The refrigerator opened by itself. A chill ran through my whole body. I replayed it over and over just to be sure. And then I saw something else. Something even worse. There was a hand pulling the refrigerator door open. I knew for a fact I had been alone downstairs. Everyone else was still upstairs the entire time. I cannot say the photo was edited. I cannot say it was a prank because the video looks real. Too real. I'm a man in my 30s living in England. After work, I used to enjoy fishing by the river. On the weekend night when this incident occurred, I was night fishing near the river. Suddenly, 4 men came running toward me from afar. At first, it was dark, so I couldn't see them clearly, but as they got closer, I realized they were all wearing horse head masks. At first, I thought they were just teenagers playing around, but they were all huge, like athletes, and each was carrying a fishing rod. I heard them laughing, and one of them shouted at me,
"Bro, did you catch a lot? We're here to fish too."
He tried to sound friendly, but something about his voice made my whole body tense. I looked around, but there was no one else there. I smiled awkwardly and replied,
"No, not yet."
Then one of them said,
"Are there not many fish? It's okay. We're not catching fish. We're catching people. Bro, go into the river. We'll try to catch you with our fishing rods."
Only then did I realize what was happening. A cold panic shot through me. One of them, wearing a leather jacket, approached me and handed me his phone. A video was playing on the screen. It was of a man struggling in a pool, surrounded by horse-masked men casting fishing rods. They looked as if they were trying to catch the man like a fish, and they were all laughing wickedly. The man in the pool was groaning in agony, and his body was covered in wounds and blood, as if real hooks had torn into him. The man in the leather jacket showed me the video, shrugging his shoulders and laughing. Then he said,
"Decent, innit? Do you want to play fishing with us?"
He showed me another video, this one of a man swimming desperately while masked men cast their lines at him over and over. I was so shocked I almost vomited. Then they slowly walked toward me, trying to surround me. I'll never forget that moment. It felt like the world slowed down, and I was watching my own death coming for me. I decided to take a gamble. I instantly swung my fishing rod at them with all my might. They were startled and dodged. Then I ran like crazy. I'd been a fast runner since I was a child. They chased me, but I barely managed to outrun them. As I ran, I saw people downtown in the distance. I shouted to get someone's attention. I immediately called the police. And when they arrived shortly after, the men had already disappeared. All that was left was my fishing rod lying on the ground. I've been having terrible nightmares ever since.
A few years ago, on a freezing December day, I was driving alone across Nevada. It had been snowing for hours, and as the evening came in, the snow suddenly picked up, thicker, heavier. It started piling up on the road, so I slowed way down. After a while, I saw something up ahead, a figure standing right in the middle of the highway. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but as I got closer, I realized it was a person. I almost hit him. He was completely covered in snow from head to toe. I couldn't make out anything, just a human shape swallowed by white. I stopped the car, rolled down the window, and yelled, "What are you doing there?" He slowly lifted his head. That's when I saw it, a white plastic mask covering his entire face. White snow everywhere, and that blank white mask staring back at me. It sent a chill straight through me. I thought, what the hell is he doing standing in the middle of the road? So I rolled the window back up and started to drive past him. Then he suddenly raised both hands, signaling me to stop. He didn't say a word. Then out of nowhere, he started dancing. Not some random flailing. He danced like a trained performer, smooth, precise. I just sat there watching him for maybe 30 seconds thinking, what the hell is happening right now? Then he raised his hands again, this time making a gesture like he was taking a picture, like he wanted me to film him. I couldn't tell if he was messing with me or actually asking me to record him dancing and post it online or something. 100 thoughts ran through my head. I was just about to pass by, but at that moment, another man appeared on the side of the road, walking quickly towards me. He too was wearing a white mask, a white puffer jacket, and white pants. Before I could react, he pulled a gun from his pocket and pointed it straight at the dancing guy. At first, I honestly thought it was some kind of prank, but the second I saw the gun, reality hit me hard. I slammed the gas, swerved the car, and tried to get past them. The snow made the tires slip, and the whole car fishtailed, but all I could think about was getting away. The man pointed the gun at me, and I ducked my head and kept driving. The situation was so tense that I couldn't remember how I drove. When I got far enough, I checked my rearview mirror. Both of them were still standing there, staring at me. The guy with the gun was now pointing it at me. I changed lanes over and over, trying to create distance. Then I heard it, gunshots. My heart stopped. When I looked again, the guy wasn't shooting at me. He was shooting at the dancing guy. I saw the dancing guy drop to the ground, and then the man with the gun turned back toward me and started firing wildly in my direction. Somehow I got far enough away. I called the police and reported everything. Later, the cops told me they found no blood, no bullet casings, no footprints, nothing. So the dancing guy hadn't been shot. He just faked it. That night, my heart wouldn't stop racing. I wrapped myself in a blanket, drank hot tea, and tried to calm down. But I couldn't stop thinking about why they were out there in that cold, and what they were trying to do to me. Were they planning to kill me, or was it something else entirely? Hi, Wansee. I have a creepy story I experienced when I was about 11 years old. I'm 20 now, a grown man, but what happened that night has stayed with me ever since. When I was a kid, I never believed in anything supernatural, ghosts, spirits, none of that. But this one experience made me question everything. One night, while I was sleeping in my house with my parents and the rest of my family, I heard something I still can't explain. It must have been around 1 a.m. when I suddenly woke up to the sound of something jingling. I realized I had to pee, but the moment I heard that sound, I was too scared and confused to get out of bed. I hid under my blanket, with just my face sticking out, listening. The sound was like someone jingling a bell continuously, and it went on for almost an hour. It was incredibly creepy, and what made it even stranger was that my mom and grandmother, who were sleeping right next to me, didn't hear anything. They were asleep the entire time. The sound was loud enough to fill the whole room, so there was no way they didn't hear it, which means it must have been something only I could hear. It seemed like it was coming from the balcony right outside my bedroom, but I was way too scared to check. It just kept going and going without stopping. I tried to ignore it and force myself back to sleep, but it was so distracting that I just lay there awake until I eventually dozed off. The next morning, everything was normal, like nothing had happened. I asked my parents if they heard any jingling sounds during the night, but they all said no. When I told them what I heard, they brushed it off and said I must have been tired or stressed. To this day, I still have no idea who or what could have been making that bizarre jingling noise. Even thinking about it coming from outside is strange, because our house was a 2-story building. Outside my room was a balcony, and beyond that was nothing. To get down to the pavement and the small road in front of our house, you had to go downstairs to the first floor. So I honestly don't know. Even now I still think about it sometimes. I'm actually glad I didn't get up to check what it was that night. Why would someone be shaking bells outside at that hour on a cold night? Was it intentional? Did it mean something? I have no idea. All I know is that it was creepy as hell, and I'll never forget it. I'm a long-haul trucker. I usually pull 12-hour shifts, even at night. A few months back, as usual, I was driving along a quiet road past midnight, listening to an audiobook. I don't know how long I'd been driving, but drowsiness had overtaken me like a thief in the night. I reached over the passenger seat to try to grab an energy drink, but all I found were empty cans rattling around. So I figured I'd make a quick pit stop at whatever convenience store was close by. A short while later, I pulled into this real rundown little place. The lighting inside was dim, kind of reddish. Atmosphere was strange. I wasn't sure if it was even open, but the neon open sign was buzzing faintly. When I walked in, the little door chime went off, but nobody was at the counter, and the whole place felt dead. The shelves also had a very limited selection of products: dusty Campbell's, shriveled air-sucked bags of chips. An unknown red liquid clung to the empty roller grill. Seemed like the place had long since been deserted. I just wanted to grab an energy drink and get the hell out, but I couldn't find one anywhere. Then suddenly I heard a clanking sound behind me. I turned around and saw an old man locking the front door with a chain. Startled, I shouted, "Wait, I'm in here!" But the guy didn't react at all. He was locking a padlock onto the long chain stretched across the front door. Then he turned off the lights. The inside of the store suddenly became pitch black. I bolted toward him, grabbed his shoulder, and he slowly turned around like he already knew I was there. He opened his mouth to speak to me, but his voice sounded wrong, muffled. And when he opened his mouth, I could see his tongue, short and messed up, like it had been cut. Half terrified, half pissed, I shook him violently and yelled for him to open the door. But he didn't respond. He just kept opening and closing his mouth as if trying to say something, but no sound coming out. Just then, a door opened in the staff office behind me, and I heard the sound of heavy footsteps. It was dark, so I couldn't see clearly, but it was two very tall men. They were talking about something. It seemed like Russian, but I had no clue what language it was. And when they stepped out of the darkness, man, I'll never forget what I saw. They were wrapped head to toe in duct tape, each holding a knife, but not normal knives. The blades were spiral-shaped, something I'd never seen before. They looked at each other laughing, then turned their heads toward me. My brain just went, I'm dead. Right then, the old man shuffled toward the counter, and that's when I realized the door wasn't fully locked yet. So I unlocked it, yanked the door open, and ran outside. The duct tape guys didn't chase me. They just stood in the doorway, staring. The old man was holding a mop now, and the two men beckoned me toward them. One of them was waving something that looked like a candy bar at me. I scrambled into the truck and fired it up and got the hell out of there. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw the store's sign lights go out immediately, and no one came out. I called the cops, and when they showed up, the guys were long gone. It turned out the store had been shut down a long time ago. When they entered the back office, they found a large bucket on the floor with cleaning detergent and dozens of knife stab marks dug into the desk. They tracked down the culprits. No idea what happened after that. All I know is, I don't stop at remote, sketchy places anymore. Not after that night.